Relates to our budget.
Let's reconvene the Deschutes County budget meeting. We'll review the agenda changes and follow-up items. Can you help us with that, Greg?
Yeah, certainly. Good morning. So in front of you is the revised agenda for Friday, June 4th today.
That's the one with all the yellow on it.
All the yellow on it. And at the very top of it, it says FY22 Budget Committee Agenda Revised 060421. That's the latest one. And a couple of changes. Obviously, the items in yellow, these are just down below discussion and decision points. These are just a collection of inputs from the last 3 days that are either items to be discussed this afternoon for decision purposes or decisions that the Budget Committee has already made. And again, if you find anything that is missing or that you think needs to be modified, let me know that. We can do that just from our perspective. The other thing I did is beginning today at 8:30, we start talking about support services. Keith is up first with veterans, but we've put some time slots in there to kind of keep us on track so we can get all of this in between 8:30 and 11 a.m. Additionally, in front of you, there is new documents this morning, the COVA Visits Central Oregon budget. It's right here. The budget documents are in the back. There's an income statement, some of their financial reports, and a balance sheet. And so Julia will be referring to that. A couple of other documents. One is you'll see a debt service summary. This will be part of the conversation we have today. This is a summary of all of our currently outstanding debt. So I'll run you through that during my time. And then don't panic. At 11 o'clock, we're going to talk about ARPA, but we're not going to go through all this detail. I just want to give you highlights about the American Rescue Plan Act funding, where we're at with that. So that's another document in front of you. That's it.
Any questions for Greg? All right, let's go ahead with support services, other funds, and we have Keith here this morning. Keith, take it away, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you for having me. Good morning. The veteran service budget is pretty much the same as last year. There are a couple of other changes. One would be the special request that has been put in for another admin support technician. I had budgeted $71,000 for temporary help because I have been using temp help for the last 4 years almost now. So it was suggested that we put in a special request to convert that temp help to a permanent position. So with the funding that we get from Measure 96 funding, we will be able to cover the entire cost of that other person. With little change to where the submitted budget or requested budget in front of you, the only one of the biggest changes would be the temp help conversion to a permanent position funding. We're pretty much staying stable with the advertisement promotion type thing. We have budgeted for conferences and seminars. We're hoping that this coming year we will be able to travel and do in-person conferences, training conferences. So that is on the budget as well. And some travel mileage, obviously, if we're allowed to, if the county gets to be opened up and we're allowed to actually go out and see people in person at their homes and things like that. So that's a big help to a lot of people that can't travel. So we're working on a lot right now of the advertising promotion. I actually heard our commercial on the radio this morning when I came in, so I was kind of excited about that. But we just did a deal with broadcasting for television, and We are working with, like Minuteman Press and our personal touch embroidery right now, because we have offered, or applied for a space at the fair this coming year. So we're doing handout promotional items there. That's what we're working on currently, and with next year's budget, I also have that in there too, so that if there'll be a carryover from this year to next year, not funding carryover, but the ordering process and getting items for the handouts, informational packets, things, everything, from water bottles to hats to T-shirts, things like that, in all sizes, all different colors, depending on the service they'd like. We're not allowed to use the emblems for the military, but we can put the name of the service on the back of the shirt, Army, Navy, or Marines, of course. So it's bright red shirts, but yeah, there's honestly, there's not a lot of change from last year. It's pretty much the same, with the one exception of the temp help going to a permanent position. When you pay a company, up to $5 an hour for having them work for you, why not have them work for you and use that $5 an hour for the funding? So,
Keith had a question on, we used to use a lot of work-study students. Do we use work-study students anymore? I remember Mike Ward started off here.
Oh, yeah.
As a work-study student, put in a lot of other hours, and there was a number. Do we have any?
we don't. Right now, especially this last year, we haven't, nobody's had any. Even the vet center, I think they've had a
Is
couple
that because of COVID?
because of COVID.
And so next year, we have no COVID, shouldn't we get some work-study students?
We can try, yeah. We haven't had any apply. We have a MOU with COCC that when we can open up, we're going to go up there, and hopefully we can talk to them. But we, in the last, even prior to COVID, the last year before that, we hadn't had any apply. So,
I had a question on the temp help.
yes,
I take it the new position is not included in the proposed budget, right, Greg?
I'm sorry, say that again?
His requested new position is not included in the proposed budget.
No.
Okay. But in the proposed budget, you have temp help going up double, $71,000.
yes. I was going to hire another temp help to come in and help out.
So you want a new person,
Yeah.
plus you want to over double your temp help amount.
No, I'm not going to, if I get a new person, then that temp help funding will go to pay for that new position. So we won't use any temporary help.
Or you can take that money that you had last year, if you had the same budget as last year, you can take that and hire a part-time person. And not pay the $5 an hour,
Right, yeah.
and still have the same amount of work capacity as you have currently,
Right now, the temp help is working full-time.
for $31,000 a year.
Yeah,
Why don't we just stick with that instead of pay $71,000?
well, I was just going to double what the one person is now getting, which was budgeted originally at $35,000 last year for temp help.
Okay.
Keith, how long has this person who's been in this temporary status, how long have they been working with you?
Almost 4 years, yeah. And it's been the same person the whole time.
They've gone from 17,000 in 2019 to 71,000?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
So they've started off as temp help, working, 2 days a week, now they're working 5 days a week?
They're working 40 hours a week, yes.
They're not working from home, you don't work, you work in the office, right?
Mostly, yes. mostly in the office. There is some remote work, but it's 90% is all in the office.
So Keith, your office is now open 5 days a week?
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you guys reopen it to 5 days a week then?
last year.
Well, I mean, you kept it even though during COVID? Because I thought,
Yes, it's been staffed by somebody, at least one person, even all during COVID.
okay,
It's been
every day.
Every day, yes, ma'am.
Fabulous.
Yep.
And I have heard your ad almost every morning.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
No, how many veterans have you helped now to date in Deschutes County?
For this last year, or
Well, just total, what's your cumulative number?
well, currently we have a little over 7,200 files in the office. We have, excuse me, we have just under 6,000 active clients in our database right now. Since January of this year, we've established 180 new clients that have never been seen before. And we've talked to their, oh, sorry. We have what they call a general log that we keep. If they're not currently a client, there's a contact log that we enter the information into. And since January, we've talked to 964 different personnel. Now, that can be veterans or it can be family members looking for help for family members. Since, let's see, April of last year when COVID started, basically from March on, we've talked to a little over 1,700 different clients in that general contact log. For retroactive benefits that we've been able to get, since January of this year, we've done 1,944,000 in retro benefits. Since July 1st, beginning of this fiscal year, we brought in 3,317,000 in retro benefits to the veterans. That is a good number. That's a real good number, especially, for a COVID year. It's a really good number. There's a lot of new programs out there with the Agent Orange for Blue Water Navy veterans. And, I think the highest retro benefit we got for one person was $297,000. So, they were living on, $800 and some dollars a month Social Security. The veteran had Parkinson's real bad, and to get $300,000 completely changed their lives. And that's what it's about. But it can be as simple as changing somebody's life by getting them a hearing aid.
Are you guys going to do like an expo in September, like you've done in the past, if we continue
We
on?
we would like to. We are doing the fair. We would love to be able to do an expo. Hopefully, things are opened up to that point that we're able to do that. We plan on it every year. That's something that's always in the workings. But it's just a matter of if we can.
I think you have a billboard out here somewhere too, don't you? I think I drove.
We had two billboards, one down there by Robertson Ford and the other one down by Fred Meyer's for that, for our office. And we have done the radio ads, social media. We've done actually quite a bit recently. Let me find it here for you.
Well, hopefully, if we are so lucky to get our two new judges, the Veterans Court, I think, could be brought into being in Deschutes County.
That would be awesome.
That's really, I hope at the top of the list.
Yes, that's,
You got two Marines in the court, that'll happen.
It'll happen, won't it? Yeah. Anyway, no, I was really happy to hear your ads and everything. I think that's so important, and
Yeah.
it's great that you've made such tremendous progress this
yeah,
last.
we did a lot of mass mailings too. We had a big postcard, 4x6 postcard that went out. to over 9,000 homes. So, we kind of kept track for a while. You know, we're trying to log how they hear about our office, whether it's online or, you know, through the radio, through billboard, through postcards, you know. And, you know, it's getting out there. And, you know, we're still hearing, we didn't know you were here. So that's the part that really makes that difference.
Keith, are there other organizations, there used to be at least, in like the VFW or some of the American Legion, they used to have veteran service officers in their organizations.
Right.
Do you have other organizations that provide similar services such as that? Or has the climate changed that there's some other organizations like COVA, the Central Oregon Veterans Outreach, and the state? Seems to me that we've seen an increase in organizations that will assist the veterans. Have you noticed that?
You know, the DAV and VFW, they do have what they classify as service officers. However, they're not trained and accredited to do what we do. So they mainly always just refer them to us. And COVO, same thing. They don't have anybody that's certified or accredited that can do that. So a lot of referrals there. There is the Lapine Outreach. We get a lot of referrals from them. We talked to Frank and William and I forgot her name now. But yeah, we talk to them probably many times a week. So, you know, it works out real well.
What about the state? They provide any assistance to our veterans?
They do provide some assistance to them. You know, they may help pay an electric bill or, you know, things like that. Yeah, absolutely. And COVO, you know, their main thing is homelessness, you know, helping get homes and, you know, temporary shelters if needed, you know, put them in a motel for as long as they can, you know. So, yeah.
But no one's doing the benefit assistance like you do.
Nobody, no. Yeah.
What's the general trend of, Keith, what's the general trend of your activity level? Has it stayed steady, increasing, decreasing?
It's increasing.
Increasing?
It is increasing, yeah.
Okay.
I think as the word is getting out more and more, our services are definitely going higher and higher.
Okay.
You know, even in, I'd say the last month of just this last month, you know, it's gone up significantly. I mean, in one day last week, we had 10 walk-ins, you know, in one day. You know, and we're
10?
10.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was that like a record, do you think?
No, but it's close.
It seems like a lot.
Yeah, it is. It is, but it's good, you know, because then our services are getting out there. You know, at this time, we can't do in-person appointments, so we're doing Zoom, telephone, you know, email back and forth if we have to. Mostly all telephone appointments, just simply because of the distancing in our offices. We don't have that ability to be that far apart. We do have a conference room in the back of the Mike Meyer building that we can use and we have used, which gives us the ability to talk in person. And we do have plexiglass shields that we bring back there with us. They're portable. So we have been able to do some in-person appointments, yes.
Keith, the money from the state, Department of Veterans Affairs, 170, how is that distributed? Is it on a per capita? Is it on your caseload, or is it on the county population? How do they do that? Or they take what they have left over and just divide it?
Well, what they do is they have a set amount. I believe it's $65,000 per county.
Whether
and-
you're
and that's-
200,000 or 10,000?
Yeah, once you get the 65,000 allotted, then it goes by veterans population in the county. and it goes to a certain amount based on that population. So,
So since we've seen a reduction in the state grant, are we seeing a reduction in the veteran population?
no,
We're
no.
seeing a reduction in state grant.
No, actually, we're getting, it's projected, the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs budget hasn't been finalized or done yet. We usually don't get what we're going to get until the end of July, you know.
We're
so
budgeting for a small reduction.
Yeah, a small reduction, which actually last year, the budget was 175,000 is what we initially got, but then they reduced it to 166,000. But they're projecting an 8% increase in our funding for this year, this next fiscal year. So we based the 8% increase on the 166.
Okay.
That's how we come up with the 173 for what we're getting. It could be more.
175,6, oh, no, 173,079.
Yeah, yeah.
So I have a question. If he has 71,000 in here already for temporary help, 71,000, does he need a special request then to convert that to an employee?
Yes.
Mhm.
Would,
Well, but you can make that decision now.
do that.
I mean, we don't need to fill out a form. If the board, if that's the inclination of the board to do that, you have the power to just tell us to do it.
Does that include the benefits then? If there's 71,000 for employee, does that include benefits? What's it really going to cost?
Yeah, I've got the actual cost is 73,600 and some odd dollars. So with that 71,000 that was budgeted for temp help, we can pull a little bit from if we have to.
What would this person be, would they be a assistant veteran service officer? Or
They would be-
office code or what?
A customer service clerk to help. We're converting our files into electronic files, which is a tedious and long process because we have to take each file and scan each letter, document it, and then we can't just take the file and scan the whole file.
We're gonna lay them off?
Pardon me? It's
Keith, correct me if I'm wrong, just make sure I've got my department straight, but isn't the individual that's been under contract services been there a long time?
almost 4 years.
Okay, so,
4 years.
okay, so effectively, there's really no change in the body, it's just how we categorize the
Well,
expense.
But I think we've only been funding it half-time. So the body will stay. Well, don't you have to open
Is
it
it,
up?
is it a halftime, it's a halftime FTE,
Full-time.
full-time?
Full-time at 31,000?
No,
See, he'd booked 35,000 the prior year.
35.
So he's doubled it
So
in order to be full-time.
I'm confused, Keith. Has the person been working full-time?
lately, yes. We're about the last 6 months. Prior to that, it was, could have been 30 hours a week.
So we've been getting what we need for 35,000. Now we're gonna make them employees and it costs us 75,000, 73.
We got some of what we need at the 35,000. We didn't get it, we didn't get all of what we actually need. So,
For a person to have worked for us for 4 years and be in this weird temp status, it just doesn't feel right. I mean,
To what?
you to use someone's services in that way and, not provide, not offer them benefits, not, make them feel like they're a regular part of the team. I mean,
You could put it in as a limited duration regular employee. So if you estimate the length of time it would take to complete that work, that way the employee would receive benefits as a regular employee and paid time off and those sorts of things, but there would be a time limit to it, a duration, so you
Well,
could
if there's
set.
a major project, I've got no problem with that. I just don't, and I'm contrary to you, Phil, I don't think we have an obligation just because the person's been there for 4 years. We have an obligation to spend the money wisely. And I don't personally feel that we say, okay, you've been here 4 years, we're gonna make you permanent and give you benefits, even though we haven't got a job, I mean, the workload. We have a lot of temporary employees that have been here, I think, longer than 4 years.
So that, I think that's the question, Mike, is whether there's actually work, and Keith has determined that he needs a full-time
I
person.
mean, when we increased Keith's staff and the veteran service officer in, his workload was just going through the roof.
Yeah,
And I have you have the workload, we should recognize that and get it handled, and we hired another veteran, because it takes a couple of years to get these trained, to get them certified, it doesn't happen overnight.
Right.
And we address that. But if it's, we got a backlog, it's gonna take us 2 years to scan, well, hire a contractor, bring them in. We did that with community development when they had all their stuff, data store or something. They
yeah,
came
I think
in.
that's where the disconnect is. We didn't really hear the pitch about being a full-time. He just said we're gonna convert it to full-time. So we didn't hear the presentation on the
Workload.
need for a full-time person. Yeah, so I think that's where the rub is. So Keith, we're out of time, but just quickly, do you need a full-time person? Can you justify that for us, or
I could, yes.
why is that?
Well, right now, because they are working full-time, and it is a backlog, even with the temporary and the permanent customer service clerk that I do already have. So they are both working at the same rate and trying to keep up.
It's a backlog with the records conversion.
Background, there's the records conversion,
We
there's
don't
all,
have a backlog of clients, so we can't see.
there is, well, the temporary person, right now, we have a phone tree, and the temporary person does all the appointment scheduling and all that kind of stuff. And Shannon, the one we have now, helps with a lot of the information sending out to the clients when they call. She monitors the other phone lines, and then each service officer has a specific phone line that goes to us. But we always, there are a lot of times that we send back the calls that we get to the temporary to make appointments and things like that. So when we're all in the office together, they're running. I mean, it's,
So Keith, you have 4 people, including yourself, and a temporary currently?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Has Shannon been with us for 10 years?
And then will be 10 years this year.
Yeah, I just signed her letter just this morning.
Yeah.
10 years. I
Yep,
think that was really.
and Andrew Middleton did the same 5 years. And Kerry Lucas will be coming up on 10 pretty soon as well.
Yeah, so I understand it to be that the need is actually there for an additional full-time person. This part-time person would step up to that. So that's the question I think he's presented to us. Are we willing to get him another full-time person as a permanent position?
I got no problem with that, as long as the workload's.
Yeah,
So can we make the motion here? Do we need a motion, or?
I think that's part of our package.
We'll note that as a decision
Yeah.
of the budget
Okay.
committee, and then that'll be part of the
Yeah.
But it's,
adopted budget.
he already has almost all the money already in his budget, so we're just missing like $2,000, 2,000.
Well, we have to convert it to a full-time position.
There will be additional cost for the benefit package. I'm guessing probably in the neighborhood of 35,000.
On the
Oh,
71?
he was telling us that it was only
It
73,000.
is, the
His
total
ask.
cost with pay and benefits is 73,600.
Yeah,
You got
73,000.
71 budgeted already.
I had
So
71
it's only
budgeted already.
$2,600 we're talking about.
All right.
So I could always take $2,000 from a different category.
You got extra money in there hidden?
Yeah.
Got something
You
in there.
Navy guys are like that.
I tell you what, sometimes it's hard for me to figure out how to spend this money. So
$70,000 hidden around there, Keith?
yeah, the state would pay, basically, the state funding is what's going to pay for this whole position. So it wouldn't actually cost the county anything.
There's the magic,
Now,
right?
that's
Oh,
confusing
really?
to me.
Not when we
So
told
is the
them.
state revenue gonna be increased over what you've put down?
It's all Measure 96 lottery funding.
So we add this, we can increase the revenue if the state's paying for it?
We can't increase the revenue, but
How are they gonna pay for it then?
because they're giving us $175,000 a year to spend. So I can use that $73,000 on a full-time employee and still have over 100,000, over 100.
Oh,
But that covers all your staff, Keith. That's not just dedicated for a new person. I mean, that grant money is
The whole
spread
office.
across.
That has to
It's
be used
already
for,
in the budget.
Yeah.
It's 173,000 from the state, 468 from the general fund, which is kind of adding up to the whole big picture here. So, I mean, really, that's the commitment, but it does sound like in the proposed budget was basically to cover this position as temp. Yeah, so I mean, I come to the same conclusion again, it's not a big step from the proposed budget.
No, it's $2,600 more.
Yeah.
Is all. So,
Keith, I think that's the magic we needed to hear. We appreciate you coming down.
Yeah, thank
today.
you.
well, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Keith.
So just a question for the Budget Committee to confirm a decision on converting the temporary budget line to a full-time FTE. Yeah.
And we knew what that was. That's a customer service.
Customer service clerk.
where is that, Dave?
Thanks,
Do we need
Keith.
to decide now whether to make that limited duration or regular?
I don't think there's a need to make it limited duration, because the funding is not limited.
I woke up, Dave.
He's over there, what, taking a,
All right,
here we go.
live audience. It's like being back in court again, the old days.
The tribunal.
Miss that.
You had one
You want
job.
to pace, Dave?
Dang.
Pace back and forth, or?
All right, did the three-hole punch.
Well,
Did that this year.
next up is legal counsel, Dave Doyle. We'll turn it over to Dave.
Here we go.
I don't mind that shit.
Hi, Dave. Oh, good, you've given us a color to look at, so I can't lose it.
Well, I tell you, sometimes I think Keith doesn't understand what I ask.
No, I know.
Thank you, sir. Good.
Dave.
Purple, huh?
Love your commercials.
Thank you.
Every time it's come on, I heart my wife.
Got any suggestions to change it? I'm open.
Okay, now this one, don't turn over until I say. Because you'll remember, I usually have a few jokes about accountants. I started back
355. No,
back in my
I emailed-
Wayne days,
I emailed it
and
this morning.
it's continued with the great days.
I emailed Jen.
It's all in good nature, right? But don't turn it over until I ask, okay? I'm gonna trust you all that you won't.
350.
50, I know, that was my question.
I mean, we gotta get rid of the landlines. Everybody's got one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then publish all their numbers in the directory.
Great idea.
No.
Status quo budget request like that.
How many cell phones do you have in your?
Maybe three?
I'm just kidding.
Sure.
But not county issue.
Thinking about that yesterday, and probably at the beginning of the pandemic, sending 350 people to Verizon to get a new cell phone on their own, you know, through their personal channel, probably wouldn't have been a good idea.
Okay, Dave.
Okay, we're ready. So in keeping with tradition, I like to have a little fun with accountants. I started that with Wayne back when I first got here. So you can turn this over, and this is in honor of the COVID world and face masks. These are accountant face masks. The first one is there are three types of accountants, those who can count and those who can't. You got to think about that for a minute, three types, two. What's 2 + 2? What would you like it to be? I can't keep calm, I'm not balanced. I hear invoices. I'm not a regular accountant, I'm a cool accountant. And my favorite one at the end there, accounting legend, and there he is. So anyway, I just wanted to do with that.
Okay, well, touche. So I have a little comeback for you.
Uh-oh.
I just can't let that sit.
Paired.
So an attorney was working late one night, not Dave, in his office when suddenly Satan appeared before him. The devil made him an offer. I will make it so you win every case that you try for the rest of your life. Your clients will worship you, your colleagues will be in awe, and you will make enormous amounts of money. But in return, you must give me your soul, your wife's soul, the soul of your children, your parents, grandparents, and those of all of your friends. Dave thought for a moment, pondered, and then asked, well, what's the catch? And I've got one more. This one's probably even better. I love this one. We'll say Dave. Dave had been practicing law since he was 25. When he passed away, he arrived at the pearly gates for judgment. The lawyer said to St. Peter, there must be some mistake. I'm only 50 years old. That's far too young to die. St. Peter frowned and consulted his book. Well, that's funny. When we add up your billing records, you should be at least 83 by now.
That's good.
You almost caught me off guard this time. Almost got me off guard.
That's a good one. So anyway, folks, thanks for having me here. I did provide you with the purple outline budget sheet. I thought I'd just remind you who we are and what it is we do. We have 2 paralegals in the legal department, Pauline and Gwen, 2 senior assistant legal counsels, Christopher and John, 2 not senior, therefore just regular assistants, but they're not regular, they're really good lawyers, Adam and Amy, and then myself, 1 legal counsel. And essentially, we provide legal service, representation, advice to all county departments, and we handle all of the county's transactional and litigation work, excepting for bond work, which is by statute limited to bond counsel, and we don't do workers' comp. And that's a product of Risk. I don't know if Eric's been in here for Risk, but Risk kind of manages and oversees workers' comp, and besides using a third-party administrator to kind of manage that piece of it, they have an outside law firm that we've utilized up in the Portland area for at least as long as I've been here, and before that, I'm sure. It's something we could do. I don't know that it's a nominal amount, or that it's a large amount of money. I think it's rather nominal that firm charges on an annual basis. I think it might be in the range of 20 grand a year. But that's something I've raised in the past, that is an opportunity that if you ever wanted to bring that back in-house. It used to be more difficult because most of the workers' comp contested matters were done up in Portland years ago, and Bend is large enough now that gets done. Most of the hearings for this area get done here in Bend. They have a hearings referee here locally that does those. So that's one option to consider into the future. And then I just listed generally some of the other major areas that we do work in. We also act as general counsel to 9/11, to Deschutes 9/11, to Sun River Service District, and to Black Butte Ranch Service District, which is primarily their police department. I've told you this since I've been here. Our workload volume has been increasing about 5% a year. I don't know if that's sort of tracking along with the population and the general growth of the county, but and our primary areas, I think, in this past year have been the health department, obviously anything and everything COVID-related that's gone through health or the Board of Commissioners or finance has at some point touched legal as well. Civil commitment hearings, you'll recall we took those on a few years back as a handoff from the DA's office to free up some FTE for the DA, and those have just exploded. Again, probably an impact COVID having something to do with it, and probably also related in some part to just the general population, but we're doing quite a few more hearings, contested hearings, than the DA's office was when they had it last. And we're doing quite a few more workups that end up settling before they go to hearing. So that's taken up a lot of time. It's been a benefit, actually. I'm very grateful for it for the office. We've been able to get our lawyers into the courtroom a lot with civil commitment hearings. We don't get into court near as often as we might like to in civil matters, because civil matters are sort of at the very bottom of the list of what gets priority at the court. And so, as you know, we're 2 or 3 judges short. And as a result, we're pushed even further to the bottom. So I believe the last civil case the county tried was 4.5 years old when it finally made its way to trial. And I tell people, it's ask somebody what they had for dinner 3 nights ago and see how long it takes to remember, and then think about asking a witness what happened 4.5 years ago. It's justice delayed is justice denied, and it applies to civil litigants as well as criminal litigants. And we get pushed so far down the ladder, it's just, cases end up resolving because, quite frankly, one or both sides lose interest. And I'm not a big proponent that cases should always get resolved. Some cases should be tried, and unfortunately, I think plaintiffs are trying some cases that probably should be tried, and settling some cases that should be tried. And I think defendants on our side, we're settling some cases that should be tried because it just takes too long to get in a courtroom. And there's a lot of expense involved. If you have expert witnesses, you have people coming from out of the area, and the court tells you your trial date's on Tuesday at 9, you've got to have them here in Bend by Tuesday at 9. And then when you show up for court Tuesday at 9, or maybe you get lucky and Monday at 4:30, the court notifies you, sorry, you don't have a courtroom after all. We'll see you in 6 months and we'll try this again. And you've geared up, and as the attorney, you've geared up. You've spent probably the last month, certainly the last 2 weeks before that trial, pretty much doing nothing but preparing for that trial. And so you have a lot of wasted time and resources there, and so that's something we're dealing with. The workplace, I just put a little note here that, we're dealing with the adjustment from, everybody worked in the office to just about everybody worked remote to some sort of a hybrid that's developing, and I'm not sure what that development's going to be and where that's going to go. I think that's a decision ultimately maybe the commissioners are going to have to make at some point. Is there going to be a countywide policy, or is it going to be department by department on how we handle what's going to be the hybrid workplace of tomorrow? And there's different factors at play there. When I first started 30 some odd years ago as a lawyer, employers didn't care if you had childcare issues. They didn't care if you had, issues with, schooling issues for your kids and that. And so you just showed up for work, and that was a problem you dealt with outside of work. I think employers now take that on as somewhat of a responsibility, or at least a concern. And so, how that impacts our hybrid workplace of tomorrow, I don't know, but I suspect there's something like that we'll be dealing with, and I have to deal with it as well in the legal department. I will say remote work, at least from legal's perspective, the work was getting done on time and as well as the people were in the office. I do have some concerns, though. I think it's very isolating and independent. I know when I first arrived here, one of my tasks was to get the legal department out of 6 different silos where there were 6 people working there and never communicating with each other. They were just in little individual silos. And I worked real hard at that, and then COVID came along and everybody went back to their silos, which is their home. And so you lose some of that morale and collaboration and sort of the teamwork and just sort of, hey, we're all in this together. You can't help but lose some of that when people are working from their kitchen or their living room. It's a difference.
Estimate. Tom, would you have an estimate, you guys, percentage of county workers' hours that are performed at home?
Well, that's hard to say, and it's changed over time. There were a lot more of them working remote at the start of the pandemic than there are now. As Dave, suggested with legal, we're in the process of bringing some back, and it also varied widely by department. So I'd probably say, and this is just a guess, Kathleen's here too, she can jump in, but probably in the first few months of the pandemic at the start, we probably had maybe half to 2/3 of our workforce was remote.
Now, a third? Yes.
That's probably fair, but it's changing. We are
Coming back to more in the office doing your
yeah,
job.
yeah, and it's hard to do a one-size-fits-all policy in this county just by the nature of the operations. And so all along, I've granted departments some flexibility in how they manage a remote workforce, and in my opinion, they've done great in adapting to this new environment. But I'm old school like Dave, and I remember the old days, and I do have concerns about just communication and team camaraderie and just in-person collaboration. So with that kind of as my backdrop, I'm in the process of kind of surveying each department individually just to find out what their, thoughts are in terms of remote work, how they got through it, what is there, the possibility that some element of remote work can stay and should stay based on an operational benefit. And that's the key. It should be based on an operational benefit, not as a perk
I agree.
to an
Well,
employee.
is the process that the department goes to personnel, or do they make it independent, or do they come to you, or they?
No, that's
here's our plan?
that's handled within the department for the most part.
So, department head says, okay, George, you can remote Monday, Wednesday, Fridays.
Yeah, and
Expect to see you Tuesdays and Thursdays.
we had this in place before the pandemic, but we made it clear after the pandemic hit that each employee that, converts to remote work signs a kind of agreement, an informal agreement with their supervisor that documents what exactly they'll be doing, how it might be measurable, kind of time limits on it. So it's not just, go work from home. There's some structure to it.
I didn't mean to cut on your time, Dave. I was just want to get a feel for it.
No, only other thing I have is I noted on the purple sheet there, it's what I'm at least calling a status quo budget. And I just highlight to some future needs. This kind of Zoom-based world that we live in now is going to require some technology updates in the future. Litigation is becoming kind of a Zoom remote-based hybrid system as well now too. Hearings have been exclusively, for the most part, remote, and the courts are telling us, both the state and federal courts, that a lot of those things might remain remote. There may be options for that type of practice. Depositions, trial work is even, there have been a number of trials that have been conducted in Oregon and nationally that have been 100% remote. That the jury wasn't in the same room as the witnesses and the parties. And how far and where that's all going to go, I'm not sure, but that does kind of really press our technological status and capabilities. And so down the road, I definitely see some needs for technology in the legal department that would help with, what I wrote down here, litigation management programs, and these help with this discovery, which has become a different beast now. They also help with the volumes that we're starting to deal with now. We're seeing more of the lawsuits that are filed in federal court. And federal court's a whole different ball of wax than state court a block and a half away. And it's much more formalized, it's much more expensive, it's much more time-consuming on the part of the litigants. You have to basically pre-try your case long before you ever end up in the courtroom. You have submissions that you do in advance, months in advance of trial, that are the equivalent of trying your case on paper before you get there to try it in the courtroom. And so that requires a lot more time and work and effort, and the federal courts have usually a little tougher deadlines. And so those are factors that are all driving some need for some technology advancements, not necessarily immediately, but certainly in the next year or two, I could see legal making some asks for some technology dollars to buy some programs.
You see the trend getting to the point where courtrooms may be less needed in the future, if it's all Zoom?
I think there'll be a lot, but I do believe that it'll be a hybrid. I think motion practice, for the most part, is going to be probably more Zoom-based than in person. I'd like to think trials are going to come back to be fully in person, but I tend to think there'll be a lot more opportunities to have certain witnesses perhaps testify remotely. Instead of flying in an expert from Cincinnati, you just have him or her testify by Zoom and save the expense of flying that person in. So I see some of that coming about. How much of it and where they'll draw those lines, I think it'll be by trial and error, and they see how it works. But it's definitely a new landscape with kind of that I call it the hybrid, because it won't be fully remote, but I don't know that we'll ever be the way we were in February of 2020 in terms of the courtrooms and how litigation's handled. But I don't know we'll ever go fully back to that.
Dave, what do you mean by trends of venue in federal court?
That we're seeing the lawsuits are are being venued
Oh,
in
okay.
federal court. So it used to be when you sued the county, almost everybody sued us in circuit court.
I got
It
you.
was convenient, it was a block away, and the lawyers felt more comfortable in front of local judges. But now when you sue government, you typically like to sue them in federal court, and, because if you ever make your way to trial, you've got jurors, it's not their tax money they're giving away. It's a bunch of jurors from Lane and Benton County that decide whether or not to have Deschutes County write a check. So it's a lot easier for those folks to say, yeah, write that person a check when it's not affecting the roads they drive on or the play equipment that their kids play on and those types of things. So plaintiff lawyers have figured that out. It took them a while. I used to scratch my head and wonder why they filed so many cases locally in circuit court. I used to think, well, they just don't want to get in the road and drive, but
Think we'll
it's a
ever-
much better venue. If I'm a plaintiff and I'm suing government, I'm always suing them in federal court.
Think we'll ever get a federal magistrate here?
I don't know, I heard John Hummel earlier this week mention that, Ben could certainly, or Deschutes County area could use one, and I agree, but I don't know, I'm sure that's an expensive endeavor.
Any other questions for Dave?
Oh, Dave, I was just noticing that the service fund charge for legal has gone up over 13% this year. Do you expect that to continue on that high of a trend?
I discussed that with Tom and Greg. I believe that's primarily a PERS piece, and I think it also has some connection to when we brought on the most recent FTE attorney a year and a half ago. The general fund absorbed that before it was pushed out fully to the departments. So I believe that's the product for that, because essentially we're just personal services. We don't really have much else of a budget. So it's wages and it's PERS. And I believe that was it. I don't know. I'll look to Greg or Tom. They might be able to better address that question, but.
Yeah, I don't recall the specifics for the increase in legal, but I suspect it was similar to the reason that Greg explained yesterday with IT and just some adjustment with respect to the, change in the contingency requirement for legal. I mean, Dave's exactly right. There weren't any cost increases in legal that would have necessitated an increase in the fees. It's obviously there's adjustments up and down for every department, based on where his office spends his time. But I think it was more of a mechanical adjustment rather than any kind of cost change.
Well, it goes back to the joke I said at the beginning of his presentation, that there might be some truth in his billable hours. We haven't audited his records yet, but I'm considering asking Mr. Givens if he could take a look.
Hey, there you go.
No,
We invite that scrutiny.
I'm sort of kidding.
Sort of.
Sort of kidding.
Gotta hold on to it, yeah.
Sort of kidding.
Sorta.
Yeah, you just never know. But no, on ISFs, a couple things. And I had this conversation with Joe yesterday about it. He was really concerned in talking to the Budget Committee about the ISF rates and the impact of ISF rates. And I think that's important because that's what our customers are paying for. But on the other side, we also need to be looking at expenses. And so what's happening with our expense growth, we want to make sure we're keeping that reasonable over time. The rates, because of the last couple of years, the things we've changed have been a little bit wonky in terms of utilizing some existing sources that purposefully buy down what we charge departments, not related to expenses, it's related to cash we have sitting in our accounts. And then it makes the next year look like it's a significant increase because we artificially bought down the prior year. So the message I told Joe is just over time we want to make stability, and it's just we have this couple of year difference that kind of bounces around a bit.
Any other questions? All right, Dave. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Kathleen?
Thank you.
Oh, oh, that is for, was that done at 5:30 a.m.?
No, it was, I told the printer to do that apparently.
Oh. It's always fun, isn't it?
Rigby?
have to go outside to get warm today. I know, I'm thinking like, I knew I, thank God I brought my clothes.
All right, next up is Human Resources. I'll turn it over to Kathleen.
Shrikvi, here's your opportunity to sit front and center up there.
Thank you, committee. Kathleen Hinman, HR Director. And it's true, in the back of the room, I do have Trygve Bolkin. He'll be handling all the tough questions regarding the health benefits, so just turn that way when you have those. No, so a couple of things. First, I want to say Budget Week is turning into one of my favorite weeks here because I love listening to all of the departments talk about what they do and their services and what they provide, because that is really what Deschutes County is, right, and what we do. So, and being a service department, we serve them, and we, on the presentation, what you have at the front here is our value statement, and so just to read that for Human Resources, we champion a culture of inclusion, innovation, and engagement to realize the full potential of the people who support our community. And so that's really kind of how we see what we do here. So, all right. Really the department overview, current staffing, 8 FTE. So it's myself, we have Robin Edwards as our administrative assistant, Terry Lorenz, HR analyst. She gets a title upgrade to systems and compensation as her area of expertise. Jason Bavuso, HR analyst, employment and labor relations. Jennifer Clemens, HR specialist, recruiting. She is our sole recruiter, and she does an amazing job there. Natalie Jones, HR specialist with, she does our employment. So anything that touches an employee's sort of life cycle with us is, she really does and manages all of that. Trygve Bolkin, HR analyst for benefits. So he oversees the all of our employee benefits, the health benefit plan. And then Sue Henderson is our HR specialist, leave administration and benefits. So she works a lot with departments and employees on protected leave, things like ADA, for instance, American Disabilities Act, ensuring that their rights are met and that we support them, as well as supporting benefits. So she does a lot with our life insurance programs, et cetera. So I want to give a shout out, though, to Jennifer Mannix and Rachel McKim at the Sheriff's Office. So they are HR specialists, not within Human Resources, but we work very closely with them. So we have a good partnership with them. All right, so total budget, pretty exciting, just an increase of 4.6%. That's kind of just standard. There's no big surprises in there. We do have a special request, though, for 1 FTE, which we'll get to a little later. Next, just kind of go over what we do, and it's in your packet there, but kind of to read through everything: compliance, reporting, investigations, employee relations, policy and procedures, contract negotiations, training, HR information systems, status changes, records management, recruiting, classification, compensation, leave administration, employee recognition, performance management, discipline, volunteer coordination, benefits administration, and unemployment claims. So I'm sure there's more. That's all that fit on that slide, right? So just to talk a little bit about some of the accomplishments that we've seen over the past year. So department support for COVID-19 employment impacts, and kind of started talking about that a little bit earlier, but there was a lot of questions, especially early on. Then there kind of was a lull. And then actually as we started seeing more actually positive COVID cases at the county, there were a lot more questions from departments calling HR about how to handle that and what do we do. And so we talked with departments and provided a lot of consultation and advice on how to address exposures, required quarantines, and then safe return to work processes. The other piece that we did, which our great recruiter Jen handled almost pretty much by herself, she supported the Max Vaccination Clinic by clearing over 900 volunteers into the Public Health Reserve Corps. So they still have to go through a screening process, et cetera. So that was done in a pretty short period of time. We're able to support health services in getting that stood up. And the other thing I want to give a shout out to is our team actually volunteered a lot of their time at the clinic themselves as well. So great work there. We did maintain a resource site for supervisors and employees regarding COVID-19 issues. And we successfully transitioned the HR team to and our services to a mix of in-office, remote, and virtual platforms, kind of as needed during the pandemic. And I would say that it was pretty much with minimal, if any, impacts to services. So we were able to have all of our contact information. So if you call Trigvy's county phone, for instance, well, Trigvy was in office, you'd actually get him in office. But if you called my county phone, for instance, on certain days, you would get me at home. But hopefully you didn't realize that. And same with our access to all of our systems was all, thanks to the help with IT, we were able to access all of that without any disruption. We did have a mix of in-office, which actually worked out really well. So we were able to keep our office open the entire time. And also were able to meet the needs of our team who needed to be working remotely at times. We have started the transition back. So the requirement is now that everyone is in office at minimum 2 days a week. And we will continue to sort of up that as we go. We are looking at, still some needs around exposure issues, like we have, school-age children, for instance, at home, some of us, and so as there's quarantine requirements there, some of us then get to stay home as well. So another accomplishment is that we transitioned the county's training program to a virtual platform to support the training needs while remote. So we actually didn't see a real dip in training. Folks still continued to get the training they needed. I will say that some of the course catalog didn't translate as well to virtual, and so we're hoping to get that in our upcoming catalog to start back with some of those classes in person, because we do miss those. We also added some trainings focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion awareness, so that was we actually have had those throughout the years, but really more of a focus. And as a reminder, we do the public sector partnership for our training program, so all of the local partnerships, which actually has grown. We partner together to create that catalog. Another accomplishment is that we constructed the integrated family medical leave tracking module, and so that's actually part of now our electronic time and attendance system. And that will actually be launched. It's sort of working behind the scenes, and we're doing some test cases through that, and that's to be launched in FY22. And we did that for a couple of reasons. One, automation helps with reduction in paper, but the other piece is that Oregon Paid Family Leave Program will be starting in, employers are to pay into it in 2022, with the benefit program starting in 2023. However, there is a bill currently to delay that by about 8 or 12 months, but the reality is a paid leave program for things like FMLA, OFLA, it's in our future. So we are preparing for that. And the other one is that we increase support for department recruitment selection processes. I think you've sort of heard over and over again how difficult recruiting has been this year and continues to be. And so we've actually gotten pretty creative at times in partnering with our departments in accessing candidates. And so we have actually done some multiple posting rewrites, so sometimes just taking a fresh or different look at how we're saying who and what we need, what kind of services we need, can increase the applicant pool or just change the applicant pool. And so that was really helpful. And we expanded advertising networks, and we included some more targeted diversity networks, actually diversity.com, which includes quite a few. And the other thing that we did was, in certain situations with our hard to fills, we actually partnered with staffing agencies, and I think this was a pretty creative idea from one of our analysts, to funnel applicants into our system. So we didn't fully outsource that because that actually didn't seem to be the most effective, and we still wanted to kind of maintain the process, oversee the process. But we partnered them to sort of send us applicants. And we've done that a couple of times now. A couple of times it's been successful. Other times, we've selected from our pool. So we'll continue to evaluate that as a opportunity. But as we know, most of our staffing agency partners are also experiencing a recruiting slump. I would also like to say that we have identified a new county administrator. So that was a big process that was intense, and I think the outcome was great. but, you know, definitely took up quite a bit of our time, and that was handled completely internally with our team. The next piece I wanted to point out, and I kind of just threw.
Kathleen, on the
Yes.
accomplishments, I remember last year, we had a pretty good discussion on an ask for a consultant, I think it was $150,000. And your department graciously said, we'll attempt to do it in-house, and I think it was for
Pay equity.
pay equity. And how have we done on that?
Sure. So I like your version of how we accepted that task better than mine.
Well, you
but
did.
yes,
You were
yeah.
very professional.
Yes, okay. So, you know, I gave, I think, at the mid-year budget meeting update, you know, that we established a plan. We've been working through that plan. And right now we're triaging in terms of the analysis based on hires, right? So every time that a department wants to, say, hire someone at an advanced step, we evaluate. So we're doing it.
Process.
Exactly. So it's an ongoing process, and we're, you know, we're really prioritizing them based on the need. So as, in fact, we just had one, and Tom approved it the other day, where we complete, you know, an analysis. We look at the incumbents, and it's a little bit time-consuming, I will say, and it does kind of slow the process a little bit, but actually in one of my discussions, I got some great feedback from one of the department heads that said, you know, essentially, they weren't sure about this process at first, but after they looked at it and understood it, that they actually really like the process. And so some departments, some hiring managers are choosing to have all of their offers evaluated this way first and foremost before they even consider them.
So you think maybe over time, I'm saying 3-5 years, that will be listed as a fully accomplished? Right now it's incremental.
Right, yes. I would say right now it's incremental. 5 years is probably longer than I have the plan. I'm hoping for less. It is something that we will always have to do, though.
Sure.
So, you know, that's kind of what became apparent, is that it says every 3 years an analysis has to be done, but really to maintain it,
You're going to be doing it
you
every
have
year.
to do it all the time. It's
You
a
gotta
new
put that
step.
down as a great accomplishment.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Yes. So I heard a lot of discussion about turnover and what's happening right now. And so I actually kind of just, and I apologize for anyone watching that I don't have this up, but I'd be happy to share the turnover rates with all the departments at another time. We have our turnover reporting in the presentation to you, and just to kind of go over our grand total in FY20 was 8.9, and you know, we hover around 8.5. It was a little bit higher, but in 21 we did go up to 9.5, so our turnover is increasing. And I looked at the reasons, right? Because one of the things that HR started doing was collecting a reason as to why you're leaving. And the top reasons are other employment at 27%, retirement at 21%, and then there's kind of two that were really close third, so I kind of stuck them together. Resignation, which is kind of just means that they probably didn't want to give us a reason, and then personal reasons at 31%. And 31% for both of those combined. The other employment is a big one. We're seeing folks, opportunities open up. You know, we've heard of folks who are looking elsewhere. I think there was the discussion about attracting people and the housing market being an issue. Retaining people due to the housing situation is actually also an issue, right? So we actually have a couple of employees who are relocating because they can purchase a home in a different location. And so, you know, it is impacting us. The other piece with other employment is that we have folks who maybe have sampled this remote work life and have decided that they really want this opportunity. And so with long-term and forever. And so with other organizations realizing this and it being an option, we have had some folks who have left employment to seek that as an opportunity, right? So still living within Deschutes County, but working remotely for another organization. And then others just because opportunity is available. And I think that there was kind of not a lot of movement in FY20 due to like what's going to happen with the pandemic. But now people are realizing the opportunities that are out there. I think a lot of other organizations are figuring out how to do a balance and are opening up and looking to hire more. So we are seeing some folks leaving for other employment. where we didn't see that as a high, that is the number one for a long time.
But Kathleen, remember I asked you, and the number of years that the employees have been here only dropped 0.05%.
Right. So it's really our year 1 through 5, so our employees who are within year 1 to 5, where we see the most turnover.
Is there any specific reason why Greg's department, they're all leaving in droves?
We've
I'll let
we've
Greg-
looked at that hard.
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything right.
Okay.
Well, to go back to Dave's joke, maybe the counting is not quite.
Right. He's not saying anything.
And
Starting to get a little warm in here.
Mr. 14.3?
Oh, 14.3, that's, wow. When you don't have very many people, though, it looks really bad if you lose one, right?
Especially if you have a
Yes.
department with one person, you got
Yes.
100%.
When you don't have,
It's the
Kathleen,
denominator, that's
can I just ask?
yes, if you had more employees, it
That,
would look.
that large volume of people who are leaving in the 1 to 5 year service period, I mean, is that unusual?
I would say that's where most organizations see their turnover, is in the 1 to 5 years. And, there's some, especially when we look at where it's happening, highest, for instance, I know that Health Services talks about losing a lot of theirs within the 1 to 5 years, because that's when you can obtain licensure, for instance, right? We do see some high turnover there. That is one of the pieces, actually, that we're looking at doing. We're not getting a great return on our exit interviews. I think that folks aren't interested in providing that detail. And so we're looking at addressing that. And so there's some different ways. One of the ways is to have stay interviews versus an exit interview, for instance, right? And so stay interviews where you talk to someone kind of around their first year, and you talk to them to see why they're staying, right? What is it that's great about here, and what would make you leave, right? And so we're looking at establishing some stay interview opportunities, as well as looking at a more anonymous, at least feel from the person providing the survey answers at the exit interview, to see if we can get some of the information back. But, what is it, and really why is it that you're leaving Deschutes County?
And I'd say that it's always an important thing to continue to pay attention to, but zero turnover should never be a goal. And something around 9% is actually a really good number, in the world.
It is lower, yeah, it is.
Not 14.3, but 9 is very good.
I mean, I want to couple that question with a question about retirement. So we have a substantial amount of retirement going on right now. Is that, I hear about, the baby boomers retiring, and, kind of how that in certain agencies that I'm familiar with, how that's going to leave a huge gap. Do we have, is that, are our employees spread across the age spectrum, or are we looking at a very large exodus in, the next decade?
I think we're in that exodus, actually. So we've experienced it, and think about, you'll see in some of my operational goals coming up, I have 3 director positions, right? We have 3 director positions to fill. The other piece is that actually in the next turnover metric is supervisors, because we look at, and we felt that there was kind of a higher turnover in supervisors, which are typically going to be maybe further along in their career, and maybe more likely eligible for retirement. That's exactly what we're seeing, is a higher than kind of normal turnover for us in the supervisor area, which does a couple of things. Creates opportunity for growth within the organization, but it also creates a need for training and getting those supervisors up to speed, for sure. So I think we're in that retirement piece, right? So we're seeing a lot of folks who are tier 1 who are leaving the organization, and given kind of the booms that the county has had in terms of staffing, right, we're probably kind of in that area.
Do you know how many of those 24 are retirements?
Of 24?
The supervisor turnover, grand.
Not off the top of my head.
I bet it's a pretty high percentage.
It is. Yeah, yes, it is.
And so we're in that retirement exodus right now. How many more years of that do we think we might have?
I don't have a great answer for that off the top of my head. You know, I would say I would say that we're looking at, you know, a wave of the tier 1. We're probably going to head into tier 2 here. I mean, we are seeing tier 2 for sure. And OPSRP is a very different benefit, but it's one that, you know, with age, you can become eligible quite quickly. And so some folks who have maybe come to work here and are employed for 5+ years, they're eligible if they're of age. And so, you know, they may see that opportunity to leave as well. I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to look at the ages for sure and do some analysis on that.
Just putting those two things together, you know, that there's a lot of turnover in the in new employees, and that there's a lot of employees, you know, very senior employees that are exiting due to retirement. I mean, you know, that makes me very concerned about, you know, worried for the future.
Yeah, I think that, and that's actually one of the areas that we in HR have identified as an area that we really need to invest resources, and that's in the training and supporting of that succession planning. But it's not just getting someone to that new position. You know, we're seeing that we really need a lot of support for that new supervisor when they're in that position, not because they're doing a bad job, but because they just don't know what they're doing, right? In terms of, you know, having someone work through their first ADA experience, for instance, right? That it's going to be a lot more service intensive from HR standpoint to support them through that. And we're glad to do so, so don't stop calling. I just want to.
No, I've noticed that the next 1 year, you're going to have, at least my 40 years plus here, I've never seen this many department heads vacancies at the same time. I've always had 1 or 2 or something, but, you know, county administrator, community development, community justice, solid waste. I mean, that's like a tidal wave coming. And I know you're going to get through it, but it wasn't that the county's shitty. These people are just hitting time to retire.
No, I mean, it's a
Yeah.
reflection that the county's been a great place to
Yeah,
work, that there's
exactly.
so many people who've been here
But it's a
20,
blip.
25,
I think,
30 years.
yeah, from my point of view, it's just a big blip, but.
Right.
One last thing I'd like to ask about that is, so we've been very interested in longevity, that longevity statistic recently, and if there are a lot of people who are retiring who are 20, 25, you know, year employees, I mean, does that mean that in the next couple of years our longevity is just going to whoosh? Because you take a 25-year employee out of that average, and it you know, has a significant statistical impact.
You know, it may. I think that.
Depends on who you hire.
Right. We are also saying, you know, we really see that higher turnover in the 1 to 5 years, but there's something, I guess, magical about your 6th year here at the county, because when you hit that 6th year, we see in the 6 to 10 years, we see a higher rate of stay than we do in that 1 to 5. And so I think that'll start to build and maybe not impact that average 10-year as much. So moving on to operational goals in FY22. So a couple of things that we're working on is to officially roll out that integrated family medical leave tracking module, and evaluate learning management systems for countywide use. So a lot of departments utilize maybe their own for you know, subject matter specific training that they need within their organization, something like Relias, for instance. But we're evaluating it in terms of considering like supervisor skill sets, for instance. You know, what are there better ways to deliver kind of mass training, if you will. So we're going to just start evaluating those opportunities. We have a couple of other partners here in Oregon, in Deschutes County specifically, who are also evaluating those. So we're kind of doing that together. Here it is, Mike. Continue to work on the pay analysis plan. And then support finding the 3 new directors. So we're actually going to start that process here pretty soon. And so we will look for the best there. And then increase support for hiring managers in finding and selecting candidates. So this is one of those new supervisors. They've likely never managed a hiring process before. And so there's a lot that goes into it, right? We have to watch for all of our required laws, our bias training, veterans preference, things like that. So there's just a lot more support that comes in terms of helping hiring managers in that selection process.
Kathleen, I had a question on your goals, and it comes out of the study which you were intimately involved with the DA's office, where the recommendation from whatever those folks were, and they needed a lot of support in HR, for training and evaluations and stuff. And I guess DA Hummel does not want to hire someone, which I support, but in turn work closely with your office. There was no mention to that. I would guess your ask for another employee would be key to be able to provide good, reasonable support for the DA's office to be able to accomplish those issues that they clearly have in the department. Can you comment on that?
Yeah. Yes, and in fact, DA Hummel and I discussed that, in great length in terms of how, and what that might look like, and we'll continue to talk about that. But yes, the the idea with the new position, I'm asking for administrative assistant. The idea is that we want to get some of that administrative work off of some of our analyst and specialist level plates, so that our analysts and our specialists can work more closely with the DA's office, for example, the managers over there, the supervisors over there, in supporting them in those needs, right? Ensuring evaluations are completed timely, working through job descriptions, for instance. And then the other one is evaluating performance, right? Outside of a traditional sort of evaluation, right? Are they doing a good job? Do we need to work on work plans? And in fact, that's what we're doing right now with them. So I think part of it is, us supporting them in areas that they didn't know that they needed so much support. And so.
They sound very willing and open to get the help.
Yes, yeah. We just, I think we have a good line of communication, and I think it'll just improve, especially with this study.
Thank you.
So continued goals, continue increased client consultation for employment concerns, including investigations and ADA processes. So we do have, quite a few, a bit of work around this that we're working on, not in terms of doing it, but just that there are investigations occurring. It's part of what we do, making sure things are going correctly. Complete the AFSCME bargaining for new contract terms. And then the other bullet point here is to begin Sheriff's Office bargaining. And so Captain Garrison did reach out and would like HR to be involved in that. So we'll begin. That is actually, the contract's not due or doesn't end until next June, but the thought of starting it sooner is probably a good idea. And then support for the return to office plan, and that's countywide. And so I have been working with departments on what that return looks like. There are some definite examples of what not to do, right? Don't say everyone is back tomorrow, because people have to figure out how to transition back. And we're looking at, I'm supporting departments right now in evaluating how they want to do that transition back to work. So we are working on that. All right. So I was going to jump into the health benefit fund, and if there isn't any questions.
So just acknowledging on the kind of the back to work or back to office plan. It was working still, but back to office plan. And it was just mentioned, but with Dave, really, there's probably a future hybrid workplace that societies are going to be expecting, but also the morale and collaboration is the goal, and committing to really producing the work products that we're committed to also. So there's definitely a conversation there, and it just, let's think of it as a bright future and not a negative thing.
I agree, and we've worked with some supervisors or managers to help establish how they will evaluate the productivity
Yeah.
of an employee, for instance, right? And so I think that, I think that folks are aware of that need. And then also, for instance, I had 3 employees who wanted to be in office during the whole time, and so it definitely worked out, just to the point that remote work is not for everybody.
Well, and, I understand that, you're at home and you gotta switch gears. You gotta really get out of the bedroom and past the kitchen into the office, so.
Pass the load of laundry on the,
No, their laundry rooms look way better than mine. But then when I work at home, I have my cat on my laptop and my dog.
Yeah.
It's like, and that could cause its own problems.
all right. So Health Benefit Fund, just to quickly acknowledge, there was an extra packet that I passed out, and that was because there was a request for some benchmarking on our health plan, so I kind of gave a lot of information there. I didn't include it. I'm not going to discuss it in great detail, but I will kind of cover it and be happy to answer any questions kind of either now or offline. But the Health Benefit Fund, we are proposing a 0% increase in the rate, but that does project us to use a little bit of the reserve, and that's about a 4% use of the reserves, which is about $900,000 total. And then that would bring the ending fund balance at the end of FY22 down to $15 million. The chart that exists here is that you can kind of just see where our revenues are, expenditures. It's kind of just a quick snapshot, our cost per FTE. And cost per FTE can be different, right, than the rate, because as we see here, the rate is going to be one thing, but if we're subsidizing it with 4%, the cost is actually a little bit more. You'll see claims paid, FY21, 8.3% increase over the year prior. This is a great example of why we don't look at claims year over year, because then if you go and look at our 5-year average, we're at 4.1%. So one bad year doesn't necessarily spoil the whole bunch, but it does, it can impact it. We do have our 10-year average there also at 3.3%. The spreadsheets that I provided are kind of the detail of this, of this chart. And one of the things that I've pointed out in the spreadsheet is that there is a line that talks about the surplus or the deficit each year of the contribution to the ending fund balance, right? So did we use some of it? Did we add to it? And then I broke it out per FTE. So that's a good evaluation for us to see, was the rate correct that year, or did our cost that year actually, need to use some of the reserve, or did it actually add to the reserve? And
A question.
Yes.
And this would be for finance, not this. Is this a pool of dollars that would be appropriate to self-borrow from at some level?
no,
Well, but yeah, so as I say, if it's 15 and there's a statutorily or business case for X, there's an excess. And that's why I'm asking it now, is in, could this be on the table or not?
I thought it was, I thought the plan was to.
Sure, that's what insurance companies do.
But no, but I'm saying, if we're gonna borrow $5 million from ourselves to build a courthouse, could this be on the table? That's all I'm asking, yeah.
It's a pool of funds that could be used to borrow. There's some restrictions in terms of it being an insurance, insurance,
Yeah, so not the whole
Reserve
thing, but
trust,
some number
yeah.
could be thought of out
Yeah.
of this fund. So that's separate from,
Well,
We got a legal opinion from Dave on that, right? There are some restrictions.
there are some.
oh, yeah.
there are some restrictions, right? So it has to be used in accordance with ORS 731, which states that all of the costs expenses out of that have to be associated with the program.
Well, and this is borrowing, not
A
taking.
loan was included in that.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. So I think that there's probably further discussion on that.
Put your offices over there, so.
I mean, there's probably, with the different reserves that we have, there's probably variable liquidity needs, right? I mean, Kathleen needs to have a certain amount of those reserves in case there's a disastrous year of claims. But there's other reserves that are probably we don't need to be as liquid.
Well,
right?
and really, the question I'm asking is, would it be on the table or not? Is it black and white? You're saying
Right.
not, maybe.
That's what we evaluated it with our benefit consultants and their ERISA attorneys, and they advised not to do that.
At all.
At all, because,
white.
right, they said ORS 731 states that it can only be used for the program, and that is because there are multiple inputs to that. So because we have, what goes into that reserve is Deschutes County's money, COIC's
Yep.
money, Black Butte Ranch's money, and the employees' funds.
And that's why I'm asking,
Yeah.
just get clearer, so.
Well,
But you nodded yes right away.
Well, so the context where this question came up before was in using some of it to invest into the PERS side account a couple years ago when we first had that conversation. And we spent a lot of time looking at that, and it was clearly that wasn't, there wasn't a path to do that.
I'm thinking, yeah.
We'll have to look-
$2 to $5 million, and we might not even need to do it. There may be plenty of liquidity other
Well,
places.
there's other ways you can maneuver around that. You can just not put it in for this year and then borrow it from yourself.
So
there's-
that's
Yeah,
exactly
I'm
the
just-
case, Mike. Yeah.
Oh,
is
there you
that
go.
there are-
Yeah, there you go.
Once it's in the fund, then the restrictions hit.
That's
So
what-
you're right. You
But
just
if you
don't.
bypass the fund, you can get it
With
done.
the- Yeah, okay.
And that was actually what was advised by the consultants, was if you feel that your fund is at a good level, either
Just totally.
use higher subsidies to reduce those, or to not charge for a
Yep.
period of
Yeah,
time.
so there's strategies to do that.
And that's been the approach for this model that we've been talking about, and finance and HR has been working together on this, is to find a way to slowly to use some of those subsidies. Right now, we're looking at I think Kathleen said a $15 million ending fund balance. The goal is to get that down to around $8 million over time.
I've been hearing that for.
But the strategy of writing it down to control internal cost long-term is different than chunking it down for the purpose of an investment of something else.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah,
So you
and
said 8 million is our real goal?
Is 8 million the
that's what our policy
6 to 8 million?
says. Yeah, I mean, there's some
what I
flexibility
thought.
within the policy, but it kind of points to about an $8 million reserve.
I know.
And what's interesting about that, and there's some, I don't mean to jump in on this, but we're talking about numbers, so, and in the budget, in the notes there, it says this, but we had, since FY 2018, we have had no increases in the rates to departments, none. So if you count this year, that's 5 fiscal years, and one of those years was a 5% reduction.
We're doing
the
pretty
rates.
good.
Yeah, so the message is, if we continue to do it this way, we will need to start increasing rates at some point, but we want to just make sure that we're thoughtful and looking ahead. And, 1 year can change, if you had a couple $1 million claims, that could completely change everything.
Oh, yeah, so we can switch back to the analysis of the fund. I just wanted to have that conversation
Yeah,
a
no.
little bit, yeah.
And you actually led right into the next discussion, which is a health benefit fund reserve discussion, so.
Yeah, I've been on these benchmarks.
Yes.
Another statistic, it was called, utilization rates or experience rating?
Yes.
What's our experience rate? Is that in here? I couldn't find it.
It's not in there right now, no. I think we're
That
at,
was kind of
right,
the language to which
We were-
other insurers would look.
.98. 0.98 was, because we had kind of that high year, and that was, they evaluated it as of 2020. And they do a projected rate, and the projected rate was 0.95. So they see it,
But in the past, we have an average? I was just curious.
Yeah, I don't know.
We've had good years. I'm assuming it might even have been down at .91 or .89.
very well could have been, yeah. And in fact, the giant spreadsheet I passed out, which is, this is the sheet that Greg and I sort of send back and forth every once in a while. And this is a condensed version, but what it shows is our revenues, our expenditures, and our ending fund balance, that operating surplus and deficit. And then it shows kind of what was put into the fund each year based on our utilization, or what the reserve had to support costs for it. So that's been established. And then we do a forecast out 5 years to kind of see how that plays out. And so in terms of the reserves, we have the option to use the reserves to subsidize the health plan rates. So kind of I was asked to model a couple of different scenarios, and one is just to maintain the proposed rate for FY '22 and use reserves in the upcoming years to sort of minimize that cost increase to departments, just like Commissioner DeWong talked about. And then I provided 2 other spreadsheets in that packet that kind of show the use of a 2.5% rate subsidy, an additional 5% rate subsidy. And the modeling shows that an additional 2.5% rate subsidy in fiscal year '27, so in that 5-year forecast, would get us down to $8.9 million. And then if we were to do the additional 5%, the 5 years would be 5.3. That does include increases, though, starting in FY '23, minimal at 2.5%. But the point is that we start to sort of incrementally use some of that fund and increase the rates. Let's see. Any questions on that, or should I keep going? Hearing none, I'll continue. All right, health plan benchmarks. So the request was to bring, how are we doing compared to some of the others? And there are some benchmarks that we look at every year. One is the one from Milliman, in which our information is run through Milliman, and it's looked at different sectors. And the reality is that, the cost to the members, so any out-of-pocket cost, is quite a bit lower, including the employee premium, right? So, and just as a reminder, the employee premium is $90 for everybody, so either an individual or a full family per month. And so, in terms of comparables, we definitely saw that. Our tiered rates, which everyone knows we budget on a composite rate, but our tiered rates tended to be a little bit higher than our comparable public sector group, for instance. However, when we looked at the composite rates, they're a little bit closer. Our dental coverage is, we provide a very generous dental coverage compared to the other sectors that we looked at. And that is Milliman's national, so it's pretty big. However, they do bring it down to regional and then by sector in the comparison that we have, and you have those details actually in your, yes.
Kathleen, I didn't fully understand. So our tiered plan rates compared to other public sector a little bit higher.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean our costs are a little higher, or what we provide is a little bit higher? Or?
What we provide is higher, and then the cost of it is a little bit higher. But given that we're providing a richer benefit, it probably evens out, especially given the next benchmark that we'll look at. The next benchmark that we use, and actually this is one that I really, really like, it's called it's called Plan IT. It may be Plan IT, I'm not really sure. But what's nice about this one is that it's actually kind of an electronic database that uses our actual claims information. And so the claims information goes into the database. We can actually drill down and look at it. It doesn't have names on it, which is nice. It just has those details. So if we kind of wanted to know why a certain area is increasing or what is the true driver of that area, we can actually dig down and look at it. This is actually only our second year with this benchmark, but we really like it. And so the piece here is that when we looked at the cost per employee, this was back in 2020, they were a little bit off, but it's $15,062 compared to Plan IT's book of business, which is $17,543. So we looked at the cost of the benefits we're providing compared to their book of business. Ours is lower, right? So meaning we provide just as rich, if not richer, benefit, but the cost of ours is actually lower.
This is a year old, so it's even lower now, because we haven't changed.
Right.
Sorry, can you explain the difference between what the Milliman measures and what this Plan IT measures?
Sure. So Milliman is not looking at our claims data. They're just looking at the rates, the benefit plan. So the fact that, it's $0 to access, right? We have a no-cost barrier clinic. and that it's $25 a copay. So they're just looking at that plan design. What Plan IT does is that they actually look at all of our claims. And so why that's important or a good piece to evaluate is that certain claims cost more here in Deschutes County than they do in other areas, for instance. And so we can really kind of start to look at that. And that impacts the true cost of our plan or our services.
I mean, could you interpolate from this, we offer good plans with like preventative services and things like that so that the claims are lower? I mean, our claim costs are lower, or is that trying to read in too much?
No, I actually think that that's exactly the type of information that we can evaluate from this, right? We have, the one area, actually, one of the main reasons that impacts, we'll just turn to the next page and look at it, actually, is the utilization information. And this is just a summary, but the green areas is where we're doing better than the norm. And some of the big cost drivers are going to be inpatient hospital, outpatient hospital, emergency room, and outpatient surgery were a little bit higher, but not, terribly. And so if you look at that, those inpatient and outpatient hospital and emergency room and inpatient surgery, we are much lower than the national, and so that's one of the big reasons why our claims are lower. It has to do primarily there. Alternatively, you can see that our mental health visits and our physical medicine visits are quite a bit higher than the national norm. Physical medicine, I will say that that group does include our chiropractic and massage, or alternative care, that not everyone offers that benefit. So that is a little higher, but what's nice about using this is that we can actually dive in and kind of cut that out to look at the actual physical medicine, like, PT, for instance.
But Kathleen, at a high level, I mean, if you factor in the doc, the pharmacy, the wellness program, the health risk assessments, all those things as cost elements of our plan versus the benefit they provide in keeping them per employee.
Correct.
I mean, that's
It's
kind
huge.
of a no-brainer. Yeah,
It is.
In terms of assessing the value of the expense of our plan and the effect it has on claim costs.
Right. And the biggest one was, especially that Plan IT, when we talked to them about, is that no-cost barrier to our clinic, and then our low-cost, the lower-cost options that are available at the doc pharmacy. It contributes to medication adherence. And then not just that, but our pharmacist there contributes to the medication adherence. I mean, I just got a call the other day, are you ready for the refill? Oh, I guess I am, right? And so making sure that we continue on that. So it's that type of preventative care and that proactive service that impacts those, what would end up in an inpatient hospital, right? Or potentially inpatient surgery.
So Kathleen, these numbers, and if you're saying hospitalization is actually on the better side of it, I've heard that St. Charles is really 25% higher than like going to Portland for the same thing. So, but this seems to be not confirming that?
No, it is. Actually, you're right. So the frequency is lower. If you go over to average paid, you'll see we're at 1.33, 1.21. And what that talks about is the cost per claim is higher. And so, correct, right? So that's why I talk about some things cost more in Deschutes County, or even regionally. And so that's the impact. So being able to kind of dig down and understand, it's good to keep those lower just because it's better to have less utilization of hospital, but it's especially better because the cost per visit is higher than, say, Portland, where there's
Competition.
there you go.
Yeah, I heard that orthopedists and ENTs, it was much more reasonable to go to Portland, like 50% less, for surgeries, et cetera.
We used to send people to get MRIs to Eugene, pay their way at the Hilton, and give them a day off, and we still save 40%.
Really? Just to go to Eugene, huh?
I mean, then St. Charles finally came around, but.
Okay.
So,
So I was just going to add something here, too. So I've asked, we've had a couple of new in my turnover, in my 14.3%.
Yeah,
So-
but a lot of supervisors, we're not even talking about them.
Well, that would be me, and that's probably another issue altogether. But one of the things I've asked is about, when you've considered to come here, what were some of your thoughts? And in every time, and it's only been a few, but it's been, part of that consideration has been on the health plan and the cost of the plan. And where I'm going to with this is, we talk a lot about the increasing cost of living here lately, and maybe some concerns about how wages are keeping up and whatnot. But one of the things I've heard almost every time I've asked is that it's essentially a financial incentive for folks to come here because of the quality of the health care plan and the savings that they're getting from coming here. So it's kind of a win-win for them, and it's significant. It's not just a small amount.
We actually put a link in our recruiting materials directly to our benefits, so that folks can see that and encourage them to contact us if they have questions. So, real quick operational accomplishments, completed online open enrollment with a mix of remote work and on-site employees. We issued the doc, so our on-site clinic and on-site pharmacy RFP, and actually we have completed vendor selection. We'll make that announcement probably next week, and we'll begin contract negotiation. Established the employee-independent COVID-19 vaccination clinics at the Doc Pharmacy, so we did get some folks in through there. And then, of course, we've kept up with all of the amendments through, CARES Act changes and other legislation for our FSA, our health plan, and our COBRA. Our operational goals. So what are we going to do next year? We will implement the new vendor contracts resulting from the RFP. Even if we keep one of our vendors, we will have updates to the contract, et cetera. So there will still be implementation even if we stay with the new vendors or with our current vendors. The other things that we'll be reviewing, cost-saving opportunity for a pharmacy benefit manager, either just renegotiating our current contract or doing an RFP. Kind of want to time the RFP so that we can finish this one before we start the new one. And then work with plan partners to address claims utilization. So we've actually been in discussions with Pacific Source, which is our TPA, as well as actually our on-site providers about access for our mental health claims as well as our physical medicine claims. So just looking at, what creative options are out there in, providing benefit to address the utilization there. Okay, special requests. Request, I should say, there's no S. So be very clear. So I am requesting one FTE, and it's the administrative assistant, which is a total cost of $92,767. That does include like a laptop, I think. So just want to.
How about a cell phone?
No cell phone. I'll just pay a stipend if needed. Thank you. I'll have to hire. Okay, so we have. Let's see. So, the idea here is that we have one administrative assistant, and what we're looking for is another administrative assistant to support the recruitment and employment management functions, so that would free up more time on the specialist plate, which now ends up just doing all of the paperwork, all of the administrative tasks, and not really able to. We have some great talent in our specialists. They're really impressive. And I know that they have more capability in supporting either process development or departments than I'm utilizing them right now. And that's because they're sort of bogged down in this. Same with our analysts then. We can just sort of kind of push things downhill, which would then free up time for our specialists and analysts then to support departments more in that. In those, we're seeing a lot of requests for support in the recruitment area, and then that employment management. And what I mean by that is folks who are seeking, reclassifications or pay analysis or things like that. Those have increased, and so our turnaround time on that is not ideal. It's not ideal, and so what we'd like to do is improve that, and I'd have more capacity within my analyst and specialist levels to do that if I was able to kind of move things off their plate at the administrative assistant level. So that is the request. Any questions?
Okay, so now we're really behind.
Do you have room in the office?
I do. I actually have a space open and waiting.
Oh, I see, it's even waiting, okay.
Thank you, Kathy.
All right.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, let's take a break at this point. And we'll start back up with finance, and we'll just kind of keep rolling through debt and that
That's a
AR.
high turnover department?
Oh, admin. Okay, let's do that.
Have lots of.
Well, I guess we'll allow.
Yeah, I thought I was reading something into that there.
I thought, well, yeah.
Somebody else's.
Who needs to hear from Tom? All right, sir, sorry. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Bruce. Normally, it would be Whitney would be presenting the BOCC and admin budget, but I'm taking over this morning because I wanted to personally speak to the special requests that follow. So I'll start with the Board of County Commissioners. That's more straightforward. So if I could direct you to page 349 in your binders.
Our reading today.
I don't have any handouts. I'm
Good.
going to rely on the information that was compiled and put into the sections.
You're the only one.
They're pretty straightforward, but anyway, so the Board of County Commissioners, that really is the account, the budget account that is just for the 3 commissioners. After considerable discussion, we're proposing no staffing changes in the Board of County Commissioners budget. So there's not a lot of.
After considerable discussion,
Yeah,
there's no proposed changes, okay.
we had to really think about that.
I know.
So it's really a pretty simple budget. The affiliations, the individual assignments for the 3 commissioners are noted in the binder, and that becomes part of the adopted budget document. So as a reminder, in terms of how the BOCC budget account is funded, half of it is spread to departments through ISF rates, and that's to really acknowledge the work that the commissioners do primarily in public meetings, in evaluating items and requests and discussion points that come to them from all of the county departments. The other 50% is a transfer in from the general fund to really take into account the general advocacy, lobbying, community or citizen communication, which is a big part of their job in having the general fund pay for that and not spreading that cost to all the departments. So that was a decision that was made some years ago. One item I will point out in the line item budget for the BOCC is on page 353, under the lobbying line, which is the first line under materials and services. We've used PacWest as our state lobbyist for some years, and I think the feeling is that we're probably maybe due for a new solicitation of which they'd be welcome to apply to see if there's another group out there that could better serve the county's needs in terms of our state lobbying efforts. Not that things are broken by any stretch with PacWest, but we've done that historically every 3 to 5 years to just take another look. So we increased that line a little bit just on so we have capacity in case we encounter a new lobbyist that we think is terrific that may cost a little more. Just because the number's higher doesn't mean we'll spend more, but just to have that flexibility in terms of reviewing the proposals that we receive. Other than that, the budget is pretty much status quo, so not much in the way of changes from the current budget to the proposed budget.
So as commissioners, if there's any, we could have a discussion about committee assignments or changing, and these are the words on the budget, it's our annual published document, but also if there's any committee discussions, we could do that at any time in the next couple of weeks to change it for the published document.
Okay, if there are,
As I said in January, I'd be-
Are we discussing the request now?
what's that?
Are we discussing the request now, or is that later?
The special request?
Yes.
I haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so any other questions on the BOCC budget?
I was just responding to Commissioner DeBonne and saying, as I said in January, I would be happy to take on as additional committee assignments in the.
Well, and so then there is a conversation possibly about, are we covering what we want to cover? And, what else could we be doing there too? So, yeah, let's just schedule that for the next week or so during one of our regular board meetings. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so the administrative services budget is on page 372. You want to flip to that one in your binder? So admin is a little bit of an odd department. There are elements that are technically part of admin that we really treat as separate departments, and you hear different budget presentations from them. Property management, risk management, and veterans. You've all heard different separate budget presentations on this week. They are funded separately and have much different issues. So even though they're technically part of admin and report up through Eric and I, they're not part of today's discussion. So the rest of the admin division is part of today's discussion, and that's the general administrative function that myself, Eric, Whitney, Laura, as well as David, our internal audit function, and then our front office staff that Sharon Keith oversees, Samantha and Megan, all of whom are wonderful. So the costs for those functions are embedded in the admin services budget, but there's really not a lot of change in the base budget that's in front of you from year to year. So no real things that really should jump out at you in terms of base budget changes from this year to next. However, what the admin division is responsible for doing has grown over the years. It has grown more complex. When I say grown, I mean expanded in terms of the things that the admin division has been asked to be involved with. So there's always been some degree of special projects and new things that come along that we've been happy to invest our time in at the direction of the Board of Commissioners. But over the last couple years, those things have really grown and added to the capacity challenges within admin. Not just the pandemic over the last year, which has certainly been enormous in terms of what we've done. I mean, obviously, public health is the primary response agency to issues related to the pandemic, but what that means in terms of, county buildings, county policies and protocols, public information, staffing issues, business assistance with the relief money that we've gotten. That's been a tall task to keep up with. That presumably will slow down and may even end at some point, but over the last year it has been a challenge, and I would hope a success in terms of being able to step up. But other things, are going to be ongoing. Things that, such as I mentioned earlier, we were talking about the public information capacity in the health department. The social media involvement that primarily Whitney is involved in is an incredible draw on her time to be able to keep up with that and manage that and respond appropriately, as well as handle all of the other responsibilities that she's asked to do. STIF, the money that we get from the state for ODOT programs, is another example that's new and a huge time draw on Whitney in that case. But things like all the work that we've done on examining the medical examiner function, Harper Bridge, now increasingly it's homeless and housing issues that have been, that we've asked, and that's mostly me as well as Eric, been asked to be involved in. Again, we're happy to do it. We're not, this isn't a complaint. It's just, it's managing all that is a challenge. And so that leads in really to the one of a couple special requests that we have that we'd like you to consider. So I'll begin, and then I'm going to turn over to David to talk separately about the one for internal audit. But as you all know, we have a new county administrator who's coming on board in September. And really, in large part, this request is designed to help ensure the success of the new administrator from the get-go. We haven't increased staff in admin in a long time,
And yet what we've been asked to do in admin has in fact grown, as I just talked about. So frankly, it's all we can do to keep up with everything that's asked of us. And it's not easy. I think we've been able to do it, but there's a price to pay for that ongoing area of responsibility and the time it takes in order to do it. So what I'm proposing is that we raise the responsibility level of our current communications director and peel off some of the departments that are currently the responsibility of the county administrator to oversee. That again require a whole lot of time to do, in addition to paying the necessary attention to the requests, the special requests in the form of projects and other asks that the administrator is asked to do. And again, this isn't to benefit me. I won't enjoy any of the success or any of the benefit of this proposal. It's really, again, to help ensure that the new administrator has the capacity and the tools that he needs in order to be successful from the get-go. As you may know, I know well, having supervised the incoming administrator for the last 12 years, one of his biggest attributes and also a downside in a way is that he never says no. He'll take on anything and everything that he's asked to do, but there's again a price to pay for in addition to learning the job and learning the departments over the first several years. And I know, because I went through that 9 years ago, in addition to trying to do everything that's currently asked of the administrator would be awfully difficult. So the idea is to make the communications director a second deputy with a portfolio of departments and other areas of responsibility that individual would take with them, and then backfill the communications director with a lower-cost public information officer to be the primary function for not only social media, but also the advisor to all departments in media contacts, media requests, marketing of the county, developing of special marketing materials, the digital newsletter that we started recently, the Friday Update, the internal communication, and all those strategic public information projects and initiatives that are important, I think, to us as an organization. So there's no way that the new deputy would be able to do all those things and also accomplish what would be asked of her as part of the new responsibilities in really managing departments. Eric is already, as you know, a part-time risk manager in addition to the portfolio of departments that he oversees, and also having special projects. So there is no capacity there to expand, I believe, that function. So I realize it's not inexpensive, this ask, but I believe, based on what I know of the department, of the skills that exist currently within the department, and the skill set, which is considerable, of the new administrator coming in, that in my informed opinion, I think this is the best move possible to ensure that the admin department will maximize its success from the get-go with the new administrator coming in. So part of this would be paid for through internal service charges, but I'm also proposing that that part of the cost be borne by the general fund, in that much of those those special projects, particularly in the area of homeless and housing, really doesn't belong as a cost element to a operating department, but really ought to appropriately be borne by the general fund. So that's that pitch. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know decisions will be made later, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have now before I turn it over to David.
was wondering how this transition works, you know, because you're setting up the plan, the budget, you know, for this next year, although the new administrator will be taking over, right, basically after one first quarter, right? And then-
Yeah, I don't think the commissioners have made final decisions yet, but it could be that we have a month overlap where I would, and I really want to set up an orientation similar to what we've done for new commissioners, because he really hasn't had much exposure to many of the county departments. And then I'd take him to department meetings, community meetings, and so forth.
So he will inherit your admin structure and all of that. So is it a necessary reality that, and maybe a good thing, that he comes in and he has this first year that he really doesn't have the latitude to make a whole lot of changes, or have you already spoken with him about like this type of change, and if that makes sense with what his vision is?
Well, I've certainly gone over with him, even before he applied for the job, all of the different nuances that are required of the administrator. You know, the pros, cons, the capacity, all of that. And yes, I've talked to him about what I'm proposing to hopefully allow for a smooth transition, but also to maximize his effectiveness, you know, without having to try and learn everything, and also be able to make strategic decisions and inform and recommendations for the commissioners and so forth.
Thanks.
Follow up to Bill, I mean, I'm not questioning the workload, Tom, but I see a new administrator coming in, and if it were me, anyway, I would prefer to have some time to figure out what's going on, who does what, and I know there's an orientation, how everything works, my skills and where I can put them, and where I need help. And I would prefer to have this on the table and let Nick come in, and maybe it'll take him 6 months or 9 months to say, you know, I really need more assistance in this area, or I need more assistance in that area. And I'd be completely open up, but I would rather have the flexibility after I got, you know, lack of a better term, got my shit together and figured out what the heck's going on, how this works. Well, Tom never told me about this, or I need, you know, because he has different skill set than you, and you know his skill set probably pretty damn good since you have worked with him so close. But I think giving him that ability to have some time at the helm of the boat to figure out if he needs a first mate here or a first mate over here, I would prefer to do it that way.
The idea of flexibility, I actually think is built into this proposal. You look at an Eric Kropp and a Whitney Hale, and each one of them is capable of being the point for a large number of the departments that we have within the county. So if Nick comes in and he's got these two deputies, he has the opportunity to rearrange the chairs as he sees fit, and knowing that either one of them, Eric or Whitney, can pick up the departments that he wants them to be more engaged in. So in some ways, I think this proposal, it provides, it does a better job of providing the flexibility. Knowing that the money is there, when you're ready to decide, what to do with it. I mean, that's very flexible too, but I don't think that this proposal ties the incoming administrator's hands. I think it gives them a lot of capacity to play with.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that Nick, he's not gonna rock the boat one way or another on this, or he hasn't started the job. But I think it's good courtesy to give the new person coming in that flexibility to make his decision or her decision, if it was a woman, on here's how he wants to organize the shop. I mean, when I left, things changed, and that's fine, back then. They added 3 positions, and we got by with less than the positions they had. And, one of them I was pushing for, but we decided, well, let the new guy come in, decide if that's gonna make sense for them. I mean, they've gotta sit down and figure out, everyone's gonna approach this job differently. Plus, they have a different board than Tom is, Tom's operated with you guys. Every board changes some of the direction that the administrator is gonna be pushed in. And I just don't see the urgency if we can give Nick that flexibility. And we talked about that with some of the other positions that we're holding off, we're doing interim, and let the new person figure out what they wanna. But I'm not questioning the talent of the staff, I just would rather see, if we have the option, to give the new person that ability to decide exactly what they want, so. And I'm not arguing the money. We got the money, we want to service the board and all the departments, but let the new guy do it.
So would you propose like kind of putting the money in place with this budget and then just kind of
Oh, we got the money in the
leaving it.
contingency, but I just said, all right, Nick, you come in here, get your feet wet, learn some stuff. We give you the flexibility. Do you want to reorganize the staff? Do you want to do it this way, or do you want to do it that way? It's up to you. Where do you need those? Now, everyone brings different strengths. He's going to be bringing different strengths, and Tom has different strengths than Canner had, and vice, all the way down the line. And where does he think he needs that help? And then he may come in and say, I'm going to leave that position as public information officer. I want to just get 2 administrative assistants. I don't know. And, but I don't want to tie someone's hands.
Tony, go ahead. You had a-
Well, I basically, the conclusion I would come to is yes to both, as in, this seems like an appropriate request, and leaving that wide open for the flexibility of choices. So that might conclude that we don't change, job descriptions or the FTE positions right now, but leave it wide.
Down the road.
Yeah.
We're open. I
So
mean,
it's kind of like yes to both, yeah.
Tom, didn't we have this structure when Canner was here? It seems like there were 2 deputies.
There was a deputy and there was an assistant to the county administrator.
Yes,
And,
sir.
and I actually eliminated that position.
I was
because
curious why that happened.
we transferred the position to the health department, basically, but, and then capacity grew and things were asked of me, and we added back an admin analyst position, which is Laura currently.
So it's not.
Eventually, but that's been some years since that occurred.
Yeah, but it's not an unknown approach. There was more capacity at some point, and you're suggesting we bring that back.
Yeah, I respect the discussion and, Mike's perspective, and I guess all I would say is that, I know this division backwards and forwards, and I know the skill sets of the people backwards and forwards as both the existing staff and the incoming administrator, and, it's fine if you want to allow him to make that final call. However, I'm almost absolutely certain that he's going to end up at the same place, just knowing that, knowing how he is, and I know he's going to come in eager and gung-ho, and he's going to, have all the cylinders firing, but he's going to run into the reality very quickly of what he's being asked to do and the tools that he has to be able to get it done.
I want to, can I say something just for a second?
I agree with you, Tom. I think we're not going to do him a disservice by providing him some capability or some capacity.
I've seen Tom working a lot on the weekends, the last 2.5 years I've been here, but I do really think that this is Nick's decision. I feel like it's a changing of the guard. It seems like this would have been done before if we really needed to do it. I know it took me a whole year to get the Veterans Office open on Fridays, and I thought that was a pretty simple thing, and that took a whole year. So I feel like Nick really needs that opportunity to come and, definitely things probably need a little shifting, but sometimes a new person is really good at seeing that.
And I'm the biggest Whitney Malkin fan. Well, not Malkin. Very well qualified. And I'm not discounting that. She's a superstar.
So how would that work, Tony, to kind of approve the budget so that Nick has the latitude? It's basically the support of the committee to pull that trigger, but it's still his trigger to pull.
Well, that's what I'm thinking through right now, and, the business of, if we put an FTE in there with authorization of the next administrator, that's kind of awkward. But if we say yes to resources, I don't know, what does the business case look like?
Let's say you go that route, and I'm not sure where you guys are all going to go. But you say, hey, Nick, Budget Committee is supportive of additional staff changes or modifications or whatever, but they want to give you the opportunity to look at and see how it's going, come back and say, well, here we are back April, well, I want to fill it. Okay, then he needs an extra $35,000, you guys give it to him.
Well, if,
And this is it right now. Us talking around the table is setting direction to it by doing this.
And once you set that direction, whatever it ends up being, we'll note that in the decision minutes, and come 6 months, 9 months, 12 months down the road, or whatever it is, we'll have that as backup, as a decision that was made by the Budget Committee.
well,
We have the
3 months,
position.
right? Once it's approved, Nick could come in at day one and say, you know what, I completely agree with Tom, and that's exactly what should be done, and it could be done
Right.
immediately.
But it should be Nick's decision, honestly. He's
Well,
the
and,
new administrator.
so yeah, he's been publicly selected, but it's not a contract that's in place yet, so we're kind of halfway into the commitment and final. So, an employment contract is the next step for us as a Board of Commissioners.
Well, look at it this way. Let's say you didn't select Nick. You picked Joe Smith from Poughkeepsie, and you wouldn't fill that because you don't know exactly how. And we know a lot more, obviously.
Yeah,
Tom
so-
does. Tom knows Nick probably better than anybody in this room, but you wouldn't. I don't think you would even think about doing that with someone you didn't know.
So the intention is to empower the county administrator and the next county administrator with the resources required to do a great job. I don't see anything negative here, right?
Give them the tools they need.
So now it's just kind of how do we get there?
I think part of the intention is also, coming into that job is huge, and the more capacity you have, that's already, cranking. The more the person coming in can sort of triage. Okay, I need to learn about this first. I need to learn about that. That can wait for me to learn about for 2 months because Eric Kropp's got it covered, and this can wait for 4 months because I've got this other person handling it. It is.
He's tough. He'll handle it.
That'd be my direction, is give him the capacity, get some people in there that can help, and then down the road, a year from now, when he's got his feet on the ground, then he can make other committee assignments or whatever. But this takes a lot of that off the plate so he can be successful in what he needs to do. So I'm taking a little different approach on it.
For me, from a budget committee member perspective, I don't feel qualified to be making operational decisions like that. I think it's our job to provide the resources there and let the professionals make the decision about how that's done.
So would it be the will of this group, as a 6-person group, that the numbers we're talking about, the dollars associated with this request seems appropriate for the front office? Would everybody agree with that? Because then it may be the next step of, the Board of Commissioners kind of dialing in on this.
Exactly, yeah, I'd be more comfortable with that.
Well, we've been asked to approve certain a special position, so that's what I'm willing to do, is approve the package that's been presented.
Well, and, yep. We'll get there. There's something in there.
Well, if you want something in the budget, I have no problem with proving 6 months. That way he's got 3 months to figure it out and where the hell he wants to go.
That brings people to the table that can help, and we've already assigned them some tasks in this special request, so that's what I like about it.
I think that's workable. I mean, if you say put 50% of the cost of this request into the FY '22 budget, then, that leaves the door open for him to pull the trigger on it if he believes that that's the appropriate package. If he thinks it ought to be modified in some way with a different skill set, different position, then he can present that to the Board of Commissioners in the fall sometime and to allow that
The money's there.
change, and the money's there.
I mean, hypothetically, he could say, I need 2 lower-level positions to do some of this stuff because I don't want a deputy doing stuff that admin analysts can do. I don't know. There's different combinations.
And we have some amazing people that work in our staff right now, Megan, Samantha, Sharon. Their capabilities are really wonderful.
Yeah, maybe they could be enhanced to do something. I don't know. I mean, but I just don't want to make a decision that, I wouldn't say handcuffs Nick, but I don't feel comfortable in trying to micromanage the administrator's department. I'd rather
Is there
the administrator have that capability to decide how they want to move these resources and how they want to accomplish the work that the board gives them and all the other stuff that they have to do.
Is there support for partial general fund subsidy of these resources, kind of in a generic fashion, referring to the fact that there are some things that probably aren't just the administration of the county, they're more targeted community discussions and action items?
I don't know where you're talking about.
Well, we
A
have,
general fund instead of a full-on ISF, yeah.
Tom, can I ask, is there general fund in the admin budget now?
Yeah, there's, when we set up the admin analyst position some years ago, a large part of what used to be, in fact, that wasn't a net add, now that I think about it, recall more clearly. We used to have Judith, who started out as our grant writer in admin, who did a lot of grants, and then over time she began to, she was asked to do other things, more mainstream. So when we rejiggered admin several years back, we actually downgraded her position, which was management analyst, to admin analyst, and hired Laura to take over. Yeah, there's still some grants, but there's other stuff that kind of more of what Judith was doing that went with her, and then we actually upgraded the other management analyst to communications director, and that's Whitney now. So that wasn't a net add, that was just reorganize, which it was kind of a push. But there was funding that came from the general fund to fund grants management, so that was preserved. That's the interfund payments line that you see in the admin budget. Also, some years ago, I think before I became administrator, the commissioners put an additional $40,000 into admin for countywide advertising, marketing, that Whitney has the flexibility to deploy for any department, on behalf of any department, to do strategic outreach on a issue that's important to the board, which a lot of it's been health, frankly, over the years, but we've also done some veterans, some other, kind of publications that have been important. So I think back in your day, Mike, it was the quarterly insert, the budget insert we used to put in the newspaper.
We didn't have anything back then, you know that.
Well, maybe that was a Dave Cantor thing, but anyway, so yes, those two pieces of general fund exist now in admin.
Well, I'd support, do it with general fund and figure out the indirect services charges in the next year's budget, and just, if and when Nick employs that option, fills it or does something else, it'll just come out of the general fund for the duration of this year, and then reorganize for the following budget.
Well, and there was a proposal to split it for one of these special requests. So, yeah, I'm just the will of kind of us as a group right now, because this will be an interesting couple months as we do this transition.
It was 50% of the elevation of communications director to deputy was proposed to come out of the general fund. And
Which is
then
only 15,000?
at 18.8, it's noted in the special request form. Oh, and that's I'm sorry, I got that backwards. It was the PIO. Oh, no, that's David's. Sorry. There I am. On the
70K
yeah,
on the
yes,
PIO.
yes. There you go. Thank you.
How much was it?
70K.
Yeah.
70,000.
So 35,000.
Set it 35,000
So
general.
let's set it, it'd be easier to set a number, general fund, because then the rest is going to be distributed across the organization.
In cases.
I think it was 70,000 of general fund proposed.
Oh, 70s.
Tracking that right?
That's if it was for a full year. If it was for a half year, it'd be 35.
Got it, okay.
35,000.
70 is 35, is that, or is that not the answer anymore?
I'm fine with that.
And what's the direction for the staffing? What would we tell them?
Oh,
Give him the flexibility, he'll
yeah,
come back to
there
the
would be
board.
no immediate change. It would be having the capacity to do this mid-year if that's what the new administrator supports, and the commissioners after having follow-up discussion.
Well, so it kind of, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it
Please
doesn't accomplish what Tom was trying to accomplish, and that is take some of the duties off the plate so that the next administrator can hit the road running without all this responsibility. And that's what I was supporting, is by making those assignments to other people so that, you know, he has a clear pathway. And that doesn't accomplish that.
I'm supporting making him work harder.
Yeah.
I got no problem with that, he's getting big bucks.
Well, I think the work just won't get done.
You never know.
Well, and.
Well, there's that approach, and then there's the other approach.
The other,
right.
the other thing about, the other thing about, trying to cover everything coming into office is, we have some big deal issues right now. The deployment of the American Rescue Plan, we have a housing and homelessness crisis right now. There's, in September, there could be huge wildfires burning.
Well, you guys might
There-
have to work harder.
I'm happy to do my
I
part,
know
but
you guys-
but there's only certain things that our county administrator or staff can do, and so from that perspective, just I'm 100% with Bruce on this.
So, yeah, whose opinion do we go with on this? Do we go with the current administrator who knows the job and is making this recommendation, or do we go with a committee that doesn't do the job and just feels like he should work harder?
Or do we micromanage it and tell them, here's what you're gonna get?
No, we're not micromanaging.
You are.
We're going with the recommendation of the current administrator.
I'm talking about the new guy, Tom's gonna be gone.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely appreciate the desire to give the new administrator flexibility to deploy the capacity the way that.
That's
that
all
he
I'm
sees fit.
recommending.
But I don't see the proposal as inconsistent with, you're providing capacity, and we know that we have a bunch of generalists up there.
All I'm saying, Phil, is I think we owe it to the new administrator to have the flexibility to decide where he needs that capacity. And let him make the decision to go. That's the only thing. But if we want to tell him, here's what you're going to get for this purpose, it's up to you, 5 of you besides me.
I clearly think it should be Nick's decision. It's so close. If, maybe if we would have had this conversation a year ago, I could have understood it. But today, I feel like, okay, we're transitioning and it's Nick's decision. So everybody works differently, and I do believe that, he's going to come in and he'll clearly, within a short period of time, go, okay, it is what he's starting in September. So we'll hopefully get through the summer, and it'll, we'll see what happens.
So how are we talking also about the administrative services ad that you're talking about? Or we haven't talked about that yet?
We're talking about the second and third special requests that are in your binder. The first one is internal audit that David will talk about in a moment.
Right, so my thought was, regardless of what, you do with, whether you have another deputy or not, the add to the administrative services, because like you were saying, and what made me think of it was, well, yeah, in the fall you may have the wildfires and all of that, and you have all of this stuff that Whitney is swamped with all the social media and the communications and all of that, that should probably be authorized regardless.
And that's
Because there
exactly.
needs to be more capacity.
Come to. Adding this FTE clear, black and white, I'd say yes. And that's the PIO position in support of needs. And then the only thing just the definition of a deputy county administrator is where I get hung up. So that's just the terminology, because if somebody's providing that administrative support over another PIO type position, that could be the action of the job. So again, it's yes, yes, as in I support these resources and I love the idea of setting up for flexibility for the next administrator.
I think that's the best we're going to do, Tom. We're not going to get to agreement on people select, the special request package, so.
I respect your decision. I appreciate it, your thoughtful discussion.
Okay, let's move to the next one.
Can you clarify what that, is that a decision or a decision not?
I think it was.
It's not
I think-
added then. Nothing's added.
So no,
Well,
Oh,
yeah.
would you?
I think Tony had the clarity.
And either, if we want to go down a list later and say yes or no to each one, or
Yeah, I
this
think
could
we
be on the
however you
list.
want to do it, yeah.
I'd like to do that, because, yeah,
Do it
we'll
later?
get real clear then, yeah.
Got it.
Because right now, it's 1, 2, 3 to delay. I don't know where Bill is. I know where Phil is.
I think there's a delay element, yeah. I think we're probably saying the same thing at this
I
point.
think it's
We're
close.
gonna delay it, fund it for 6 months and let Nick decide?
I think we're going to say.
Well, then I'm fine with that.
And we'll come back to this too, if you'd like to.
Okay,
We'll
we'll
come
get
back, we got
we'll
this
get
list
to- all
here.
right.
It'll land.
It'll land.
Yep.
All I'm saying is I don't think we're going to agree to the special package request.
Right,
But we're going to,
modify
We're
it.
going to get real close.
yeah, we're going to have some elements of it that we'll go forward with.
Right.
Okay, Tom, anything else?
David Givens, our internal auditor, is going to speak to the other special requests within that.
No.
So the special request for performance auditor. The independent internal audit program was started in 2002. That's 19 years as a single-person audit shop. Mike Meyer hired me. Deschutes County recognized that internal audit-driven performance audits could help improve county operations. Internal audit plays a role as a third line of defense for county government. Following governance and management and providing independent, objective assurance and advice is needed for achievement of organization objectives. At this point, you've heard from all the departments and the rising need in departments. In my audits, I've touched on all the departments as well as many global county issues. These range from fiscal, compliance, efficiency type audits. I have performed at this point nearly 100 reports, over 1,000 recommendations. I've also been involved in identifying a number of frauds at the county. I'm asking for the first time for another performance auditor. I think it is in the best interest of the county. I wouldn't expect you to just take my word for it. The audit committee has reviewed some benchmarking material. I handed those out to you guys. It's kind of this one with a little blue on it. The handout shows basically how our audit measures up to regional audit shops per organizational FTE by budgeted dollar and population. By any metric, we are relatively low, and with another staff person are closer to the averages. And again, I'm not about just saying, well, we need to be at the averages. In addition, another position would provide additional coverage of desired work at the county. Since I can't do it all, I'm constantly balancing what I can do with the many wants around the county. This will mean more audits, reports, and work. This will also help in providing support to more follow-up, analysis, consulting requests that can lend to proactive decision-making. Continuity is so important. Therefore, I will endeavor to share my knowledge and understanding of our county operations and how internal audit fits in. This would include training on the numerous county systems, on our audit tools, on internal audit procedures, Most importantly, pass on a culture that of management support without the gotcha attitude. Having one more person dedicated to auditing will allow us to diversify experience and perspectives, making for better audits. As in any department, developing continuity in the program is important for the day when I eventually retire. What I can tell you is that a single-person audit shop is a unique thing. You have to be able to be the chef, cook, and bottle washer. I don't see many single audit shops transitioning well. Lane County, for example, has been without an auditor for quite a while, trying several times to replace their single-person audit shop with other single-person, other people. I believe that adding an auditor position will help in the success of our program going forward. So I'm asking that this be a full-time auditor due to the level of professionalism and competence we'd want from the auditor, requiring training, investments in certification, and continual learning. I don't think we can get the caliber of person we all want with a part-time person. I've been trying with an on-call person. We found a retired CPA with government experience. He was awesome, but we had inconsistent use of their time, and then due to COVID, we pretty much went down to nothing. You really have to make an investment. To summarize, internal audit serves as the eyes and ears of senior management and the board. We are coaches, internal and external stakeholder advocates, risk and control experts, efficiency specialists, fact checkers, and problem solvers. We identify both risks and opportunities and tell it like it is. I think now's the time for adding another auditor. If you have any questions.
Dave, did you say Lane?
Lane County.
Lane, Eugene.
Lane, Eugene.
We have 0 auditors.
Right now, I don't believe they have an auditor.
They have one position, but it's vacant.
Okay.
Yeah. They've been trying real hard. Pardon?
Clackamas County have?
Clackamas County has one, and then they also have an elected treasurer which they report to, but they're trying to build that up.
They have one auditor in Clackamas County, and they're about twice as big as we are. What about Washington County?
Washington County has 4.
I couldn't.
It's on the list, yeah. Jackson County has 3. So, I mean, there's pluses and minuses around the different ones. I'd say, all in all, it comes down to how much work you want to get done. I think given the number of things that either the board, senior management bring up to me in terms of ideas for audits, I can't get to them all. I think you hear from departments adding consultants and stuff like that at $200 an hour. I can be much cheaper than that. So again, I think you know, I have a lot of institutional knowledge. Been here 19 years, and I don't want to be when I retire. I don't want to transition out in a year or a month. I mean, I think handing it off slowly over course with having a person pick up some of the things that I do and learning is going to help transition that, whether that person either becomes the county internal auditor or another county internal auditor has that support, I think is a really good idea for transitioning. So think of it as a big succession plan. I mean, it's really trying to set you guys up to really prosper.
Dave, you went through a list of things that you would have the opportunity to do if you had more help, and is that an expansion of role? Would your job description change?
My job description change?
Well, the way you laid it out, it seemed like there was an expansion of responsibility.
It's all under my general responsibilities. I'd say in general it would mean that with the audit committee, I would try to prioritize more work and make sure we're getting more done. In addition to layering on, you know, those elements of basically building a 2-person operation, making sure that other person has all the skill sets and tools and that they need to succeed. So.
Well, the one I was particularly picking up on was I think the word consulting. You
I think
probably don't have time to do that now, and you could do a lot more of it, but is that an expansion of duties?
I think that's one I see happening more often, is being considered that you know, since I have my fingers in a lot of different places, I'm able to answer things pretty quickly and or get into them pretty quickly. So I think, you know, it's a matter of expediency sometimes. You know, I've done a number of special requests for county administrators over the years, and, or departments even. And it's always worked out really well. I think it's a matter of opening yourself up to, okay, it's not an audit. That's fine. If we help you guys make better decisions, that's really what I'm here for. Help the county move in a positive direction. So if it's consulting, yeah, I don't want that to be necessarily my bread and butter, but I think it's a necessary opportunity that really kind of provides itself all the time.
So Dave, do you think you can really hire someone at this position at 128,000, or is that with the benefits?
That's with benefits. I think this might be a little on the low side, but again, I think that's a good place to start. Jackson County's 2 staff are at about that level in terms of wages and stuff, and so they're both very, very capable auditors, and I think, again, looking at maybe some of the other people. What, pardon? They have 3. They have a county internal auditor who makes more money, and then they have two senior auditors, internal auditors. I don't forget what their titles are, but they make about in this range.
Dave, what workload backlog that you have right now that you're not capable to get to? Is it like 3 months, 6 months, 8 months?
My current work plan, I'm actually revising or going through that process now, but I mean, the 2-year work plan I had set, I'm still working on stuff from the first year because of COVID. So again, I have probably 7 audits on the books that I still have to get to, and, so again, so yeah, I have probably half of my audits are on backlog.
Is that equivalent to, let's say, 6 months worth of work?
No, it's probably a year. I'm probably going to have to reshuffle it in terms of.
7 audits a year?
On average, I do about 5 audits of varying lengths. I proposed 9 audits this last work plan for each year, trying a new approach on some of my fiscal audits. So the fiscal audits are going fine. It's just I kind of tampered them down because of COVID and trying to reach out. But so again, there's.
Can the fiscal audits be done with our county auditor?
They can do anything. I mean, any auditor or any consultant can do anything. I think that there's a benefit to doing it in-house and building that bench strength internally.
But the fiscal audits are different than operational audits?
The fiscal audits I talk about are the kind that I go in and I basically kind of kick the tires on their receipting processes, the cash, who's in charge, where's the segregation of duties. And so really bringing a new eye to that. I did that a little bit with the sheriff's office during the transition audit, and that's when I found that, the captain had established a safe that that I didn't know about and was stealing. So, yeah.
I'm looking at a possible option to hire another bureaucrat, or auditor, excuse me. If we broke off the fiscal audits, and I don't know who our county auditor is, would that free up, you think, sufficient time for you to get to the performance and operational audits a lot better?
It's not the key part of my audit work plan is the financial ones. It's really more the operational and performance and some of the other ones.
The fiscal ones are about 20%?
The fiscal ones are about 20%, and I don't think, the way I've structured them, I really want to, that would be something I would hand off to this person to probably pick up and do most of, but I would supervise and make sure that we're getting into the depth as we need to. But so yeah, so I mean,
It helped.
I mean, there's some audit firms that will do some level of outsourcing, and I've given that a thought. It's difficult because I'm very conscious of the work product, and we haven't gotten a recommendation out of our external auditor yet on our county systems. So again, when I go in, I'm pretty thorough. I just want to make sure we get good recommendations.
We could, when we do an RFP for our county auditor, Greg, that, that this could be a requirement that we want in their bids, that they have the capability to do the fiscal audits in addition to the.
You're talking about
overall
you're talking about the
annual.
fiscal workflow audits that David does?
Yes.
I mean,
Well, any of that could be hired out, certainly, yeah.
I mean, it could be locally or it could be wherever, wherever you
To me,
want to
it
do
seems
it, but.
to make sense, if you have a county auditor, that they should do it.
Well,
If we're gonna go out.
Yeah.
It gets confusing because when we use the term audit, we all think different things. And really, the fiscal side of the audit, not the ones that we were talking about with David, auditing our financial statements, testing our transactions, looking into our general ledger, making sure we have documentation. Those are all part of what builds a comprehensive audited financial, it's the book we produce once a year. What David's talking about more is, and it could be financially related as well, but it's more, what is the work process from A to Z, and are we following policy? Are we doing what we said we're supposed to do? And so I think that's where he comes in and really can shine a light on those workflows. And largely because for most of us, we may not have the time, or we just do what was done before us, and he can actually has the time to come in and test those
So
workflows.
you think it's unreasonable to have that as an element of a county auditor?
I'm not sure about that, but I do know with our auditors, one of the things that I always expect is I want to be able to pick up a phone and call them, because they're the experts. They see a lot of that. They audit a lot of municipalities. It could be somewhat related to what you're asking, I think. Yeah, so it's sort of built into it already.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it'd be a natural.
It could be,
Okay.
yeah.
When are we due for a new RFP for an auditor? I don't even know who our auditor is.
Isn't it soon?
We're supposed to go out in January this next year.
Who is the auditor?
Ida Bailey, LLP out of Idaho.
And I know COIC had to get a new auditor, and oh my gosh, the bid range was really quite phenomenal for getting that.
Is there anyone local that does municipal audits that are qualified? That'd be
There's a couple.
good.
So is this full-on ISF, so this is just admin budget and distributed across the organization, this special request?
That's the way David's charged now. I think he noted in his proposal that it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. It's up to the board on how that's allocated. You could subsidize that function to a certain extent.
Yeah, that's what I put in there, just in case to give flexibility, because just to keep internal service fund charges maybe a little more easy for departments.
Any other questions for Dave? Okay, sir, thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Now I think we're on to finance.
We have a little bit less time to cover finance and the American Rescue Plan than I thought, so I'm going to try to be pretty direct and hit the high points. Feel free to stop me if you'd like. Okay, if you wouldn't mind turning to page 447, we'll talk about finance first. And while we're doing that, just to give you an update on some housekeeping matters, before we move into the afternoon, we'll update the agenda sheet, which will have discussion items that the Budget Committee would like to discuss further, and also decisions that you've made, so there'll be an update to that. And before you is a very large, this printout here that Dan made for us, and this will help us walk through the special request this afternoon as well. Okay. All right, finance. So sort of our number one theme, there's really two pieces to it. Yeah, I'm looking at page 447 in your book. One is to make sure that we're providing good day-to-day customer service every single day in what we do. And the other sort of cultural thought that I like to pass on, and I demonstrate this myself, is how can we make you be successful? How can we help you get better at what you need to do as an external-facing department? So we're good at what we do. We spend time trying to understand why we do it, and we're always strategizing and learning to make ourselves better. We have 4 pillars within the finance office. It's somewhat complicated, but they all sort of make sense. One is the accounting side, and we have 5 FTE there. Our accounting manager is Jana Kane. She's recently new, and she comes from a significant audit background. She's also a certified internal auditor, and she has her MBA as well. Very smart. Cam Sparks, Casey Harden, Shelley Picardo, and Ashley Williams are in there. And the functions underneath accounting are, things that you would think of normally. We pay our bills. That's where we manage our debt. We manage our cash flow there. We manage our investments. A couple of the big productions are our annual financial report that you see, and also the newly produced PAFR, which is the scaled down, highly graphic, easy to understand financial statement for the county. We're consultants, and essentially we take all of the fiscal activity. If you think of this big hub, all this fiscal activity of Wagon Wheel, I should say, of the county, which is all different. There's, once you've seen one county department, you've seen one county department, and we bring it all together in this hub called the general ledger, and that's where all our financial transactions are there. So we manage that central hub, and from that we report. We've created dashboards. Just to throw that term out again, because repetition is the key to humor. And it's very much looking backwards. Here's what the county has done in the past, and we want to help our departments use that fiscal data to help them make better decisions, or good decisions as they move forward. So that's our accounting piece. Our next one is payroll. Probably don't need to elaborate on that too much, but we have Lacey Anthony and Melinda Hardy in that department, and they not just our monthly paychecks that come out for 1,100 employees, but they also manage all the tax payments, all the deposits to PERS, all the tax filings that go on. And I spent about 5 years doing payroll, and it's not easy, but it's one of the it is the most important thing that we do once a month, definitely, because you never want to get someone's paycheck wrong.
Do we still pay once a month only?
Once a month, yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I like that.
What's it changed?
I don't want it changed.
Yeah, our tax function has 5.5 FTE. That's headed up by Judy Haas. Judy has been with the county for 23 years. She's great. She's done, I think, everything in finance, and so she's a great resource there. Ryan, Robin, Connie, Michelle, and Stephanie, and these are primarily the folks that you see when you walk by the window. This is the face of the finance office when you walk by the window in the hallway upstairs. And then the last piece is our budget function. Right now we have 1 FTE in there, and that's Dan. And the vision for the budget function is, my vision is much more than just producing a budget document and facilitating a budget process like we are today. It's more, we need to do some more long-term planning. We need to be more forward-looking. What's the impact of this decision today? How do we analyze and present 2 or 3 different options to the deciding board, and here's our recommendation. We don't have the capacity to do that right now, but that's where I think we need to think about as we move forward and grow up into a big county. Let's see here, a couple of significant accomplishments. I'm just going to share my screen real quick. And this is just going to be real quick. We talked about this a little bit in the last couple of days, but the big change in how we manage our PERS costs moving forward. And I'm going to point out just 2 lines here. One is, if you can see this black dash line, this was the projected rates, and the rates are over on the left-hand side. This was the projected rates looking out to 2035, 37. So you can see that there's a steep increase, there was a significant drop, and then a big increase again, and then another drop. So this here, the projected rates originally create a lot of instability. PERS is a significant part of our payroll costs, and it's getting more. But the goal here was to figure out ways, how do we reduce this, how do we flatten this curve, so that essentially from year to year it becomes, I don't want to say a non-issue, but we're not worried about what's going to happen in the next 2 years. So effectively from this dashed line to this solid black line is what we're looking at. So this was a fairly significant undertaking between finance and the board and our departments to understand what was going on there. It involved both the investment that the board approved, the matching share from the state, and the legislative changes underneath Senate Bill 1049. So that's the graphic there, from the dashed line to this flat line moving forward. The second accomplishment I want to show you, and you've seen this as well. Let's see here. I'm getting an insufficient data. Well, you've all seen the cover of it. It's let me jump back here.
Is that our award?
It is, but it's a great cover.
We've gotten that in the last 16 years, right?
No, this one is actually new.
Is it a better one?
It's a different one.
This one's popular.
This one's popular. The other one's not popular.
What, we didn't get the unpopular one?
Well, you know what? I'd love to.
Dan, what's going on now?
I'd love to show it to you, but it is not giving me. There's a great picture here. It gave me insufficient data. Anyway, it's a picture of the bike rack out there that has the cowboy on it, and we put a mask on it. So Whitney and James had come up with that idea, and we sat on it for a while and thought, how appropriate is that for right now? But the purpose of the PAFR is to take the large annual financial report that we do once a year after we have our audit and scale it down into something that's communicatable, it's easy to understand, and it's digestible by most anybody. So it's a great step in telling our financial story.
Well, we did get the outstanding award as usual.
We did, yep, every year. And this, we just received our second award for this. So that was the second piece I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Why do we need different people? We keep on getting these outstanding awards.
Is this available online?
It is, it
Well,
is.
And you provided it, didn't
Yeah, and you know what? Did I give you a copy of it? I can
you?
bring. Okay, I can bring you a copy down to show you. I've got extra ones in my office. I'll do that. We've talked about this too, but one of the things was this imbalance in our internal service fees to our departments and how we were keeping track of our cash and the contingency. We talked about that. So that was another big accomplishment. We transitioned to a new county lodging tax a couple of years ago. We struggled to work through that. It was not a good, it did not have, wasn't customer service friendly. It was very time intensive staff wise. I'm happy to report that we've selected a new, completely different, specific to lodging tax collections software that will be up and running July 1. So it'll reduce our staff time, which will be great, and it'll also improve the interface with our customers. So significant increase. I'll talk about that more at some point in the future. And then we're really, the last bullet there is just we've focused on moving away from manual handling of documents and numbers to as much electronic as we can. Saves time, saves errors. Some fiscal issues coming up. We talked about our large capital projects over the next several years. Need to do more long-term planning in that. Talking about financing options, which we're working on right now. Our interest rates, as I mentioned before, are declining. The negative is that our interest earnings are going down. The positive is the cost of financing is going down as well. And operational challenges. We have sort of the first and second bullet together. We've had some challenges with continue to roll out the implementation of the new Munis system, which happened a couple of years ago, and have found that we really need some expertise help that can help us with actually utilizing the system. I took this to the board a couple of months ago, and the board approved a business systems administrator position that will get us down the road. There'll be somebody who can help do a lot of the work that you heard David talk about in terms of, hey, how do we fix this workflow? Instead of 6 steps between, 1 to 6, let's see how we can make 4 steps or 3 steps. How can we make, 3 less clicks of the mouse? How can we get that information faster and more accurately? Those sorts of things. Not just using the Munis system, but maybe using a spreadsheet or using some other software tool. So we've had a real challenge with that position. It's been out advertised for several months now, and we're not finding We're not getting good responses to that yet, but continue to work on it.
So what are we paying for that position?
Not enough, in my opinion. I think that's an $80,000 to maybe $85,000 a year job.
Yeah, it's hard to find something to live on in Bend.
Yeah, yeah. Let's talk about some goals for this next year. One of the other things I'd like to do is get away from printing so many paper checks. Aside from the whole act of printing checks and mailing them and losing them and having to deal with unclaimed property with the state and all of that sort of thing, we spend 4 to 6 hours a week stuffing and organizing these checks for every payroll, and we run AP once a week. So it's a huge time suck. So we're going to try to move more to ACH. This is going to be a long-term effort because you have to get vendors on board and agree with you to do that. But it's one click. The payments are deposited in the account. You get an email with your remittance advice, and it's done.
Yeah, most of the world changed to that about 15 years or 20 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you know what I'm.
We're a little behind.
A little behind. Yeah, Bend LaPine was it was the biggest school district to actually make that change, and it took forever to convince them to do that.
Yeah.
How much time does that save?
Well, the one staff person, it's 4 to 6 hours a week.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden you create some capacity that allows you to not have to add staffing in the future because that person can pick up something else.
So we
Now you're using
take that into
technology.
account when we look at all these asks.
I think you could, yeah. We're doing this already in the tax where we've moved to e-statements, so instead of sending out paper statements that get lost, we have e-statements where our taxing districts can simply go on the website, click, download a PDF, got their information, and we don't have to do anything. Saves our time. And probably one of the larger challenges we have is right now this budget document and the production that's put together here is largely staff intensive. It's a process we've had in place for at least 10 years in terms of producing this book. Each one of these little sections in the book is written by a department head, for the most part. Those all go to another person who checks them for formatting. Then they get PDF together, if you know how that works. Instead of stacking pieces of paper, you stack PDFs together. All of that needs to be paginated. Line item detail needs to be put in. It takes an incredible amount of time. We do it for the proposed, and then we have to do it again for the adopted budget once it's adopted. So one of the asks I'm going to talk about here in a minute is to transition that to technology that will do that for us and will allow us to take that time that we've been doing administrative tasks, there's a very low return on that investment, into the ability to provide more human-related activities that we can't do with technology. For example, decision analysis, decision support. Which one's the best way to go? How do we support the board and our departments better in their decision-making?
Will that reduce getting all this other supplemental stuff to just one document? I mean, I like this document. You did a wonderful job on it, but then I get all this other stuff, and then this is wrong because it's over here now.
Yeah, and I think regardless, one way or another, we still need to
gonna
move
get
in that direction. Yeah, we still need to be able to do that. But this is this takes a strong month for each document to put together.
I can tell.
It's very
A lot of
efficient.
work going on.
And back in the day, this was probably the best way to do it, is layering it like we did. But there's software now out there that does this for us. So, and I'll just jump over here to just measure number 5 is develop a customer service survey, and I actually do that annually. I go out and meet with all the department heads and the elected officials and just simply ask the question, how's finance doing? If we could do something better for you, what would that be? What should we start doing? What should we stop doing? And that sort of thing. And then I bring that back, and that becomes part of our work plan moving forward. Okay. Let me just jump right into budget. Or before we do that, looking at the FTE summary, you'll notice that the difference. You'll notice at the bottom of that column on page 449, 15.5 FTE, and it appears to be a 1 FTE increase. The reason why that is in there, that's the position that the board approved for that business systems administrator that we're having a hard time hiring. It's,
That you're only paying 85,000, offering 85,000.
yes, it's not part of the finance operation. It's really a position that's over here that serves the entire county. It just happens to be in a fund that is underneath finance. So just so you know
You
that.
would be the supervisor.
Well, I think technically I would, but we're talking about, we'd have a Munis Users Committee, which would include HR, tech, and some of the other key departments that would help guide the work of this position. But technically, in terms of reporting agreement, I think I would be the supervisor, yeah. Okay. I'm just going to highlight a couple things. I'm on page 450. There's a few funds here. Our tax department, that's the 5.5 FTE. You can see there's a slight reduction in the budget moving forward. That's primarily due to turnover. So we've had folks that have retired out who've been at the top of the pay scale, and we've the budget includes for FY22 folks that are not at the top.
That's a 14.3.
14.3.
Right side.
I am going to get a dashboard that says 14.3, I'm sure. PERS reserve, 135, we've talked about that. You can see how the fund went from a beginning fund balance in FY20 of 16.3 million to today's fund balance of 4.5. And if you look under FY20, you'll see the $13 million transfer out, and that's what we invested with the PERS. So there's your 4.5 million in that fund. Next fund, county school fund. This is an in and out fund. This is where we collect tax-like revenue on behalf of our school districts. So federal forest fees go in here, tax on rail cars. There's another one in there, but we bring it in. We ask the ESD how we allocate that. They send us that information, and then we send money to Ben Lapine Sister School District and the Redmond School District.
Is this what you called the SRS?
The forest, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's Title
Title III schools.
SRS 2, yeah.
The schools portion is not Title III. The schools portion is actually, I think, Title I of SRS.
Could be right on that, yeah. I'm trying to picture my distribution graphic and what that was. It was Title I or II. Anyway.
Title II is those RAC grants. Title III is what supports like natural resources,
And roads.
And shop and road.
Yep.
And
Dog control fund, slightly decline here, basically a flat budget. And finance reserve, Fund 631, this was the fund that paid for the implementation of the Munis system. This is the general fund loaned this fund money to implement Munis. We implemented Munis. The revenue source in here, this interfund charges, are departments paying back that loan. And I believe we have one more year after this year. And out of this fund balance that's in this fund, about $250,000 is how we will pay for the next 2 to 3 years of that business systems analyst position. So we could have taken that money and used it to pay for Tyler consultants to come out. We could have gone to trainings for that. Or what we've decided to do is to use those funds to fund a position to come in and help us. All right, that's finance. I'll just roll the next page, 452, and talk about special requests. And I'm going to skip over 452 and go right to 453. So one of the things I noticed when I first came here is there appeared to be a real void in our ability and capacity to provide decision support and analytics for decision making. And both on a budget building outreach from the central hub, from the Board of Commissioners out to the departments, that relationship there on a financial basis, and also supporting the board on decision support. So I've been where I came from years ago. We had a quote unquote budget office, but there were 3 analysts that we divided up the county, and were able to work directly with the commissioners on questions, on projects, on analytical support and whatnot. So when I got here, I noticed that real void that most of our budget function at the county was dealing with putting the budget together, the document a couple times a year, the budget process, and the supplemental processes, budget increases over the course of the year. So the proposal, and then I went out and looked at some other counties. So if you just look, I'll just note here that about your third paragraph down, the city of Benz, their budget function has 4 people in it.
Yeah, but they're not as efficient as we are.
That could be argued. Jackson County also has more, Marion County. I reached out to some of the other counties around the state to find out, it's been a few years since I've been involved in that capacity at Clark County and Washington, but I wanted to just double check myself, and I did find that this was the case. Also, the thinking here and the concern is we're going from a teenage county, size county, we're actually growing, and this would help us with some of these decisions moving forward.
I'm just curious, if we fill this position, would that, going back to our discussion with the county administrator and the change, would this be a resource that can assist administration?
Absolutely.
So that would be a
Absolutely.
change the new administrator would have, another tool in the tool.
It'd be another tool, and that's, in previous area, when I was with Clark County, we did that. I mean, we would work, in fact, we worked directly with the departments we were assigned to and with the Board of County Commissioners. And so our job, a lot of our job was to be the board's ear, be the confirmation sounding board to the board on some of the decisions that were coming up through. So, yes. So that's that request for new FTE. But I want to modify it just a little bit in that a month or so ago in one of our initial conversations about ARPA funding, the board approved adding a position to help us get through ARPA. So ARPA is a 3.5-year initiative. We're just at the beginning of this, just trying to figure out what we're doing. So my modification ask would be that what I would prefer to do is start slow and say, let's go with that ARPA position, but I'd like to reserve 2 things. One is reserve the ability to come back and re-ask for this, but also to make that ARPA position a permanent regular position, not tied to ARPA funds, so that after 3.5 years, it would roll into being a finance budget office position and funded just like the rest of the finance office.
So we'd have 3 just like City of Bend.
We only have 2. Yeah.
This special request is going to do that ARPA-related work that we talked about. Okay.
And I think with the change, with using software to mechanize a lot of this manual process that we have now, the addition of 1 FTE for ARPA, I think there's going to be some synergistic benefits there that should allow us, we'll certainly gain some capacity to do some of this budget work that I've been talking about. I don't want to ask for another one on top, but I want to reserve the right to come back and ask for it. Yeah.
Have you actually put that position out?
No.
And what's the pay on that one?
This one's going to be probably similar to it will probably be very similar to 80 to 85,000.
Potentially slightly less than that. If it's at the management analyst grade, I believe that starts at about 72, but it
92,000?
goes up to maybe 95 or so.
Yeah.
What's this wages 65 on page 453?
What page, Mike?
453,
Oh, yes.
budget analyst position.
So that might be, yeah, that would have been, that's probably the starting of the scale.
Okay.
Before it's escalated, yeah.
We're talking about same.
Well, it is, and the other thing is if approved, someone's not going to hit the ground July 1.
No,
Yeah, so it's a partial year.
yeah, you got a range, I understand.
And the way things are going, I'd be surprised, even a normal 2-month recruitment and hire process is just taking long. So that's that request. Tied to that loosely is a reclass request, or not loosely, but part of that is that this changes Dan's role, Dan would be essentially managing ARPA, would be managing this position, be managing more of the budget process than he is now.
You don't have to work on the weekends.
No, I'm gonna go to, Tom told me, and I have an email on it, that I could go to 3 days a week.
And you get
Is that right?
Something like that.
At least
Something like
until
that.
September.
and they'll give you a Bobcat sled or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. And then just quick like on page 455 is the software proposal. It's $64,000 in the first year because that includes implementation and the first year's licensing cost, and after that it's in the 30s.
Maintenance is
30s, yeah. And we started vetting these ideas right after I got here 2 years ago. So I think we've probably over-vetted any of the options than any of these software vendors have ever seen before, so. Yeah, go ahead.
And I think to Mike Meyer's point, when you're looking at the city of Bend that has 4 FTE in budget, they are still doing their budget manually, which of course we've been doing as well. I believe that this is part of the reason why we're not asking for an additional budget analyst on top of the ARP, because this software, we reviewed them 3 or 4 times. We reviewed the top 7 competitors. As Greg said, it took several months, and we believe that this will essentially give us more capacity, maybe even up to an FTE once we get it implemented, which will take 3 to 4.
If we approve that, would this be online next budget year?
It would be online next budget year, yes. We'll try to implement in September, probably will be completed by November.
Okay.
So in the interest of trying to hurry up here, I'm forgetting to tell you a few things, but one key, other than just being able to have a system that is more electronic and functions better that way, it will also give us an externally facing presence that will be much more transparent and much more electronically based than what we have now. Right now we have essentially electronic pieces of paper that are outward facing. There's nothing wrong with that, but this would give more capacity for the public to access our budget, and we would also submit it to GFOA in electronic format. We wouldn't be sending them a book anymore.
We get a star in our award.
Yeah, well, yeah, and really the idea is getting away, to the extent, more and more people are looking for things that are electronic on websites versus documents, paper documents, and
You ever give an accounting of how many looks you have online of our budget?
how many books?
How many people have looked at it? Well, we got past 6?
We did, what we did, we actually terminated the last contract on our it was more of a reporting software, and we weren't getting a lot of hits on it. Yeah. In fact, most of the hits we got were in May of 2019, when a few of us were trying to understand the county budget that were applying for my job. I think I had most of them. Okay. We're at noon, so I'm going to try to move along here real quick. Let's talk about debt service funds real quick. And I'm looking at a spreadsheet that's in front of you. It's Deschutes County Debt Service Summary. It looks like this.
Gotcha.
Okay. So I'll walk you through this real quick. This is a summary of all of our current outstanding debt. Most of our debt has been refunded at some point along the way. The folks that are around this table have been here for a while know that Wayne probably processed 3 or 4 refundings, and that was just simply because there were more favorable rates and the existing bonds allowed for a call. So I'll just run through these real quickly with you. So this first line series, 2002 and 2004, these are pension bonds, and as the PERS problem began to rear the ugly problem that it did back in the late 90s and early 2000s, one of the solutions was to bond for the unfunded actuarial liability. And the gamble there is that you make positive arbitrage on that bet, and that is that you borrow for X, and you put that money that you bond for into a side account, similar to the one we just talked about with PERS, and you earn X plus something. And that X plus something ends up being a credit to your rates. So you don't receive it back in cash, but you receive it back in lower rates charged to your departments. So that was the purpose of those. Anybody that bonded back in these early days has been ahead of the game. It's been a positive move for public agencies that have done that. Those that bonded in the 2007, 2008, it's taking them longer to get there. Not such a positive response. That's paid for through payroll deductions. So we reach out during every payroll and we take a deduction and charge those departments to help fund this debt service. That's how that's paid.
And Greg, if I'm reading this correctly, the interest we're paying is 6 to 6.85%?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Series 2012, this was a refinance of an earlier bond series. We're paying, the coupons are 2 to 4%. We have a call date coming up here in a few months. Talk about that in a second, but you can see the list of items that it paid for on the left-hand side there. Those are you'll see where this gets complex, the funds that it's paid out of. So everything from paying for this building to storage buildings at the Fair and Expo Center.
So it's fair to surmise that the 746, 671 for this building, we're getting state payments of 686, so they're paying the vast majority for the entire debt service of the building. And
Which works out to $1.46 a square foot.
right, but pretty soon, we're not gonna have to pay squat. The state will pay the entire debt service until 2032.
Right.
Right, and I should have explained this more, but the original amount of the debt when it was refinanced in 2012, not the original 2003 amount, but in 2012 when we refinanced it was 11.3 for this building. Using it as an example, we have a current outstanding balance of 7.6 million. It matures in 2032, and our debt service is built into this budget that we're reviewing today is $746,000, and that's funded by, as you can see, the net state lease. So more than the percent of the building that they occupy.
Which is good.
Yep. And that's not untypical. If you lock in your financing rates moving forward on some sort of investment, they have a tendency to stay flat, whereas you have a cost of living adjustment or an inflationary factor that you apply to rents, and the rents continue to go up. We saw that in the conversation we had about the Recovery Center as well. Just brief note on this, we're looking at refunding that Series 2012, and I'm doing some work with bond counsel and our financial advisors right now. A rough order of magnitude guess is that that'll save over the next 10 years or so about $1.4 million when we refinance that, but that'll come to the board here soon. Jumping down to Series 2013, we're currently 3.5% to 4.5% on the coupon rates. This is for the jail expansion, and we have a call date of June of 23. You can see the numbers there as they work out. This one also I'm beginning to look at as a refunding. This one's not quite as clear. It's a little bit further out, but we might have the ability to either do a tax advanced refunding or wait and do a tax exempt refunding, but that will save us somewhere between $750,000 and $1 million when that time comes. And then you can see the rest here, and just in the interest of time, I'll just leave it open if there's any questions on this.
Another good one is the OSP. We're making money on that one, too.
That's correct. Yep, our net lease revenue that goes to pay that debt service is $557,000. And our debt service on that building is $514.
Where do those, let me call it profit. Does that go in property management, Tom?
Eventually it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
That goes into 09.
Yep.
I don't know what 09.
That's the
property development.
Yeah, the acquisitions and
Okay.
sales fund that Christie talked about the other day.
Yeah. What's the plan when, I know it's down the road, with regards to 911, they're paying the debt service, but we're not charging, are we charging them a lease?
911?
Yeah.
No.
They're just gonna pay the debt service, and so in 2028, it would be expected by 911, which is still the county, that they're gonna see $170,000 taken out of their budget for debt service.
Well, I mean, they'll continue continue to pay debt as long as the bond's outstanding. Once
Well,
the
I'm
bonds
saying in
pay off,
2028.
Then they save that money,
Okay, that's what I thought.
yeah.
And then just real quickly on refunding, in January, the board approved a refunding of our Series 2010 debt, which would have been on this list, but is now off of it because it's been refunded. But it was the money we used to build the recovery center back in 2011. And just a couple of data points on that. That refunding saved us $166,000 looking forward. And the money, we used funds from the 090 account to help pay this off, which immediately increased their lease revenue, which Christy mentioned yesterday, if you remember that. But essentially, that payoff is about a 3-year payoff. So after 3 years, they've been paid all the way back for the amount that they used to help pay this loan off, and then that'll just be a new source of revenue. And so this is where you start seeing our county investments that were decisions that were made years ago paid off, and those funds start to come back and can be used to fund replacement, depreciation, or whatever the board decides. Okay. The only last thing I wanted to talk about real quick was the ARPA, and I think we can cover this really quick-like. This big document that's in front of you, it's 26 pages. Looks like this. And just in terms of background, we had a briefing with the board a month or so ago about the status of ARPA, where we were with the funds, or where we were with guidance. This document here was published by,
Thank you.
this document was published by NACO, the National Association of Counties. That's a further dive beyond the information that I shared with you back then. We're not going to go through all of this, but I just want to point a couple highlights, and just for the purpose of the budget committee, but this will be one of the basis items that we come back to the board to make some decisions, to start moving forward making decisions. So if you flip over to page 2, you'll see executive summary, quick guide for county officials. And the information that I shared a month or so ago was essentially those 5 boxes. Those 5 boxes are essentially the 5 primary ways that a county may use these dollars, may invest these funds. Support for public health response. There's a little bit of information there. Address the negative impacts of the pandemic. Replace lost revenue in the public sector. And as you might remember, we weren't able to do that with CARES funds. Provides for premium pay for essential workers, so we have folks that are being paid an out of class or additional amount to address to deal with the COVID. There's a provision there for that. And then the last box there is related to infrastructure, and specifically water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Going from there, if you flip over to page 5, each one of those boxes we just talked about, the first one being support for public health response, you'll see at the top of page 5, support for public health response. This is the analytical piece that NACO is providing us as direction that further vets those first 5 boxes. So you can see there's all of page 5, page 6, page 7, and page 7 that deal with just that one component of eligibility. That is the same with the next 4 boxes as well, if you follow through the document. And if you go to page 24, almost to the very back, this is another useful piece of information, but the appendix number 10, examples of eligible uses of recovery funds. So there's a whole bunch of examples here that fall under each of those 5 boxes that I think will help jog our thinking and help structure the deployment of this $38 million over the next year or so.
So you're coordinating this effort, and you send out a request for departments to analyze
Yeah, we started this conversation back at the very beginning when we discussed, it was back in probably February. And at the time it was, we don't know what the parameters are going to be of this, but we think there's going to be a significant amount of funding that's going to come help us move from sort of this reactionary CARES response to more of a recovery and long-term response to the pandemic. Let's start thinking about ideas on how where are our needs. And so we've been keeping a list ever since then. And that list from department heads, from community folks, from the commissioners, will be part of what will be looked at underneath the lens of this guidance in terms of making funding decisions moving forward.
Provide a pool of funds, and then you're going to submit an application to acquire those funds.
Actually, so the county receives an allocation of $38 million. The first tranche of that was received a couple of weeks ago. So we have $19 million sitting in a new fund. It's called the ARPA fund. It's in the budget. And then we're expected in a year, so after May of 2022, to receive the second tranche of $19 million.
But you have to justify to get that amount, or
Nope.
you already have it in
No,
the fund?
we do have to report, the reporting requirements where we have to send back, but we have the $19 million cash in the bank.
Report back as to how you spend it.
Yes, that's right. And that work and so much more is going to be largely Dan's responsibility and this new position. "17 minutes late. Okay. I'm sweating over here.
Don't sweat.
Yeah.
It's too cool in here to sweat.
What do you got the blanket?
Just-
I went outside and I got warmed up, and then I came back in here and it's cold again.
Any other questions?
I'm a wimp, a wimp.
All right, sir, thank you.
We have lunch.
Lunch is here. And
Do you
I
want to
see
take?
the COGA lady.
Yeah. Do you want to take a couple-minute break and
Yeah.
then start?
Yeah.
So do you want to start at
Getting to be a long week now.
30, we'll restart at
restart
12:30.
12:30? Hey, Julia, I hope you got that.
When you get behind schedule, it makes you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to come back today and provide more detail on the budget. I know there was a number of questions on Tuesday, and you probably haven't had much time to review, but there is a budget memo in front of you. Is that better? Is that better? Sorry. So you have a budget memo in front of you, and what I've provided is some further detail. I understand there's, this significant carryover from this fiscal year. Currently, through the March revenue numbers, we're looking at $912,000. In past years, we, haven't had this amount of money in a carryover, and the numbers have been quite a bit smaller, and we generally have waited until August to reconcile the numbers with the county finance director based on when we get those June revenues in. But it does look like we are just continuing really strong growth in the TRT revenue. As I noted on the budget memo, that's really mostly being driven by our vacation rental market and people continuing to seek out, our resort experiences and our vacation rentals in Deschutes County and our beautiful open spaces. And I think to everyone's surprise, we're sitting in this really positive budget position. I know Greg and I were very busy a year ago projecting, and neither of us would have ever in a million years thought we would be sitting in this situation. So there is this significant carryover, and I've identified on this budget memo four sort of key strategies and initiatives that I am recommending the money is invested in. And you can see they're outlined as air service development, and I can go through the numbers with you. Group business development, and I'll talk about the importance of that, strategic partnerships, and program innovations. And if you want to go to, it's probably in your packet, the first budget page, probably the third to the last page. It's titled Central Oregon Visitors Association Carryover of $912,000. I've outlined there under those four key strategies some specific tactics that we would be working towards under each of those strategies. So I can just run through those, and please jump in with any questions you might have. So under air service development, as I mentioned at my presentation on Tuesday, we do have obviously the airline industry was highly impacted by the pandemic. Redmond Airport, while it's faring better than many airports, we are down in terms of overall seat capacity from our key markets, particularly LA, San Francisco, and Denver. And we do have a couple of other flights that are on pause indefinitely. One is the summer service that we brought in from Chicago on United Air. The other is the Las Vegas service from Allegiant Air. And we have a couple of other postponements. San Jose, which was supposed to launch last year, currently scheduled to launch in September. And we also are waiting to hear about a grant to bring Dallas service on American. So there's quite a number of flights that we are hoping to see come into the market, and also to rebound in terms of seat capacity. We work with Central Oregon Air Service Team, which is a collaborative group with Economic Development, Visit Bend, ourselves, and the airport, obviously, and our airline consultants, Mead and Hunt. COVA serves as the marketing arm for that organization. So when new flights come into play, for instance, the grant that we have for the Dallas flight from American, we commit a certain amount of marketing dollars for those flights to incentivize them to come into market. So the $150,000 you see here for air service marketing would be designated for a new flight like Dallas to basically fulfill that commitment we made to try to bring in that new flight. And what we would do there is a dedicated campaign to let the Dallas residents know about Central Oregon and to incentivize them booking that flight. We also are planning a mini satellite office similar to the one we have at the Sun River Visitor Center. We're working with the airport to provide a welcome desk there. Yeah.
Real quick, so that Dallas flight, it was interesting because I was at the COVA board meeting 6 months ago or whatever it was. That's a heck of a ski market. That's what was interesting. The destination resort operators that were at the table at the COVA meeting, they're like, oh, they were excited about that. Because, yeah, you'd be surprised how many people will come in from Dallas with their skis. So
Yeah.
It was just interesting to hear about.
Yeah, that is a good point, because I know that came up at the board level. And I know that from my time in Colorado, that Texas is a strong ski market. And obviously, that's important to our region, too, for, that non-summer business that we really want to incentivize. So, it may be Dallas, we may not get that this coming year. The service would be 2022, and the marketing would still happen this year. It could also be repurposed for the San Jose flight when that launches, expanding our efforts in the Bay Area, and the fact that there would be this new airport that visitors could access, our region with. So it's really a placeholder at this point. As we know, the airline industries are very volatile right now, and, we're just kind of on a month-to-month basis determining what's happening in the market and how we can support that from a marketing standpoint. So there aren't specific plans there yet, yeah.
You state that the carryover will be allocated in 4 key strategic areas, which you have here. How much in each area, up to the $912,000?
There is a detailed budget towards the end of your packet.
The third page from the back.
Okay, well, I just,
Took me a moment to find it, but it's a couple pages from the back. This one sideways.
There's a carryover budget for the 912, starting with air service development. Do you see that page? I think,
tell me real quick, how much?
so $150,000, for each tactic?
Yeah.
So $240,000 for air service development.
I get it right now. What's the next one?
Group business development at $212,000.
Okay.
Strategic partnerships at $135,000, and program innovations at $325,000, which totals $912,000. Yeah. And then the other initiative we're looking at with Redmond Airport is a welcome desk. That would be, I'm actually really excited about this opportunity. It'd be having somebody with all of our Central Oregon, information, the visitor guides, maps, really being that first point of contact for incoming air passengers. We would staff it. I've budgeted for a part-time person. We would have them there at key arrival times. And there would be some costs around building out the desk, which is right now just looks like your typical rental car desk, and obviously we want that to be visual. We would like to create it a place where people might do social media posts with a nice mural and the brochure racks, and just a place where people can really get information and help our visitors who are coming in by air to navigate around the region and give them ideas of what to do. So that's a brand new initiative that I put as a carryover, and you'll see those line items in the budget, including staff, rent for the desk, building out the look and feel of the desk, and providing the visuals and literature there from our tourism partners. It also will be a great benefit for our businesses to have access at the airport where people can grab, the restaurant brochure or different tours or things to do. So that will be a completely new initiative that we are just kind of delving into, and those budget numbers are placeholders for making that happen. We're just in negotiation now. The rent has been worked out with Redmond Airport, but some of these build-outs we're still getting final quotes on. So unless there's any questions on air development, I'll move into group business development. So group business development has been identified as the hotel and lodging partners a really strong priority, because the demand we've been seeing through the pandemic has really been completely leisure focused, and business travel is really important for the hotel industry and the lodging industry to fill the region's capacity in the non-summer seasons and in the midweek seasons. And that hasn't rebounded very strongly yet. I know, Patty, you said there is a meeting coming up, and we're starting to see that. But this would be a much more robust initiative to bring back meeting and group travel, and it's not something that we've really delved in too widely. So the line items would include a dedicated marketing campaign to promote the region as a meetings and weddings destination, and also to facilitate events here, and with a focus on the non-summer months, which we know are already really busy. So some of the line items you see under this group business development include the marketing campaign. We're currently working on a digital guide for meeting planners, so if you were looking to plan a meeting somewhere, you could come to our website and have a centralized resource on all the different venues and activities that you could do for a meeting taking place in our region, which is not something we've had. It will also complement what we've already been working on, is a wedding guide for wedding planners and brides planning to come to our region for weddings, which is also an area that we think we'll see a lot of demand for in the coming years as people have postponed social gatherings. We also would have representation at industry trade shows, so there's a number of shows that focus specifically on group business and meetings, and we would have representation representing all of Central Oregon there to bring people to our region for meetings. I have budgeted for a business development coordinator because we don't have the bandwidth on our staff to be at those shows and representing it, so it'd be somebody who works on behalf of all of our resorts. And then I have a line item there to actually bring meeting planners into market, so we would plan to host 2 what we call FAMs, familiarization trips, which are a very successful way to get meeting planners to understand how a meeting might actually happen, how amazing it could be to bring people here for meetings, all the great events that they could add on, and really kind of give them that firsthand experience of having a meeting here, and we would qualify those meeting planners, before they came. Yeah, Patty, do you have a question?
Julia, have you guys ever gotten any write-up in the Wall Street Journal on the Saturday edition? Because the things they talk about in the Saturday edition are so unbelievable, and I'm always reading about where I really need to go on a trip.
Yeah, that's a great outlet. We are working with a local PR agency for PR. I don't believe we've ever been in that particular outlet, but
I would think that could be really huge, because people have, if they do read the Saturday paper, and it does have a lot of amazing things in it.
yeah, no, that's a great suggestion. And so that's the group business development piece that I think, as I said, is really important for the sort of long-term recovery of the region's tourism and filling our hotel rooms in off-peak times. Are there any questions on those initiatives? The next initiative is strategic partnerships. We understand that, there are some of our partners in the region who need help amplifying their messaging. We're already working with a number of them, the Forest Service, the Discover Your Forest, Smith Rock, tour operators, and really trying to amplify that destination stewardship piece. And we've earmarked some money to help amplify those messages. I know you may have seen some of the things we've already done, like the Take Care Out There campaign. We've done a video series. We're working on another video series right now with Smith Rock on how to participate and be a responsible visitor to Smith Rock. And so we've earmarked some additional funds as, things as messages need to go out. One example of that is the recent permitting with the wilderness areas. We've put some effort behind marketing that and getting that information out to our visitors.
At what point do you stop advertising when we can't handle what we got? I think of Smith Rock.
Yeah.
We're saying, come on down.
Well, we're actually getting those messages out about parking. The sheriff's office did ask me to participate in letting people know about the parking situation. So a lot of it is educating the visitors that if they're going to go during peak time, there may be a parking issue. They shouldn't be parking off-road. They shouldn't be parking in the grass. They may want to visit at other times.
Do we ever reach a point of too much saturation? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I mean, I think part of it is also advertising and telling people about different itineraries that they might do other than those that are so highly impacted. Yeah. So I think
right now is saying, I mean, she's talking about a specific campaign that's focused on that, not bringing people there, but if you come, please do this or behave like this so that your impact on this area is.
Yeah, I think
of the other people is as small as possible.
Thank you, Phil. That was good. Yeah. I think it's, that visitor education. Also, as a region, I think there's a lot of places we can steer people to, and I'll talk a little bit about the Travel Oregon Fund. which is also to promote the whole region. So we might have an alternative to places that are very highly impacted. Certainly, we don't want to drive people there on holiday weekends, in the middle of the day. It's not, smart marketing. So providing maybe other ideas for them, off the beaten track, other places they can go and have a great experience. And then the other line item on strategic investments is a placeholder for initiatives that we're working on, really to help some of these critical issues that I know has been discussed at the county level and the board level, one of them being the workforce crisis. We've been in touch with local partners to see if we could support that. Things that come up like natural disasters or other issues where we need to get messaging out and we need support. We want to have a placeholder for some of those issues where we can kind of provide support on issues that certainly affect tourism. And then the last line item, which is pretty significant, is really program innovations. We don't want to have this large sum of money and then kind of do same old, same old. We really want to be innovative in the way that we're marketing the region. Things, as I mentioned the other day, are changing really rapidly in the tourism space. So one thing that we're working on this very week, we are shooting some virtual technology. Virtual tours are a really new, innovative way that visitors are exploring attractions and destinations. And starting with our resort partners, we're going to be doing virtual tours of our resorts. Also, like the golf courses, their signature holes, so people can kind of really see that experience before they come here, and hopefully it inspires them to book a trip. We're also going to be using it, kind of dovetailing it with the group business development and really showcasing our meetings and our wedding venues, so people who are planning group events can really see through virtual technology what we have to offer even before they get here and help them plan those. We also have a consumer activation. Those are things that we did post-pandemic, and we haven't done during the pandemic, obviously, but consumer activations where we might go into a new target market like Dallas or San Jose and come up with an innovative way to showcase our region directly to consumers. We have new regional video content earmarked for the carryover, shooting inspirational video for communities to share with their visitors. And then we do have a campaign plan for our culinary experiences. We know certainly the restaurant industry and culinary providers have been highly impacted by the pandemic. And surprisingly, we did a big data project last year on how people search for our region, and culinary came up as one of the most searched words of experiences people are looking for. So we want to do a dedicated campaign around our restaurants, around unique culinary experiences, and around a high desert food trail that's being developed in the region as well. So that's a very brief overview on the carryover funds. I'm happy to answer any questions on any of these initiatives or budget items.
So thank you very much for laying those out. And it looks like each one of these, and maybe not all of them, but every one of these could be a starting point for a long-term investment too. So that's good to see the structure of, as I mentioned to you, oops, there's an extra $1 million from last year. Oh, we got another $1 million coming in this year, which was just a point in time. All of a sudden, it's just going up. But some of these things could really have some legs and be a good investment long-term.
Yeah, absolutely. I do really believe these four sort of pillars or strategies are for the long-term success of the region. In the short term, as you can see, we're bringing in TRT. Some businesses are faring really well, but bringing back air and business travel and some of these strategic investments will really be the key to sort of a robust long-term tourism economy. So I think there are good investments in the future. I think, like you said, Tony, they can certainly be year-over-year investments. They're not short-term investments. And certainly some of them, like air service development and business development, don't necessarily happen in year one. It's going to take a while for those things to rebound. So we think it's important to do it now and then, to have some ongoing strategies around that. As we've seen this fund grow and we have those monies.
Well, and then one of the other thoughts, could you have big reserves, or does the agreement kind of say that you'll expend as it comes in? As a COVA, as an organization, And is it a 501c6, like a membership organization?
We're a 501c6, although currently we don't really have a membership platform,
Yeah.
given the pandemic. We're not asking for any membership dues. You know, we're probably going to look at that again, but right now, we're not a membership
Well, could you
program.
end up having a big rollovers for a while, too? And-
Well, I mean, there, as far as I know, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, there isn't anything in the contract that speaks specifically to rollover. I would say, you know, we're in a really unusual situation right now because we not only have accrued quite a bit more money than projected because we projected fairly conservatively, if I can say so that, Greg, we didn't know, so we projected conservatively. We came in much higher than planned. We also really were not able to do pretty much anything that we wanted to do last year, which has caused a higher fund balance. And we have the same thing going on with the Travel Oregon Fund, where we really had to put a lot of things on pause. So, I've included our financials in here. You'll see we have a fairly large fund balance. That's very atypical of this budget at this time of year. We're typically have really spent it down with the intent that we want to put the money in the marketplace. We want to incentivize travel. We've really just been on pause. So that fund balance is very not typical for end of fiscal. So did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to thank you for this here. It's a lot more understandable.
Yeah.
The other day. The only thing I would request if I were on the budget committee again in the future is if you can go by the form that Greg has, just for our standard forms. And it would be easier for me to say, okay, here are the revenues, here are the expenditures, here's the unappropriated fund balance that'll go to the following year. And I know you don't have exact figures in April or whatever for the following July, but make the best estimates like our departments do.
Yeah, I'd be happy to follow any format
It
that.
would be simple for me anyway.
Yeah, I'm happy to follow any format that works for the county. That's not a problem. I can work with Greg on that.
I think all the info's there, it's just,
Yeah, it's just in our own format, and I can put it in any way that is easy to understand. And then I don't know how I'm doing for time. I did provide a fair amount of information on the other part of our funding, that's Travel Oregon, and I don't need to go through every line item, but I did just want to give the county more information on that plan and really, in my mind, how that marries, those two budgets marry each other. Because I know the questions come up about the management versus the marketing.
Probably real short in time. 'Cause
Okay.
This is the end of a long weekend.
Yeah, no, so I'm just going to leave you with this information. I'm not going to go through it all, but I just wanted to point out that I provided more information on the types of programs that it's called the RCTP, the Regional Cooperative Tourism Program, and the funds from Travel Oregon provide. And when I know the county and probably at the COVID board level are talking about the marketing versus management, I think these funds kind of go perfectly together because the Travel Oregon Fund does have allocations for things like visitor management, stewardship, destination development, and strategic investments going back into the region. I know, Phil, that's something you asked about. And that fund has grown too, as a lot of our programs have been on pause. We have a significant amount of funds going back into investments on that fund as well. So all the information's there. I've provided also on the budget, on the last page of the budget, I've broken down the RCTP budget so you can see how that fits in, and I'm given more detail on what kind of programs come under the Travel Oregon plan. And the only other thing I wanted to say was when you look at our fund balance, it's nearly $2 million. There is an allocation of about 500, it's going to change as we reconcile the year end, but about 588,000 of that is allocated or designated back to the Travel Oregon Fund. So that's not all county TRT. That's those guidelines are a little bit different than the county, and they typically cannot be rolled over, but they did do emergency guidelines because of the pandemic. And so a portion of that will go back into programs that are approved by the state. So that fund balance is kind of between the two budgets. Unless there's any other questions, I'll let you go. I know you've had a long week. I left my business card. If any questions come up, I'm happy to answer them, and certainly happy to come back to the county at any point with any updates once we reconcile the budget. And I typically come back, in the new year to talk about some of the great work we're doing with the money. So I'm available at any time.
Thank you for coming back, Julius.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to present more information to you. And I hope you all have a good rest of the day and good weekend.
Yes, thank you.
I think we're down to special requests.
That's this big
So,
sheet?
we'll just throw out just an option to move through the special requests. We have master list here. It's a summary of all the special requests that are in the proposed budget. One way to do this would just be to simply walk through these line items and discuss and make decisions on them, and we could dive into the details if we need to. As a refresher, in addition, a bunch of people up here on the Zoom that could probably answer any of those specific questions that the committee might have.
And back here, just a couple things as we move into special requests. Yes, I did talk to some of the department heads, and I think they're expecting that we'll go through this list, which is done by fund number. And then there is an error in veteran services. I think there's an additional digit here that says the net cost. The requested county funds was $23,000. We talked at length about that this morning. It's actually going to be around $2,000. And then as we go through this, I'll just be making notes to if we've approved something, and so we'll have kind of a running total of county general fund that's been used, and we can use that in our discussion of capital requests later. And we do have health services here in person, and I would ask that for some of these, the proposed request sheet is great in terms of looking at overall costs, but in terms of looking at pros and cons or impacts of decision, to refer to either the special request in the binder or in health services case, the specific handout they sent yesterday. And yeah, as Greg said, they're here, so if you do have any questions, along with other department heads, just refer to them for the record. And then there was an email earlier from Eric Kropp to get some clarification on veteran services. There was a comment made by Commissioner Chang at the end of veteran services. Is this a regular or limited duration position that we approved earlier? And I think there was some quick back and forth there, but it's not clear for the record, and we'll need that. It was written as a regular position, and I believe it takes up about $2,000 in general fund, or it sounded like actually Keith was going to find that elsewhere in his budget.
So Dan, you said veteran services, actually, the net cost is $23.69.
Actually, the net cost is, I think that's the error there. The net cost is going to be $2,300 and something.
$69. That's just what I said.
Okay.
They already
Oh,
had
did you
said-
say 2,300?
I said
Yes.
$23.69.
Yes.
2,369, so,
Yes,
yeah.
correct.
'Cause they already have 71,000 in there.
Just head down the list then.
Sure.
County clerk, administrative support tech.
Yes.
Any other discussion on that?
Pretty straightforward.
Veteran services.
Yes.
Yep.
2369.
So is there clarification we need on that?
Yes, is we're approving that for regular duration, is that correct?
Well, I thought it was, when Phil, we had this big backlog, a huge backlog of getting the data digitized. And, you know, I'd say a 2-year, I don't know, go from there. And to me, that's what he was saying, that was their big workload, is getting that backlog taken care of.
I believe in the actual special request that he submitted, he put the position as regular in the box where you can put limited duration or regular. However, that's, you know,
Well, I think
decision
that
up to you
came
guys.
out during our discussions. I know
Sure.
it didn't come out initially, though.
So was that 4 years ago, that, when that temp
Yes.
started getting funded for backlog? I mean,
don't know if they
at
got
what point do you finally say it really is a full-time position?
But But is there a cycle to veterans' benefits and, generation of veterans in our community? So it's 175,000 from the state and about $500,000 from general fund, and I mean, it's great investment and great services, but yeah, does it taper off, or should it stay flat for the next 10 years? I don't know. Or does the need go up? So I would conclude, 2 years, limited duration, forces the discussion in a couple of years, basically is what it will do.
And especially if it's the same individual who's currently doing the work as a temp.
Yeah.
I mean,
At least they'll get benefits now and kind of feel like they're more.
It may well to come back and says, yeah, we got that thing taken care of, but our workload in cases is up 32%.
There'll be a good justification,
Yeah, the numbers he gave us actually did show that they are doing a lot of outreach right now. Thank goodness. I think it's really important because we do have more veterans moving here all the time.
And we got a lot more dying too, because of the World War II are all going away.
That's true.
And the Koreans are going too.
Well, yeah.
Us next.
So support for the position, limited duration, 2 years for
2
clarity.
years?
Yes.
Okay.
Where the heck is that on this sheet? Oh, there.
It's,
I got it. I was looking at the wrong column. 2 years.
All right, is there clarity on that? District attorney, there's a package there, basically. Do you want to pick and choose?
I just soon go down individual,
Okay.
if that makes any sense.
is there a spot somewhere else then for the 200,000 that you keep talking about for the victims advocate that we're having to pick up here?
I think we are intending that would be part of this discussion.
It's not listed here, though.
Well, it's on
No, it's on.
victims advocate next to, or third one up.
Well, no, there is one here, but
But then he had
apparently
another.
there's a shortage for the victims advocate
Yeah,
program.
if you look at your discussion items on your revised agenda, we ended up throwing some items on here that may not come out in the special request that we still wanted to have discussion about, and it is number 8.
Oh, number 8, okay. Okay, so we have this one and we have 8. I mean, the one in here, for 92,000, 93,000.
But then number 8 is 200,000 a year?
Exactly, on top of it.
Yeah, so that's good to
Is
know.
that for both of them?
Bring them together. For the current, future unfunded part after grants go away.
Well,
Shorty.
I think the grants we expect would continue, but the grant amount that we get annually is not enough to pay for the authorized victims advocates that they have in the department. So this came up last year, and it was a surprise to us because their annual carryover had always covered it, but it
Short.
was revealed last year that the grant that they originally received, and it's been added on to, was for a set amount to fund a position. But over time, as the COLAs and annual increases to that position went up, the grant stayed level. So you have this growing gap in what the grant funds and the authorized FTE, to the point now where they're basically, the only way they can continue to function or to keep the FTE that they're approved for, plus the new one that the consultant says they ought to have, you would have to commit to funding that gap, which is about 200,000 a year now. So the total requirement to meet the consultant's recommendation is about 300,000
That's the 90.
every year going forward.
The 300 is the 200 for the gap and the 100 for the additional position.
And this
Now, the
was yours.
200,000 is already built into the proposed budget.
Okay, but
It's
the
already built in.
92.9 is not.
That's right,
Okay, and that's a new one above and beyond.
right.
But that keeps the people that we have there now, plus the vacant position.
Yep.
Okay,
Well, yeah, it fills one of the,
and that's in the budget.
yep.
Okay.
All right, let's do the district attorney. There's 2 requested.
Yes,
So, I'll second it.
I don't know how to
I
do
would,
it.
well, I would conclude 1 deputy DA plus the trial assistant this year, just throwing another option, and with the intention of building into that second one. There's a lot of action items from the report that came to us The space is going to be a need over there. So approving one this year with the intention of another one next year is where I'm at.
Weren't they
And I
actually
think of it as a
asking for
pair.
four? Commissioner DeBonne, weren't they really asking for 4, and they said they could get by with 2?
The Prosecutor Center for Excellence recommended 4, so to only give them 1, I mean, that seems like it's really short of the need.
I mean, that's why we did that study, was to find out what was really going on. And definitely, I think adding 2 is really at a bare minimum. And there are some people that are still working out there, so there's got to be some kind of space.
This gives us the opportunity to understand that there's a clear path out there for getting the right number in the office, getting the office balance, getting the Carpel system up to speed with its capacity and reporting capabilities. So that's why I just think of ramping into it. That was my conclusion. And if we ramp one or 2 each year for a couple of years, that's the concept.
So the difference would be that the funding wouldn't be approved until next year.
Well, I was
Second one?
I was proposing 1 deputy DA plus 1 trial assistant to,
Well, so we can get off dead center, I'll make a motion for 2 deputy DAs and 2 trial assistants.
I'll second that.
so then
Now
one
they're asking for
question.
2.5 here?
Yeah, let's
Yeah, we're just
clear about what
We're just
that
going to
was.
do 2, you said?
Well, what was the 2.5? Because I think of them as pairs, I
They
forget.
had the 2.0 is to be paired up with the new attorneys. The
Yep.
.5 was the intake person,
Oh,
I
yeah,
believe,
okay,
which was a
intake,
second recommendation
But I
from,
support that intake person.
which is to actually make a half-time person full-time.
So you want to amend your amendment?
I'll amend my motion to 2 deputy DAs plus 2.5 office assistant 2s.
I'll second my original amendment.
So are we asking to do motions on each one of these, or?
Well, unless we have total agreement, we can, yeah, I mean, the other 2 were fine,
So
but
the difference there in that approach is that we're asking for majority rule.
that's what it is.
Yeah.
Not-
Is-
I know I'm not
Isn't that
going to be in the
America?
So
majority.
right now, what I know is we have one dissenting opinion. Are there other, does anybody else disagree with that approach?
So the recommendation was to have 4
Yes.
From the consultant.
from the consultant.
4.
And so in deference to the idea of easing into it, the 2 gets you there, so I would support that.
Support the idea of bringing one on and then reviewing?
No, the 2 instead of 4,
Yeah.
instead of 1 instead of 4.
So, yeah, I think, so the only disagreement we have with that approach that you're recommending, Mike, is Tony's approach would be.
Well, I don't know where Phil's at. You with 2 and 2.5?
I'm with 2 and 2.5.
And then, Bill, you're, okay, let's
I
go.
think we're there on
Yep.
that.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's fine.
And I don't take that as a disagreement.
Oh, no,
It's the idea.
Well,
I appreciate the idea of wanting to stage it, but it's also.
I kind of think that's how it's going to roll out, because we're not going to get everybody on board right away.
So there's space needs over there. Remember yesterday it was mentioned that in the old stone building, the DA's using that, and I didn't know that information. I don't know exactly what he's doing there. But there's going to be space needs, and it's going to be a couple years before we get a courthouse built to get out of that second floor. So that's the other part of this, is that what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think honestly, the practical implication of approving these positions is that we're going to have to look for lease space to capture the overflow in that office until the courthouse expansion is done and that additional floor in the old gray courthouse is freed up, which could be 3 or 4 years
Yeah.
away at the outset, so.
See, that's why, I know, when we see that, it's going to be interesting.
The difference in Mike's approach and what you're suggesting is that the money's there now. Otherwise, it would be there maybe next year to bring the full program up to speed. So that's the difference that we're approving here today, is to fund that whole project or just pick parts of it. So right now, the sentiment seems to be that we move ahead with 2 DAs plus the trial assistant.
Well, and he'll be
2.5.
back next year for another 2 also, so.
No, he said he wouldn't.
Well,
Didn't you, John?
oh yeah, get that, yeah.
You're on the camera saying that.
Thanks for the reminder.
All right, so that takes care of DA and trial assistant. Management analyst.
Is that one already there?
Well, they've got .25 there now, that's grant funded. The consultant's recommendation is that that person does diversion stuff, kind of now, the Goldilocks program, kind of the pre-adjudication sort of treatment, counseling sort of stuff. So that was the recommendation that be, so this .75 is an add, so it would make it basically a 1 FTE.
I got no problem with it.
But it's got big dollars associated with it too, yeah?
And I heard on the radio that he's got a new program starting next week, right?
I just want to back up a little
Yeah,
bit.
let's get some, yeah, do what we do.
We pushed for that study by the
Exactly.
Center for Excellence, and we paid good money for it. I was involved, I think the board was involved, I think your
Bill
predecessor was on there. And it was, I think, a good, long, hard, factual study. And John, in his response, is making a lot of adjustments and changes. And I think unless we support some of that, we can't do all of it like the 4 and the 4. But boy, we better put our decisions where our mouth is when we were out there pounding the table and trying to get.
Well, it's a great roadmap, and that's what I started off with here,
Sure.
man. We can grow, that is gonna give the office and us as a budget committee work to do for a couple years, just to understand how do we grow into what some of the recommendations were.
And also, John, I think, responded that he's gonna come back to say, okay, we set .6, and here's where we're at, here's what we've done. That's gonna take to see the
Yeah.
results, maybe 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
And, but I think they need the tools in their bag to be able to get to that point.
Well, they need their chief deputies to not have such a huge caseload to
Oh, I know.
actually manage. I think that's going to be a huge change.
So this management analyst position says .75 for 96,000.
Did you make that motion? I second.
So is that the
I don't know,
full
I just said I
cost?
support the management analyst.
I'll second the motion.
That would be the full cost of a .75. The full cost of a management analyst at 1.0 would probably be around 110,
So
120.
that does include the 25% grant, which might go away at some point, so we're implying that.
Management analyst isn't on a grant.
25% is.
25,
Oh, they are, I'm sorry.
25% grant funded. It's adding to that position.
So it's just, if it's an FTE that's not grant funded, when that 25% goes away, they'll be just backfill someday.
Excuse me, can you guys hear me?
There you go.
This is Jessica Chandler from the DA's office. Hey, I just want to let you know that the .25 is actually a permanent FTE, whereas she's being grant funded partially right now to have I believe it's a .35 through the grant, and that's expiring 6/30. So she is a .25 permanent FTE right now.
Okay, so yeah, we are paying for the whole thing. So that answers, that's the flip side to that. We're already paying for the.
Grant is expiring the end of this month then.
We're picking it up. I'm good.
That's
for it.
correct.
Thank you.
I mean, these restorative justice type programs, I mean, this is the future. This is how we get from, the consultant, I mean, she really emphasized how the role of the prosecutor is evolving, and much more of what they're going to need to do is crime prevention and be involved in diversion type work. So, programmatically, this is a really strategically important place for us to continue to invest.
But that's philosophical, and I don't agree with that. So somebody gets picked up for doing something wrong. If you think it's, a big old thing, you're gonna end up in the jail, you're gonna get prosecuted by the district attorney. and a judge is going to make the call. But right now, we have a district attorney's office doing restorative justice, which is this like gray area between, well, you did something wrong, but we're not going to really call it wrong if you go do this. So it's very philosophical. It's not just the future.
I mean, but somebody, you know, like the Goldilocks program, I mean, someone who is, you know, someone who is in a bad place or made some bad choices in relation to substance abuse and ends up, you know, in, you know, at the DA's, you know, in the DA's care, right? I don't know, I would say care.
It's still a
I mean,
philosophical choice about how we're going to deal with it. I would assert.
okay, but I mean, you know, the recidivism number, you know, the reduced recidivism numbers, and I mean, that speaks for itself. I mean, it, you know, you can say I don't agree with that approach, but I mean, is it being successful and effective? You know, we could ask the DA's office to rattle off some statistics for us. I mean, I'm convinced that this is a successful approach, and it is reducing the people, the number of people who have to go, you know, to court, to jail, I mean, you know, like the whole throughput. There's huge benefits to diverting people out at the front end of this process. And what, again, you know, maybe that, you know, maybe you look at that data and you say this is a philosophical argument, but I think that the data is pretty compelling, that this is providing benefits for people's lives, and it's also providing benefits in terms of not having as many people going through the whole criminal justice process.
I'll make a motion to approve the .75 management analyst.
And I'll second it for the second time.
Any other concerns about that? About the management analyst?
Call for the question.
All of these, I agree with Mike. I mean, there was an investment made in that. Then the DA came back and said, here are all these things, but I don't know that we necessarily need all of that like right now. Like, I don't need my own HR person. And so he already discounted off of that somewhat. So, I mean, we could debate every single one, but for me, it's like, we should accept these, all of them.
That's been my opinion, yeah.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, we're moving on.
But I got heartburn with the next one. Let me explain. The one that we have vacant, I support reinstating it. And to pick up the gap money, I support that, but I don't support a brand new one. So I'm guessing that's 200,000, right?
200 would be fully funding the staff that they had now.
Fully funding the staff they have right now, not adding another one. And the reason I'm at that position, you mentioned it with the Carpel system, I don't know if it was you, Phil, or Tony, that was really brought up in the study, that the Carpel system is vastly underutilized, and we're going to get some training, we're going to get more information on how to get that done, but they specifically said almost a full position could be put back into action and not be worried about all these notices and all this other stuff. So,
And also remember.
and I'd rather see how the Carpel system works, and okay, we've got everything working great, and we're getting 98% efficiency instead of 28, then we look at filling another one.
And remember, the woman doing the analysis didn't somehow miss the fact that our victims advocates are so well-trained, that she did make that go. She goes, oh, I somehow missed that. So I know we have a great team. I believe we've got to fill that vacancy, but yeah. To add another person, it just seems like we have so many people.
Well, I just want to get the Carpel thing to work.
Right, that has to work.
It sounds like we're really, we're not using it to its capacity.
Well, it was great to hear that it's the best system.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was good to hear. I
Yeah.
was worried to say that's the biggest piece of shit out there, But no, everyone loves it, but we're just not.
Underutilizing.
So where does that put us with this request for one FTE victims advocate?
I'm not sure.
So what Mike's proposing.
It's already in there?
The 200,000 is already in there to fully fund what they have now. So there's no action required on the budget committee. What I think Mike's also proposing is to deny the special request for the additional victims advocate. So that would be a no on that particular request.
So that's the 92.9.
Is that on our special?
Yeah, that's the fourth one down.
But didn't I hear something about the victims program that it sounded like Ashley was having to cover it 24/7? And do they have do they have a bilingual victims advocate?
Well, the one that we would recruit for that's vacant.
It's got to be bilingual.
And John, I think, agreed that it was definitely going to be a bilingual victims. In fact, I'd recommended everything we've said yes, yes, yes 6 times they'd be bilingual. They need it over there if they can do it. From the attorneys down to the trial assistants.
Always a preference, it's just.
Yeah, I don't know if we pay premium pay for bilingual, if we have to, let's get on the ball and do it.
So do we need, so I'm in agreement with that. Do we need more clarity on what we do?
Just
Can you restate it?
That special request.
What's that?
It'd just be a no on that special request.
That's the answer, yeah.
Greg, do you know, is Ashley covering this, the victims 24/7? I mean, that's what I had heard.
Jessica's on there, maybe you answer that?
Ashley's on there as well.
Oh, Ashley is too.
Ashley, can you answer?
Guys, how are you?
Well, good.
Yeah, so as of right now, I am covering 24/7. There is proposed funding and I believe it's and Daniel can confirm, in the budget already for FY22 that would allow for on-call, so I wouldn't have to be 24/7.
That's correct.
Okay, so that there is funding there. And Ashley, is it possible then to get a bilingual victims advocate? Do you have any now that are bilingual?
I don't have any now, but I would love one and would love to recruit one. And while I have you guys, just one point of clarification, we are utilizing Carpel and streamlining it in the victim services section. One of the things that PCE recommended, specifically Chris, at our presentation, if you guys would recall, she mentioned another county that really loved their documentation system and felt like there was a lot of streamlining. Well, myself and our IT person, Casey Newsom, we talked to that county. They don't have Carpel, but we compared some of the same things that we have built in, and we're at the same level of automation. So those notices, they automatically print, but then it takes somebody to pick up the letter, document that it was sent, fold the letter, put it in. So it's, the automation is there and we're using it, but there's still work around it that we're not able to streamline anymore, and wasn't in their documentation system either.
So you're saying Center for Excellence or whatever was completely wrong?
I don't think I guess I'm not saying that they were wrong. I'm just saying when we are talking about the utilization and the streamlining, when I consult with Casey, we're utilizing what Carpel has. So, and then when she was mentioning Denver, Colorado was the specific office. So when we contacted them, they didn't have Carpel, unfortunately. But when we compared some of the automation that they loved about their case management system, we have that too and are utilizing it. And so then we said, well, what do you do when a letter automatically prints? Are you turning around and making a case note that says you're mailing it out? And that kind of differed. Denver's a really big county. And so she said, yes, for the most part, we're turning around, we're making that documentation. There are some people who aren't.
Has anyone contacted our consultant and said that, ask them where the hell they were coming up with this recommendation? Or are they full of BS or what? Have you contacted them?
I have not circled back to Chris since
Okay, well, I sure as
contacting
heck would,
Denver
'cause that was
after.
really a big part of their presentation. Maybe we're missing some, I don't know. That's what I remember.
I know, that's
Yeah. Well, I was really hopeful, just so you guys know, I was really
Oh, I
hopeful when she had mentioned Denver. And so that's why we got on the horn right away. We talked with the program manager of Denver. And we just compared what kind of automation they have. And we're like, darn it, we have that too. So just, I wanted to clarify that. I'm sorry if that creates a bump in the road.
It did.
So as long as you're there, just remind us in like a paragraph why the consultant put the request out for victims advocates the way it is, so we don't miss an opportunity here.
Yeah, so one of the things that you'll remember is that right now trial assistants are covering the spillover work that's happening. My sincere apologies, I didn't turn my phone off because I didn't expect to be speaking. Let me do that right quick. So right now, trial assistants are covering spillover work on what's called unassigned cases. So we have enough advocates to cover kind of our high-level person crimes. So that's going to be your sexual assaults, your attempted, murders, your domestic violence, those kinds of things. Then we get to things like property crime, domestic or a DUI, those kinds of cases. A lot of those go unassigned because if I assigned those, then we'd all be drowning and we wouldn't be able to handle the work. So what's happening in the office is that those unassigned cases, we cover them as much as we can, and then the trial assistants cover the unassigned work. What PCE was really hoping for is, hey, fill behind the vacancy, and it is slated as bilingual, and I promise you that is a priority for me and needed, but also give the other FTE so that what can happen is that we can become whole, we can carry our work, the trial assistants can function and do their work, and then there's not that multi-faceted approach where they're covering some of our stuff because we can't handle it. One of the other recommendations she had, and that's something that I'd really love to work on, and I think there was some clarification about this, is just that not every person who experiences a crime is a victim. They could be a witness. So for example, somebody may come up on a DUI crash and they witnessed a horrific accident and they helped. They're actually not a victim, so they wouldn't qualify for our services right now, but they're incredibly traumatized. And those people would right now be served by the trial assistants. What they're saying is, hey, recognize that there are some witnesses that really fall under the category of traumatized individuals that would be better served by your county if they were talking to a trained professional like a victim advocate. So that's also something that we would love to offer. But again, right now when we're having to spill over some work to the trial assistants, we wouldn't be able to offer that.
So there are some people out there that the consultant identified as needing services, so we're just not providing those services. And so if we decide not to go with the full schedule of personnel, that we're just deciding to ignore those people that need services.
Correct.
Okay.
Or at a minimum, it's an inefficient use of other staff.
That's another point, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so let's take another look at victims advocates based on what we know, and
I'm going to stick with where I was before. I think we need more explanation why we were told one thing that is BS from the consultants. But that was my whole point of making that motion.
oh, about the Carpel.
Yeah. And that was a real surprise. I'm not denying what they have found out, but I think we need more information. Maybe put that one on hold. I don't know.
Okay, what else?
Well, the other thing, Mike, is if the consultant was incorrect, because, correct me if I'm wrong, the consultant's saying the Carpel will add efficiencies.
Yes.
Right? And even though she's thinking it will add efficiencies, she's still saying, and in addition, you need to add this person. So, even.
Well,
And then so if she's wrong, then it's doubly that.
Yeah, because I definitely got the impression that, I don't know what the study is now to pick it out, that our inefficiencies because of the underutilization of the capabilities of Carpel, if we ever get back on track and use it right, it's the equivalent of one person. And to me, that is very important. And if that's not true, which I don't know for sure, it does make a big change in this.
Is there anybody else in favor of limiting the victim's advocate recommendation?
In favor of limiting?
Yeah, I mean, that's what Mike's suggesting is,
Yeah, I support that also.
okay.
I don't want to get another one at this time. I want to get that one position filled, bilingual, and let's make sure we are using Carpel.
There you go.
That's right. Yeah.
Anybody disagree with that approach?
Well, I mean, I would add it, but I have no problem, and this shouldn't be a consensus, decision, right? Doesn't have to be.
How long has that position been unfilled? And there is funding to get Ashley so she's not doing the 24/7, which I think is incredibly important.
But-
She's going to have a baby in July, so she's actually probably going to take some time away when she has a baby.
So part of last year's budget, part of last year's budget committee was, in supplementing with additional general funds, was to hold any vacancies vacant until a decision was made. So that's why that position's been held vacant. She hasn't filled it, yeah.
So we definitely need to get that position filled immediately.
Bilingual.
Bilingual.
It's been held vacant for at least 9 months, I think,
9 months, okay.
or 8 months anyway, yeah.
So can we, so my overall position is to accept the recommendation of the consultant, but if you feel there's some reason to hold back on the victim advocate, I'll support that.
That sounds to me like a 3-3.
No, there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sounds like Bill would add it, Phil would add it, and Bruce would add it.
Oh, I don't know where.
I haven't,
Oh, yeah, it's the.
Oh,
I'm not quite sure. I mean, with the overall idea that we want to stage some of this, I think is reasonable, and just kind of hearing about how we have a position that we have a currently open position that we're getting ready to fill. It does make me feel like if we're going to stage something, then maybe this is the one to hold off until next year. So maybe it's 4.
okay.
Well, the reason I would waffle on it is the compelling reason to do it is that there are people out there that aren't getting service that the consultant recommended that we give service. So it's not like we're losing anything right now if we don't provide that. It's just it's not the full benefit that we could provide. So I'm okay for that for now. Okay, I think we're there on that one.
So is that a no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, one other question on your agenda, item number 8. We already talked about the built-in of the 200,000 in the structural gap. Is that, just looking to the future, do we keep that gap funding amount static moving forward, or is there consideration about that growing as?
Confused, Greg, this gap.
So
You pick up the difference from the grant with general fund?
Yes, that's the gap.
I'm assuming we're gonna do that.
Okay, so just use the general fund to fill that gap as it potentially as it grows in the future.
Yeah, think of it as an FTE
Okay.
with its costs and
Got
it'll
it.
grow.
Okay.
Support that.
That takes care of number 8?
Yes, number 8.
Yep.
Put a star by
Geez,
it.
we got one done.
Oh, my gosh.
Holy.
That was good, Greg.
All right, reclassification of district
Yes.
supervisor.
Yes.
Second his motion.
I'm in favor
I
of
think
that.
everyone's-
Is anybody concerned about that?
No.
Okay. I'm resisting the motion approach.
Okay, I agree.
Oh,
Big old package.
Just
You're
to
the
be
boss.
obstinate.
Yes.
All right.
I'm
Okay,
taking
I'll
after
quit
you
seconding.
after all, Mike.
I'll quit seconding then.
Okay.
Um,
Or maybe said, does anybody object?
Associated onboarding costs.
I, be honest, I'm not sure what that
I don't know
is.
what those are either. Andy, can you help us there?
It's $50,000.
Yeah, it was in the DA's one-page handout here. Let me take a look. There's education and training, there's software, computers, furniture and fixtures, office supplies. It's mostly materials and services that would be needed to house someone and to train them in the position.
Sounds like we had,
Well,
since we
definitely
done the
they-
other ones, we're gonna need that one.
They definitely need the new computers.
Well, so that sounds like it's a one-time line item
Mm.
add.
And-
Just for those new people.
Without the management, or sorry, without the victim's advocate position, it would be slightly less than that 50,000 by about $4,000, so.
Yes.
Yes.
Any concerns about that?
No.
We're good there. Okay, Dan, you had a comment?
Yeah, as we move into health services, just a couple things. One more error on this sheet, and this is my apologies. I must have hit the undo button. But in the CDD fund, which will be coming up directly after health services, the last request has a negative $40,000 general fund impact. That should be
Positive.
That should be a positive, correct. And then for health services, just a recommendation potentially for you all. There is the decision point of CCBHC positions. And because number 6 on the priority list for health services, which is the first and second page, is impacted by the CCBHC regular funding, turning those positions to regular duration, I might recommend that that conversation precede the actual health services special request, but it's up to the committee.
Okay, so before we start that, would you mind if we take a 10-minute break?
No.
Should we vote?
No.
Let's make a motion.
Second.
Get started.
Does he know what's going on? I'm glad
Number
somebody
He's better than I do.
I've been working on this thing long enough that I should know at least parts of it. So again, health services, it's recommended to have the discussion around CCBHC PPS revenue and making those CCBHC positions regular duration prior to doing the health services special request, because priority number 6, if CCBHC PPS is approved and those positions are converted to regular, then priority number 6 would be implicitly approved. If not, then we would need to go over number 6 as a limited duration position being extended through September 2023. So that's the recommendation for potentially discussing CCBHC first here. And that's a really complicated funding source, so as you all know, health services, and it's in the room next door if you need more information on that.
I think it boils down to the horizon of this program, and it was mentioned, Janice, you did a good job giving me confidence that there's going to be legislative, congressional support, and, the state legislature working on, having the match also. So I think there's a good runway out there. And as I was just in passing just now mentioning that just like we did with that veterans position just now, 2-year limited duration, this is that point where we had put them in as limited duration because we didn't know what was going to be looking like 3 years down the road or whatever it was. So this is the moment we're kind of making that commitment if we make them permanent.
But Commissioner DeBonne, I thought the legislature dropped this bill, and they're saying now it's coming from the governor's budget.
But yeah, so it's confidence, exactly that's kind of why I use those words, having confidence that it's going to work out. That's all I can say at this time.
Confidence high or low?
I mean, it would be ridiculous if it didn't, but the state, you never know.
Bear in mind, that's just the match requirement. The original funding comes from the federal government.
Right, well, yeah, but they have to have the match or we don't get the feds.
Yeah, so it's an unknown, but I mean, it's.
But what Janice has been doing for a few years, prior to this year, is just using her own, I'm not sure which of her own funds, but her own.
Dollars, yeah, part of our base allocation.
Right, yeah, right, using state funds that come to behavioral health as the match. So if the state is now stepping in and covering the match, that's even better. But the 80% federal investment was so beneficial, it was worth it to use some of our regular state allocated dollars to match that.
And plus, and they're next door, but I think plus there's the PPS element of this also that allows us, use that staff to bill for things that we wouldn't otherwise be able to bill for, which creates a little bit more capacity and permanency to the, you're right, it goes back to the original continuity, but that additional element provides more financial wherewithal to not only accomplish the original goals of CCBHC, but also expand to a certain extent, or create more funding legitimacy going forward.
So, Commissioner, you're thinking.
Supportive.
Support that. Anybody have a concern about that?
Is this number 1 here?
6.
No, it's on the top of second.
It's actually separate. It's a separate discussion on.
But Dan's recommending we do this.
There's no general fund, right? I'm fine with that.
So maybe start off again what the decision space is.
So this is so CCBHC is a large health services grant, supports, I believe Janice was saying 19 positions, and I'd probably feel more comfortable having Janice or Cheryl come in and talk about the actual FTE impacts of this just very briefly, because it is quite a few positions. But essentially what they're saying is they want to convert this PPS, which is a CCBHC payment, and they want to convert all those positions to regular duration and pay for those with PPS. I guess, what it comes down to, as Commissioner DeBonne said, confidence in the CCBHC continuing, which Janice has said that she has quite a bit of confidence in that. But the PPS payment would be more than enough to cover, or has in the past, to cover those positions.
So converting limited duration to permanent.
Right.
Right.
19 positions.
Correct.
So this is not on the spreadsheet, but it's a structural statement in the health department at this time.
Correct, and it is a lot of positions, so.
And
But
if,
it
and if,
does include number 6.
well,
Does include number 6
if you approve that sort of philosophical policy choice to convert them from limited duration to regular, then that would in turn affect number 6, and I think 1 or 2 beyond it. At least the.
What are the
yeah.
other positions then?
Number 8 is BHC revenue supported as well.
Yeah, so that then those positions being added would come in as regular duration as opposed to being limited duration from the
What
get.
staff recommend?
What's that?
What does staff recommend?
Well, I mean, the first part is truly a policy choice. It has to do with the confidence on continuity, and it sounds like that might be there. So, and we're fine with that. I mean, the downside, the implication is that if for some reason that funding goes away, then we have permanent employees that we'd have to go through an order of layoff, presumably, which is ugly. You know,
Sure it
having
is,
been
but
through it,
can you approve it on the assumption that we're gonna get this funding, and then if it doesn't come through, we're SOL?
Well, that's what a limited duration position is.
Sure,
That's
okay.
exactly why we held on to it for a few years.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
or
basically-
you could choose to continue them with general fund or some other funding source. But yeah, that's the downside. And if you're comfortable with that, then we're certainly fine with, as long as we have our eyes open going in, then that's the sort of the policy with just CCBH funded positions. And then again, these 2 that are on here would come in as regular employees as opposed to limited duration.
Making permanent employees, would that contribute to job security or confidence by employees, the ability to recruit and retain?
Yeah.
Sure would.
I mean, that's probably their motivation.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Aren't they all working now, or the majority of them?
Yep.
So they've already been,
And it was clear
Onboarded.
in their offer letter that they got that there was a date certain that was written in there that you've got a job, you know, we think until here, but there's no guarantee beyond that. So that would be, they'd be given new letters that would say, you're welcome to the
well,
county, you're a
following
regular.
what Bill said, that correlates with personnel's statistics on turnover, because of, you know, if I were one of these people and I have this condition, and I don't know what Salem's gonna do, and I get a job offer from XYZ, I'm gonna say, well, shit, these guys have, there's no conditions. If I do my work, I'm gonna stay there. And I'm gonna blow out of here. So it does have an
I
effect.
think it's good, would be good for morale, for retention,
Yeah.
all of that.
But otherwise, but if you're talking 19 employees, I mean, that's a lot of bait. I mean, that's a lot of money.
What are the other positions?
I don't know, there's,
Should we ask Janice to come in?
That's what Dan's doing now.
because they're not even on the deal here.
What's that?
19 employees, I don't see.
Yeah, so it was mentioned earlier
I
earlier
know.
this week that this decision was coming, so is this one of the highlighted items on here, I guess? Is this one of the yellow highlighted?
Also, to your point, I mean, there are
Thank you
people
for
who
joining
are on
us.
limited duration positions at Health Services who just got the letter that their position is going to end,
That's
in
right.
June.
That morning she
that's,
had- yeah.
I mean, what does that do for morale?
Exactly.
Terrible.
Hello.
I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Budget Committee members. Janice Garceau for the record.
I think we wanted to know how many of the policies converting or limited duration to regular, how many there are existing that would be affected by this?
So if the policy decision is to accept PPS revenue as regular revenue, it will allow 19 existing positions to become regular positions. And that revenue is the basis of the special requests with the exception of 2 FTE. And those are 2 in the crisis request that are where there was a county general fund request. But the rest of the FTE, the remaining FTE in the special requests, are proposed to be covered by the PPS revenue as well.
How confident are you that that revenue will be around for more than 2 or 3 years?
Well, I'm confident that, I'm confident for lots of reasons, and I can enumerate them if you would like me to.
Your confidence is high.
My confidence is high.
That's all I need to know.
Okay.
For me, anyway.
Thank you, Mike.
I
So
trust
Janice,
you.
are you-
Yes, ma'am.
Are you talking about two from priority number one?
Yes.
Okay, that's
Those two of those 6.6 FTE are a county general fund request.
Well,
The-
I'm confused here on our sheet. It has 6.6 and it says it's all general fund.
No. It is, I forget the amount because I don't have it in front of me,
75,094.
is the total amount.
Oh, wait, net request. Okay, I'm.
Yes.
241.
Yeah. So those positions generate PPS revenue, and two of them we requested county general fund to cover. The rest is covered with projected PPS revenue.
So Jen, I don't know if you have the special request list in front of you.
It's mostly in my head.
So, if we kind of accept this approach to CCBHC, that affects request number one. request
6
number
and 8.
1, 6, and 8. Okay. Not
One's-
2. Oh, never mind. Sorry, that's
It affects request number 1, 6, and 8, and of course, because it affects our overall revenue as a service area in the department, it has some impact on admin services requests as well, right? Because we contribute to their budget. So it has broad effects.
But the other, so this is what, 12 or so positions, and there was 19 mentioned.
So just to be completely specific, I have one. Dan gave it to me. Thank you, Cheryl. There are 19 CCBHC positions. Special request number 1 would add 6 FTE. The 0.6 is simply adding some FTE to existing positions, so it would add 6 positions. Request number 6 would add only 2, because if you approve the decision to make the CCBHC positions regular, the language access coordinator is included in that. So you would add 2. And then special request number 8 adds 3 additional FTE. So that's a total of 19, thank you, 30.
So does that mean that if you consider the existing positions, the existing limited duration positions, part of your current FTE complement, so does that mean there's no net change in the FTE complement for next year? Are you just converting these to regular, or is there 19 existing plus new ones that would?
19 existing plus new ones that are added with special requests.
Okay.
Funded through
That's what I
PPS
thought, but-
for the most part. Yes, correct.
So these are all net adds.
The 10 or the 11 additional are net adds
Top of the 19.
on top of the 19 that are current positions.
All of them would then be regular positions.
Our request is that they would all be regular positions. And part of that, too, is that the special requests, if they're limited duration, would be very difficult to fill at this point. We're struggling to fill. It's a really competitive environment out there. People can work anywhere in the world from beautiful Bend, Oregon.
So let's look at that package. Where are we at? Does anybody have a concern about that?
I believe in CCBHC.
Okay. I think we're in agreement on that.
Okay. Yay.
So, but just for
Choice
the,
made about
just for the record, and this comes into play in several of these, I'm not sure, I don't recall honestly if it's any of these, but many of the special requests were utilizing existing funds in FY '22, like fund balance or internal allocations from fund balance, but then beyond that would require general fund support to continue. Do any of these fall into that category?
Yes, 2 of them do. The 2 that fall into that category are the 2 in the crisis request. the CIT, or the, not CIT, sorry, the Civil Commitment Monitor and the Night Shift Case Manager, BHS 1 position. Those were both general fund requests, and we did not calculate them into the projected PPS revenue in future years. However, if they were approved, they are both positions that bill Medicaid and would generate PPS revenue.
But might need net general fund support.
Right now, they would need general fund support if we don't have additional revenue identified.
And that's how you have them listed right now.
Pardon?
That's how you have them listed right now.
And that's how I have them listed, correct.
241K.
The 241,000 is the general fund request for those two FTE.
So then 6 and 8 it's not envisioned that they would require general fund at any point in the next few years?
It is not envisioned at any point in the next few years, correct?
Okay, so then, do we go down the next few here on page 1?
Do we want to,
So
since request number 1 had both general fund, there's 2 positions related that were general fund supported, plus 4.6 or 4.4 that were dependent on the CCBHC. Do we want to just kind of nail that down first, and then, I mean, and then Janice will be free, right?
Then I can go have a Friday. Might even leave early.
About 6 and, which one?
So agreeing that CCBHC is that we're going to count on that clears up 6 and 8. But number 1 had CCBHC money in it and a general fund request in it.
Correct.
Yeah, I guess I was lumping it all together. I went with 1, 6, and 8 as a package.
Right.
That works.
Just wanted to make sure that everyone was
Same
good
page.
with- with that general fund commitment.
yeah, the 241 you'd be committing to in general fund support ongoing, okay?
I support that.
Yep. So we're going, so does that free you, or are you going to hang around?
That frees me to say thank you very much. I'm really moved by the decision, actually, and I appreciate it.
I haven't voted yet.
Pardon?
Oh.
What did you say?
You didn't vote yet.
Don't listen, don't ruin your Friday.
They don't need me.
So Janice,
Yeah.
can you just
What
tell
just
me your
happened?
total employee number now
You know,
with this approval? How many people are you responsible for now?
Well over 200.
Well over, like 250, 60?
220 plus 11, so 230.
5.
You know all their
31?
cell phone numbers?
I have many cell phones.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Janice.
Thank you all
you.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Happy
great
weekend.
weekend.
Thank you.
We're on to priority 2 on the first page.
I guess I got a question to Greg when it says behavioral health reserves, and I should know this, but I'm not gonna go try to find it. Do they have a whole bunch of reserves, or are we really stretching it, or is that good for a number of years, or what?
I think they're sitting at 15 million or so. That's that Fund 270.
So it's pretty healthy.
I would consider it to be healthy, yes. So this is one that will be, the original request is that this position be made regular. Should that not be approved, though, they'd like to at least have it extended through fiscal year 22 would probably be about 110,000. It says 157 here, but be in that ballpark.
But okay, they would only use 32,887 out of the reserves?
That's what it appears to be here, correct?
And they got 15 million floating around?
Yes, they have quite a bit, plus beginning net
I have
working
no
capital
problem
in
with that.
274.
If I understand correctly, the reason they have such a big reserve is because we didn't count CCBHC as real. We didn't we didn't plan for it in the past. So then when the money came in, it was sort of like, okay, well, that goes in there.
Let's go to Reno. I got no problem with that one.
Any concerns about priority 2?
Well, so number 2, we're talking about substance abuse prevention specialist position. So one of my questions is going to be the concept that we have a request for a youth success partnership. We have positions like this in the division already. How could they be either coordinated, consolidated, or complemented? And that's the one question I have on a couple of these requests, as in they kind of go down the same path with.
I see your point.
Yeah.
And, you know, as I was thinking about it the other day, so I'm jumping down to number 5, and maybe we should ask Nahad to come in and talk about this, but they're only asking for 2.6 FTE, 0.8, 3.8 chunks. Well, actually, that doesn't add up to 2.6. But that's what I recalled, that they said 3.8 chunks. And there are 4 high schools in the Ben Lapine School District. So I'm actually wondering if they're already kind of counting on Lindy Petty covering the 4th high school, and then this request is for the other 3, or, you know, I think, I agree. I think it'd be good for us to look at those 2 together, 2 and 5. And I also think it'd be great to bring Nahad in here.
Let's open it up with that additional discussion then and think of that all together. So I have an opinion about that.
But is not number 2 the person who works in actually Lapine and Sisters? Isn't that Lindy Petty's position? It's Lindy's position. She's already been there. She's already established relationships, and I know it's going to Sisters big time. So, and Lapine, I'm sure that she has relationships, and really hiring 2 people for that success program, that's just a drop when you consider the numbers and what happens with our kids in Deschutes County. So I really, I wouldn't put them together, and I would keep continuing Lindy's with the 32,000 general fund ask.
Yeah, and I'm not proposing putting them together. I'm proposing that we talk about them at the same time.
That's what I understood.
To address Commissioner DeBone's concern about, like, is this overlapping, or is it not?
Oh, and we have an office of, prevention already. We have staff in there. Is this plugging in? Is this a different effort? So yeah, there's some questions in there. So
Well,
I'd
Lindy's
support-
definitely a different program. I mean, she's at Sisters. I know she's there. She was there before COVID hit. I know COVID, I don't really know what she did, because I don't think it was, I don't think you could really get with parents at that moment in time. I saw she put some things up on the bulletin board, but really was anything happening. But I do know she has a relationship.
But I believe that both Lindy and these, the folks proposed at number 5 are working, they're all working out of Jessica Jackson.
Would her work in Lapine be an overlap with this new program?
Can we ask Nahad to come in?
Right there.
When you have 2 people, that's a little ask. When you consider they have a half of a counselor for the elementary school, a half of a counselor for all the Ben Lapine kids. I mean, how much can that person really get done?
I'm just wondering what they're asking, what their intention is.
Yeah,
I'm getting lost here. That one on the bottom, number 5, is that the one where the Ben Lapine staff came here?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And it goes up, and it jumps up every year for the 3rd year. And we add people. We go up to 2.6, and we're 4.2.
Right.
And
Their contributions going up too.
they're paying for half of it.
So I think it could start off as simple as the org chart. When we talk about prevention and health promotion, I think is the terminology for the umbrella effort of the health department. Then we have 2 efforts, which is the substance abuse prevention specialist, and then there's a request for a youth success partner. What does the org chart look like as a starting point? That'd be helpful for me.
Yeah. So good afternoon. For the record, my name is Nahad Sadrazi, Director of Public Health for Deschutes County Health Services. just maybe, Commissioner, before getting to the org chart, just to mention that the substance abuse prevention in Lapine and Sisters is mostly, which is being led by Lindy Petty, is mostly at the system strengthening level. So it's really bringing partners together, looking at schools' suspension protocol, training, putting procedures together, and ensuring that we have alternative programs to suspension in schools. So it's really looking at system level. And why in prevention we look at systems is because given the limited resources, this is where we feel we can influence and scale up our efforts, right? The Youth Success Program has a more direct implementation lens to it. So these are health educators in schools working with the students, the teachers, the administrators, the parents, in ensuring that we have a strong health education and promotion program in place to help the youth make better choices. Now, at the org chart level, and in terms of your point around consolidation, I do believe that in 6 to 12 months' time, we will have an opportunity to see how we can bring these different programs together and actually use the Youth Success Program, if it were to be approved, as the platform for consolidating some of these other programs. Why I'm concerned about taking that action immediately is because Sisters is not part of the equation with the Youth Success Program right now, and I wouldn't want to compromise the fidelity of the program and perhaps compromise the relationships that we've built. In fact, during the pandemic, because during the pandemic is when we, in Sisters, put the system in place so that we could reap the benefits this coming year.
So these 2.6 FTE from the health department in the program, they would support all the efforts in all of the high schools in Bend-Lapine district.
There are there are 3 clusters of schools. And I'm learning about this myself as I'm not necessarily active in that space. But there are 3 clusters of schools, and the clusters are basically the elementary schools feeding into the middle school, feeding into the high school. So these clusters, what we're proposing is that we take one of these clusters as part of our demonstration project and look at putting 2 health educators, 0.8 health educators, plus a supervisor to oversee the cluster and start implementing the program. And then the second year, we would expand to another cluster, and the third year to the final cluster of schools. One of the clusters will have 2 high schools, obviously, in them. Does that clarify, or can I?
Not really.
Okay. So,
so when you call a cluster the elementary level, throughout the district?
Elementary feeding into middle school, feeding into high school. Right. So that particular cluster then would be led, so it would have multiple elementary schools feeding into the middle school, feeding into the high school. So that entire cluster would be part of our first year demonstration project.
I guess the question I have, is that all the elementary schools or just the ones that feed into this high school?
You know, the expert probably is sitting right there in terms of the school clusters. Maybe, Greg, you could help me.
I think what he's, and I'm not entirely sure either, but I think what it is you have a high school which is fed by middle schools, which are fed by elementary schools. And I believe there's that. I think that's like silo that he's talking about. So you have a continuum of presence from K all the way.
So let's say Mountain View High, and then we'll take R.E. Jewell, and then we'll take High Desert Middle School. We're not taking the whole system. We're just taking that.
The silo.
That
feeds into it. Exactly. And so this here would cover, let's say, 25% of the students in the Bend-Lapine School District.
We would anticipate a third of the students we will try to reach this year, so around 6,000 students. Yeah.
Or within one of those clusters, or a third? Touching the whole cluster, all the students in the cluster.
Exactly. The entire cluster would comprise 6,000 students. Yeah. And it is,
4 elementaries, 2
Exactly.
schools, and 1 high school.
exactly right, exactly right.
Because if it's
Nahad?
successful after reviewing and measuring and hitting goals, you'll probably look at getting to 100% versus 30%.
Our aim is, but,
Then they would go to the next cluster.
Right, or maybe the rest of the clusters.
depending on the level of investment, yeah. Maybe maybe it's so successful, Mike, that we decide that, hey, it's really not the,
Clusters will go away.
well, exactly.
Nahad, I remember actually, because I met with Lindy a couple times, and I know she was working in Sisters, and I know you started in April, but she already had permission from the school district before COVID to have a space in the school. So that's why I do feel like continuing her program is really, really important. She was clearly established before COVID, and then COVID came, and I'm not sure, honestly, what she did, but I know she had an excellent relationship before that happened.
Well, she worked with administrators in the schools to put the protocols in place for alternative program to suspension.
Right.
She worked with the teachers to train them on the program.
I mean, they give her an office space in the school grounds.
Yeah.
So she definitely,
I mean, we're saving 18 hours per student in terms of in-classroom. Basically, they don't lose 18 hours of classroom time because of this alternative program.
Get in all sorts of trouble because they're at home by themselves.
And there are other, implications to it.
yeah, sending them home to enjoy
Yeah.
home life is really not the answer.
And the youth success really goes beyond, I mean, of course, substance use is a very salient issue hitting our youth. And the youth success program expands beyond that. So it incorporates that, but then goes into also issues around teen pregnancy and STD and, yes,
Don't forget stimulant use.
and immunization and so on.
Okay, so this really is the first year is the pilot with 1 cluster, and then year 2, presuming year 1 was really successful, assuming it's going to be very successful, then you move to a new cluster. What do you do with the old cluster?
Oh,
Or do you just expand?
We continue. So there's going to be, we have a startup here. We go into a continuous improvement cycle. Then we open up the next cluster, and we learn from what happened in the first cluster to implement activities here, and then we go to the last one. Now, to Mike's point, maybe the ethical thing to do after the first year, because we are demonstrating so much success, is to actually just expand. We've learned enough, we have the systems in place, and we expand.
May not have enough information.
Or we may not. And that's probably the likely scenario, to be very frank. By the time we hire people, put them in place, get the system going.
A year or two.
Exactly. So to be realistic, I don't want to overpromise. In fact, I'll underpromise and overdeliver to make you happy. Pardon me?
But really, the vision then is after 3 or 4 years, there's three times this investment.
Well, even more, I'm hoping,
That's why when we
Yeah.
looked at the proposal, year 1 cost is this and year 3 cost is this, because by year 3, then you've got 3 clusters instead of just 1.
And we have 1 high school that's unclustered.
No. They're incorporated. And I also want to mention there are 2 caveats here. One is that Redmond and Sisters may very well join this initiative in the coming year or so. And 2, that as I think Janice articulated, most likely after a first year or 2, after demonstrating success, we could start applying for grants. Yeah.
So, item number 1 is that the one you're talking about, Commissioner?
Number 2 is the one I'm
Number
talking
2,
about.
I mean, yeah.
Yes, that's the one I'm
So
talking
is
about.
are we in agreement on that?
It's just asking for 32,000.
Yeah, and I was going to ask about that. It sounded like that
I'm on 5.
the 32 or the 40 is for what's described as materials and supplies. Is that to hire kids to be the interns, or?
So a portion of that, Tom, is actually for evaluation. We want to start evaluating that program. So we would contract probably with an academic institution or with a consultancy to do that. The other part is for parent education and related materials.
Yeah, the write-up in the special request talks about hiring interns and kids and stuff, and so that, there was an attachment reference that I didn't see. So is that a one-time then ask, or is that ongoing, that materials and supplies cost?
That would vary year by year depending on the specific, so the Lindy is being paid for by, through internal transfer funds from behavioral health. However, Lindy's work obviously requires some programmatic support. Part of that is costs associated with training and travel and producing materials and publishing, things like that. This year, it's gone up a little bit because we really want to incorporate evaluation into it. So next year, it could be a little bit less, but there'll definitely be some programmatic costs associated with this work.
Well, I mean, if it's just, that's for one person. I mean, I wish I had 40 grand in support for, it just seems like a lot for one person's.
Like I mentioned, I think 10 to 15,000 of that is for evaluation. So 32,000, I think, is what we're asking for materials. Around 10 to 15,000 of that is directly for evaluation. Yeah, to make either adjustments or continue reinforcing the efforts.
That's all the ask is of the general fund.
That's the only ask for this, and of course your consideration for reasons mentioned in the previous session with Janice to convert that into regular position to bring stability to this important position.
Am I correct? Am I remembering correctly that Lindy just got her letter telling her that the end of her
On Tuesday. On Tuesday, yeah, a couple hours before, in fact, I came here, she received a letter, which does not help with morale. And today I learned another key staff has taken another job. It's it is what it is, right? We're working in a situation where housing is difficult for staff, where the cost is going up. So one way to bring some stability to our staffing situation is at least give them some level of predictability and respect in their positions.
What about priority 2?
Is that,
That's for Lindy,
32,887.
sisters,
That's what
and
we were just
Lapine.
talking about, so.
yeah, that sounds great, let's go.
I think we're in agreement on priority 2. Okay,
Thank you.
Let's go back to priority 5. I have concerns about this. We just had a big discussion about the DA's office. We had a consultant go in and do a review, and he started implementing portions of that program, and we kind of approved a package to move forward. This one, to me, is similar in that because it's a new initiative. It's who doesn't want to help the kids? It's a great concept. There's a lot of passion from the school district. They presented this proposal last year. They said we're happy it probably didn't go through last year because we have a better understanding of it now. I know there's pressure to use the CAT tax because they have it available.
What?
CAT, that's, I believe, where this money's coming from.
Right.
No, this says general fund.
No, we're talking
Our
about the
portion.
schools using
School
CAT tax.
district.
Oh,
Now
okay.
that we're the 49th highest tax state in the nation.
So wasn't this a total package of like 800,000 or something? They'll be
Delaware.
bringing some funds, and we'll be bringing some funds, and I believe that's the size of the whole program.
Over a couple of year period.
Yeah, so usually when, I've been involved with a lot of pitches in the last 15 years from my experience, and first you have to understand the problem, and then you have to have the solution. And we understand the problem. We have a little chart here that tells what social behaviors are that we would like to improve. But I don't think we have a really good understanding of the solution yet. We don't have a viable opportunity, and that's to be developed. The question I had to you yesterday, I believe, or the day before was, who are the experts? Because what the school district says is the health department has the experts. But the answer was that we're going to go out and find those experts and bring them to the table, and hopefully they'll have some tools. And I just took like 15 minutes that night and researched, and I found all kind of tools. There's the Lung Association has a training program in place. There's a couple other nonprofits that have programs in place. So I feel like we could tap into some of these resources, have a plan of who these people would be and what their job description would be, and we could put this into play and ask for approval of funds, get the school district on board, which they're already on board, and you know, have a full presentation. I felt like this was just kind of a patchwork presentation to get this thing underway so that they could spend some cat tax, and I just don't feel like the program's there.
I see it differently, Bruce. I mean, the school district certainly wants to make good use of the Student Success Act money in you know, their first years of receiving it, but there are a lot of things that they could put it into, and they prioritize this because there's a real need. And when we talk about experts, you know, I think we're talking about two things. Number one, you know, to go back to the DA's office example, there was the national experts who, you know, came in and objectively evaluated what we were doing and kind of gave us some recommendations. And then there are the experts in the day-to-day work who are already, you know, who are already running our DA's office, who then you hand some additional resources to implement out. And I felt like when we had our presentation the other day, there was a lot of excitement from both the school district, you know, the board co-chair, and our staff about doing this on a pilot basis, and will be a demonstration project that people from all over the state can learn from. And it is very possible that there are not a lot of other school districts around the state who are doing this kind of work already. That doesn't mean that there aren't a whole lot of school districts nationally that are doing this kind of work. And we actually have one of the, you know, last year, one of the people who really helped me think about this proposal and think about, you know, how ripe it is there's actually a woman named Dr. Susan Keys, who's connected with, she's like a emeritus faculty at OSU Cascades, and she's like the national expert on youth suicide. And, you know, I went and had a discussion with her, and she said, oh yeah, and I couldn't give you the list, but she rattled off school districts all over the nation where there are health specialists embedded, you know, behavioral or prevention health specialists embedded in school districts who are, you know, she also showed me a lot of data, which again, I don't have it at my fingertips, showed me a lot of data that was pretty compelling that this is well, in the health world, they always talk about evidence-based practices, you know, that we have data to demonstrate that you do this and it produces this kind of results. So we may not have heard that data yet. I mean, we may not have had that kind of a presentation yet, but it doesn't mean that it's not very readily available. So, I mean, I don't know how to resolve that, you know, now at Friday afternoon with 2.5 hours till 5 o'clock. But I just want to say that if you got the impression the other day, like, oh, these people want to like do this whole new thing and they're going to pilot it and we'll see how it works. You know, at the national level, this is not, you know, it's still a fair, like it may be a somewhat new idea, but it is already a proven idea.
So it's still very vague to me. I think about who's going to report to who about what, as in we're a board of commissioners and we were going to partner with the Ben Lapine School District. I want the school district to teach reading, writing, math, and, you know, health, and I want us to be able to be a reference point for good health choices. But as I say, we're starting a partnership, which I don't know what that means. You know, in reporting, in documenting what we're doing. If we're the health department, we know how to provide the references, the resources, and advocacy for good choices. And, you know, going down any one of these paths, it talks about suicide, substance abuse, and teen pregnancy, which is fine. You know, this is what we do. But I don't see how this is that thing that. Yeah, I'm still vague on what we're doing here.
That's part of my concern is when I look at what problem has been presented. There's a number, let's say, for teen pregnancy, okay? I don't know if that's good or bad, because when I go on the Deschutes County Health Assessment Report, it says we have a fertility rate between 15 and 19-year-olds of 17 per thousand. And when I go on the Pew Research Report for 2019, it says the average for the United States is 17 per thousand. So I don't know if the number that's reported here is a problem or not. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if the problem is understood and if the solution is understood.
The two that I've heard talked about most in relation to a position like this are our youth suicide rates and our youth substance abuse rates, both of which we're on the high end. We're one of the highest in both of those categories for youth among counties in the state of Oregon. So
let's get some other input. Where are we headed with this?
I appreciate where you're coming from, Bruce, but in kind of by definition with a pilot program, there isn't the history to be able to evaluate that. I mean, there's some level of innovation and stuff, and support and belief in our health department officials, because that's where the expertise exists, and coupling that with education. But to see this, attempt to see this grow, but it really is, and I think it needs to be kind of emphasized that it really is a pilot program. This isn't like something that is like approved now and it just will go, forever. Hopefully not, anyway. I suspect some things, once they get in place, are hard to get out. But I don't see the correlation or the how that looks like the DA's office as an existing.
So that's the question we've been presented with: is do we want to invest $323,000 in a pilot program to help the kids? And I'm suggesting, I'm not sure that if we understand what the problem is that we're trying to address.
Well, our share is the 161. The problem is by the third year it goes up to 385,000. So
It's 800,000 over 3 years.
yeah,
That was just small change.
I know.
School said.
I know, and it's
That was a bit of a misstatement, probably. But it is an investment and can be stopped. And within 3 years, you will hopefully have the data. And if you don't, then probably both us and the district.
I think you need to have the data. I think it's critical. I mean, like, we know the stabilization center data. We get those reports pretty routinely. And, when they said we're hiring the experts, I'm like thinking, oh my gosh, who are we hiring? Who is an expert that's going to actually, with that kind of numbers, what are we talking, 8,000 kids, that we're going to be able to impact that many kids? But we need the reporting back to see. Definitely, we have the problem. We are at the top of the problem. We receive a grant because of suicide in Deschutes County. It's been every year since I've been here for kids. So we definitely have the problem. Has this model really been thought through enough in order to really make the difference? And I can understand both sides of the story. I know we've got the problems.
the stabilization center, I think, is actually a good example story. I mean, unlike the DA's office, we have a DA's office. You can get an outside expert to come in and look at your DA's office, but the stabilization center was an idea, just like this is an idea, and it took a certain amount of time and a certain amount of confidence building to take the leap. But then, if you have a robust, set of metrics associated with it, then you can look back after year one of the Crisis Stabilization Center and say, we're knocking it out of the park. I mean, this was a really good idea.
But the other thing, though, I honestly couldn't believe why that wasn't implemented before I got here. But then once I got here, I wanted to know what we were talking about. So I visited 5 stabilization centers, really did my research. And here we're talking about pilots. So who's setting up, who are hiring those experts, and are they really going to? And honestly, I would think the school could even have a bigger match, maybe 3/4. I mean, I believe in helping this get set up, but it seems that we've got to have feedback. Because there's a need, but what is the feedback? How are we going to know when we get done spending, what is this, $800,000, that we actually accomplished something?
I think we had to do exactly what the bulletin told us to do.
Has it?
I just want to talk to Phil on the stabilization. That took almost 5 years or 4
Yeah.
years. I mean, there was a lot of stuff. And then at least my position, I support the program under the conditions that we talked about, and it gets back to the statistical stuff, that we get valid statistics, a lot of it's out there, and then we measure, are we making an impact on this? If we have 2 per 10,000 suicides, which is high, and after 3 years of this, we have 4, it doesn't sound like it's working. And you pull the pin, or we got to do something else. But I want to see hard statistical data to measure, are we successful or are we not? This thing might be a bust. I don't know.
Yeah, and I would caution against trying to measure. Anytime you do prevention stuff, it's really hard to measure what you prevented.
But you can measure the sexual transmitted disease rates that the health department has. You can measure the number of kids smoking. You can measure the suicide. Those are the things that I
And the
was
teen
told that
pregnancies
they're
are hard to
looking at.
hide.
Yeah, I mean, but I
They
mean,
are, but they could be going up for,
well, what do you
any one of
suggest
those.
we measure to
Well,
see if it's successful?
It's just tough to come up with a number of what it would have been if you hadn't done it at all.
Right.
Right.
So,
Well, I always
but-
want to
but-
see what has it been, and have we changed it?
Right.
Yeah,
But,
I can't
but if you
guess
can
what it
measure,
would have been.
if you know that, okay, so I'm gonna take you on a little detour here. Wildfire. We're treating on the Deschutes National Forest, we're treating, 20, 30,000 acres per year. We can't predict exactly where lightning's gonna strike. But we know that we want to treat a bunch of acres to make the overall forest more resilient. And then, every once in a while, when the Roslyn Road fire starts in 2020, or the Millie fire starts in 2017, we go, holy crap, that fire was roaring out of the, out of the west or out of the south or wherever, and when it hit the place that we had done the work, it dropped and it stopped. But
I don't think that's comparable to this program.
But I sure can tell you that we can't, if I couldn't tell you like, oh yeah, like last year in Deschutes County, only 10,000 acres burned. That's because of the work we did. That's not, that you can't
So
measure
you're saying we should go
prevention.
into this without having any measurements? of
What I'm
performance
telling you
measures?
is that in that case, the metric that's important is how many acres we got treated.
Well, I'm talking
That makes
about-
things more resilient. So in this case, what I would want, what would, one of the things that would be useful to measure would be what kinds of interfaces with, how many touches did you have on youth that through all sorts of other studies are effective ways of preventing X, Y, or Z thing. You could do that. You could also maybe you survey kids, right? You're like, hey, are you more or less like, you survey them in 1 year and then 2 years later you survey them again. Hey, are you more or less likely to do drugs now? I mean, those are the things I think you can measure with a prevention program, but thinking that you can very clearly see changed outcomes.
You mentioned the key word, a prevention program. So you don't think you should measure whether you prevented suicides?
I think you can look at the numbers. I think you can look at, but you can look at your suicide rates, but it's not going to tell you necessarily whether you have been effective or not.
Well, if there are no hardcore measurable goals that can be looked at over 2 to 3 years, then I wouldn't put a dime in it.
What I'm saying is the goals should be the interventions, right? So again, like if through research, doing these 5 things help reduce youth substance abuse, then what you want to measure is, are we doing those 5 things? How much? And
How much has it been reduced?
May-
Isn't that a fair question?
Well, yeah, but part of the implementation of the whole thing would be development of the metrics and the reporting back and
Yeah.
all of that.
Well, I support
have to
that,
be
as
there.
long as it's measurable.
Right. And I'm not saying you don't keep, we're already measuring youth substance abuse, youth suicide rates, youth.
I wanna see if it's
teen pregnancy.
reduced.
But I'm also just saying that if you don't see it, if you don't see like, oh, it was 8 and now it's 6, there's a whole lot of noise in the system that may prevent you from getting a clear signal back from your work.
My guess
Yeah,
is
you
that.
could get the wrong positive, right? If it was 8 and now next year it's 6, then you go, oh, the whole program, it gets all the credit for that. That may not even be the truth.
Well, I'm assuming there's going to be more than one type of.
Yeah.
But don't
measurement.
forget, though, these students that we're talking about have had COVID, which, according to Mike McIntosh, retired superintendent, he said they are going to have lasting effects for 10 years. Well, I believe it's going to be for the rest of their life. They lost a whole year plus of school. So, we really, we've got a huge issue out there, and you just think, oh my God, thank God they're having their graduation the last couple nights,
Commissioner?
I would rather spend money like this with the Parent Teachers Association instead of in the classroom, getting families to work together and parents and teachers in the same room. It's like we're going right to the kids and we're expecting the kids to answer the question, are you going to do more drugs next week? I mean, that's such a upside down concept. As I say, this is a request, a proposal from the school district to us because they have a checkbook and they got money in the bank, but it doesn't sit well. And I mean, I'm not opposed to doing good things, but I don't like the idea.
Yeah, I agree.
Ma-
So it sounds like we're not going to change people's opinions where we're at right now. We're just talking about our opinion. So, Mike, you're the only one that's kind of waffling between the two. You would like, you want it with some conditions.
I do. I want accountability.
Yeah.
I mean,
I do
we're
too.
spending almost $1 million, and I want to be able, or whoever clowns in this chair in 3 years, to say, here's what we're trying to do, and here's some of the measurements that we've laid out and everyone's agreed to see if we're getting there. And to
So-
be honest, well, we're not getting there. Well, then let's pull the plug. Or we're making progress here, we need more money to go over here. I just don't want to sit there, oh, everything's fine and rosy, give me another 800 grand.
So it kind of goes back to my
807,000.
original point is I don't see the plan in place, and I think you're agreeing with me on that. Is there some way we can ask for more of a program than we've been presented?
I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, back to Tony's original question of kind of the org chart, like who reports to who and who owns this thing, really? Who has the authority to direct what's going on literally in the schools? And I suspect that
Who's doing the
schools would say,
evaluations?
we are, but the county efforts, would be, well, except that we are the experts that you're bringing in here as well. So that kind of thing isn't clear to me.
I don't think any of us understand the program well enough to endorse it fully. So is there some way, can the commissioners make this decision going forward if it does fit a model, or?
This is really an important thing. I wouldn't hesitate to say, put it on the back burner, let them put together a little bit more detailed program and do a supplemental budget in 3 months. I don't have a problem with that.
That's what I would agree to.
Yeah, tell me who you're hiring, just experts in the field, like, okay, yeah, I would like to see exactly who are you hiring, who, and I would like to see, okay, and these are the kind of reports we're going to give you, and we're going to let you know, I know that there are.
Here's what we're going to measure.
Yeah, what are the measurements?
But if I was forced to vote today, I'd support it right now. But I would rather have that.
Well, I would,
I would too.
I support it, but I just think that it's just, we have a lot of unknowns.
We need more accountability.
Nahad, could we I mean, because I'm imagining one of the challenges with standing something like this up is you actually need some resources to design a program.
Exactly.
So is there an interim investment we could make right now that, like, we're going to give you $25,000, you go, get those 3 experts and bring us back a plan? I mean, is that?
Pardon me, so that's where I came to the conclusion, I would love to have a parent-teachers association group of parents come and say, this would be a great investment. I mean, that's exactly, you're asking for 3 experts, I'm asking for a group of parents. So,
Well, I mean, that could be part of it. I mean, you get someone who can focus 140 hours on program design, and they go and they talk to some PTAs.
Yeah. I'd like to refer this back to the commissioners and ask for more of a planning process around this program before we approve this kind of funding.
Because it's not only 8 or 160 or 800. If it's successful, and I hope it is successful, and we do approve it, but that's down the road, I'm assuming this is going to be an ongoing lifetime deal. Then you roll in the other clusters in there, and it's not 800 grand. It's $2.9 million.
$3 million, yep.
I very much appreciate that. One of my big one of the reasons I feel a lot of urgency about this is if we don't give the green light to this today, I am skeptical that anything could be stood up by next school year.
I don't think we have enough approval right now for this program to appropriate these funds.
Chair, may I say a couple of words with your permission? Because I want to both acknowledge and address some of the concerns, because I actually believe I share some of the concerns as well. So I want nothing more than accountability and results, right? So and they go hand in hand in my book. And in terms of the design of the program, as I think Bill mentioned earlier, we need some resources to actually design this program. Right now is a concept, a framework based on proven practices nationally. However, really the devil's in the details, and the way we design it and incorporate the parent-student associations into this, for example, plus other groups and strategies, is going to be part of this, part of the success of this program. In terms of the accountability and results, I think the concern maybe, Mike, is that if something goes from 2 to 4, is that a bad thing? And it may not be, because we could have expected 8. So prevention, we cannot look at it from absolute. Right. So we would be looking at it from a rate of change, right? So in that sense, I think I would want from day one to make sure that we are identifying the key metrics. And in fact, I would invite this group, our commissioners, to be part of that decision-making process. What metrics make sense? We would, of course, propose, and you would hopefully be part of that conversation. In terms of the reporting and accountability and chain of command, I think to some extent what I'm hearing from school, and I appreciate, is that they're saying you can hire the implementers. You know, we have 350 staff who are experts in public health, in my view, but we do need implementers. So we need to hire some folks to help us implement this program. They would be reporting to the health services, which then reports to the commissioners. That's the chain of command. We would also put a steering committee together, which would comprise school members, because they have a skin in the game. They would also contribute to the strategies and the vision of this program as well.
And the PTA.
And the PTA, yes, of course. This steering committee would, of course, comprise of key stakeholders in this process. We have to put the mechanisms in place to keep us accountable and on track to achieve results. When are we going to see results? I cannot promise you the exact date on that, because partly it depends on if we can even fill these positions. And you know that's really difficult. how quickly we can fill them, get them on board, and then support them to start implementing, of course, post-design. If you're asking us to go back and come with a plan, as Commissioner Chang said, we would need resources actually to even get that going. We're already so stretched.
How much?
Well, we would need to hire a staff member to actually help us then put a plan together and bring it to your attention and consideration. And
Or do you hire a consultant out there?
or a consultant. I mean, we need a body, basically, to help put this together, but that delays us. And here's the thing. If we think the cost of this program is high, frankly, the cost of inaction is higher. With the rates we're seeing in our youth, we're not on the right trajectory.
I'm confused. We don't have a plan, but you want to start. And if we want to get a plan, it's going to take us 6 months. Don't you need a plan before you get started?
We have a framework together for this initiative. We have but in terms of an operational plan, Mike, no, that requires additional resources for us to actually put that in place.
Do an operational plan. If this gets funded, do we do an operational plan?
Well, we need to have a work plan, of course, in order to make sure that we're meeting the metrics and milestones.
People who we hire.
Absolutely. That's why we're proposing one of them to be a supervisor to have the skill set for that.
I was confused.
Absolutely. I don't have an operational plan right now.
In terms of plans and getting stuff done, you're talking to the department that stood up our COVID response, okay? Did they have a plan?
No.
No. Did they?
But if they were, if
Did
they
we,
would
did
have
we
liked
get,
to have known a year
did
and
we,
a half in
did we,
advance, it could
did
have
we
been
get the
better.
best were we in the top 5 in terms of vaccination rates, for any county in the state? Yeah. I mean, so there is the idea of building the airplane while you fly it, like, I don't love that, but there's urgency around this work. I mean, this justification page in here, okay? How many youth suicides do we have between 0 and 18 years old in Deschutes County? If I'm reading this correctly, this is saying 13. And when you look at the costs, from the school district, from the health department that they call when they have a youth suicide, from all of the state agencies that have to be involved, $1.3 million. If you could spend $161,000 this year, prevent one youth suicide.
Only concern not only, other concern, I thought they had a plan. And you're saying, we don't need a plan, we can start this thing right now.
No, I'm not saying I think we're somewhere in the middle.
Do we have a plan or not?
We have a whole bunch. We know of a whole bunch of practices that help reduce these things we want to reduce: suicides, substance abuse, teen pregnancy. There's a whole bunch of things that we know can help with prevention of these ills. Is it built into a detailed plan to ready to that's ready for execution? I don't think so.
So we're just gonna hire these people and say, all right, put your plan together and there's your cluster.
So, Mike, we have, as Commissioner Chang mentioned, every single intervention will be based on best practices and evidence-based intervention. So we're not reinventing the wheel. We know what the best practices for suicide prevention or reducing STDs or teen pregnancy, these are all documented. So we are bringing health educators in to pull these best practices together and put up and design the operational plan for it. Operational plan for me is a lot more granular, almost week to week level of expectation and implementation for a set of activities. If that's the level of granularity that this group is looking for, we don't have it today. But that's part of the design phase of the first 3 months of this initiative anyway. Right? We want to make sure we get all the right partners around the table. I don't think we haven't brought every single partner that we should have necessarily. So that's going to be part of our first 3 to 6 months is to,
In reality, just say you've got authorization today, it's gonna take you 60 days minimum to hire people. And then it's gonna take you another 60 days to put your granular plan together and operational stuff. When would you start? Probably next January?
well, here's the thing, Mike, the way I see it is that we've been dealing with with these issues for decades. If we can afford 3 to 6 months to set up a successful program, I think that's a fair expectation.
It'll be probably earliest in January.
I can't give you an exact date, but here's what I promise you. I will not rush into something with one eye closed and just taking risks, because there's a lot at stake here. So we would make sure that we have a really solid plan in place.
We've got a bunch of stuff to get through here the rest of the day, so I'm just wondering if this would be helpful to just, let's get an indication of where we're at based on what we just heard. Commissioner DeBonne, or would you support this plan, this proposal to move forward?
Not at this time.
Commissioner Chan? You would. Mike?
I'll support it.
I'll support it, I just want more details.
Okay. I do not support it the way it's been presented. Bill?
I would support it, and partly because I think even by supporting this, it's not even, this isn't the real commitment to 3 years. This is right, this will come back next year.
Oh, every year.
So I'd be in support, to be able to accomplish getting it stood up.
One thing that hasn't been said today, Commissioner Chang was talking about suicides, but there's another issue because of COVID. There's attempted suicides, and then I keep reading the story about, oh my God, he tried to kill, and then he did kill himself. So it's, there's that huge issue out there in today's world too. And parents, they're really.
Well, there does seem to be enough support to move this thing forward.
Thank you.
The way I understand it.
Yep.
Okay.
For this year.
That's going to be our decision then.
So we got a yes on that one?
Yes. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Better start working on the doggone plan now.
Right. With an annual review before it's, before.
You might want to stay there.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that it's not an automatic. Greg, if there's some way you can note it, that we want to review it every year, so that we know something good's happening.
Oh, I'm not saying we should, I
Tomorrow
just,
morning we'll finish up.
okay.
Could be a long day now.
Yeah, we already blew through the 2:30 goal.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we start back on our list here, priority number 3.
Number 3.
Should we order dinner in for?
It looks like pizza
From the-
might be.
No, from the
With the
Brook
chit
House
chat,
to
let's
make
get
up
through
for my
this.
cancellation last night.
I think 3 is yes.
Environmental health, I agree with that.
Yes.
Well, so then COVID funds for a while, and then transient room tax in the future is fine with me too. The whole community is going to be expecting this long-term, full consulting, not just kind of back of the restaurant inspections.
But that's also with the understanding that you guys have a nominal fee increase that we would still,
And I
so
support.
we don't let that lag.
Was it 2.5% or something like
I
that?
don't think it was that much, but it was small.
1.4?
Well, I think it was 2.5.
Commissioner, it's linked to the Consumer Price Index, which this
1.0,
year is
that's
1.0.
Link to,
1.4,
yep,
sorry.
okay.
Next year's consumer price index is gonna be 7.9.
This environmental
so that's-
health piece, this is primarily around the restaurant?
Restaurant inspectors.
Okay, so don't we have, what's the percentage of restaurants and outlets like that that are no longer here a year later? I mean, you hear pretty,
8%?
It's incredible. You won't believe the statistics, but we are basically at the same level as we were pre-pandemic. It's incredible. It's the largest group of licensing entities for us, but we also see childcare and campsites and
Pools.
pools, thank you, and hotels and motels. So it's broader than restaurants only.
Well, and you've got that whole food cart industry, and
Absolutely.
so that's been my experience, is every time one goes out, somebody takes
Yeah.
over.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what we heard through economic development circles a couple months ago, is the entrepreneurial spirit is still there. So even if somebody's going out of business, somebody's right behind them, dreaming about the next one.
Yeah. No,
It's a
I've
great
got-
place to
that's what
launder
I've seen.
money,
I've
don't
got
forget.
3 restaurant people that want to go into business if I
Well,
could
it
find
is.
them locations, so.
if you could find anybody that would lend to them.
Well,
And then they have to
Yeah.
find help.
so we need to go back to number 5 for clarification. Dan?
Jesus, we're not making any progress.
Yeah, sorry, Mike, apologize. The question, I think, for number 5 is, are these 2.6 FTE going to be funded regular or limited duration? And if limited duration, for how long?
I'd say regular.
We think we want them for 3 years.
Well,
Well, and again, we've already discussed the importance of hiring and the ability to hire, and if you set it right out there,
hurts.
this is limited.
Yeah, we can tell them, if this thing isn't successful, we can tell them in 3 years they're out of here.
Well, no, we were going to tell them in a year if it's not working.
I don't want to put more hurdles to get good people.
I support that.
Permit, I think is what we're.
Regular.
All right.
But if it's permanent, we can still review it, could we not?
Sure, every year, just,
Okay.
in fact, we should not, in the past, this is years old, call people permanent positions. You just call them regular employees, because no one's permanent.
Yeah, no one's permanent.
Right.
We do, we call them regular.
Yeah.
Oh, regular, okay.
Okay, regular.
So back on number 3 with environmental health, is there a policy choice about the CPI adjustment, or is that built into that choice?
For the rates, restaurant?
Annual CPI adjustment?
I think there was a number if we did the CPI and a number if we didn't do the CPI.
Yeah.
Is
It's
that-
1.4 if we do the CPI and plus $38,074.
But is there a policy choice to support that CPI adjustment or not? Because if we do, then it's got a built-in factor every year. If we don't, and they've come back each year and say, if there's a choice, either we raise the rates or we don't.
That's a board decision in their, July fee?
Yeah, I think that would be sort of a policy indication, but I think we'll have to come back each year for
Okay.
approval again from the.
Yep, and that was my question. Is there a choice there right now? Okay, Don.
The one other thing that was floated at some point was, do we want to try to provide fee relief this year, for businesses who've had a very hard COVID year?
I mean, and we could even, you could say, your fee is gonna go up to this, you know that your fee is supposed to be this now, but, we're gonna
Can you
provide
just take some
fee relief.
COVID money, put them aside and tell them it's a grant program if they're broke?
They just did get a grant program that we did. It was 1.3 million
Can't afford it?
that restaurants were open to apply for.
Well, so they have options.
And hopefully they'll get some more help with the ARP funding.
We could, the invoices for the 21 licenses went out in December, I think, and they were due back in this past January, by memory serves. So they've already paid for the next 6 months, basically. So the next invoice for restaurant licenses wouldn't go out until this coming December.
Actually, they went out in November, I believe, like November 15th. So, and people paid them, it was a huge percentage that paid.
There's a penalty if they don't pay. Right.
Did we waive the penalty?
We didn't. We did last year, or we granted refunds last year to those who had paid because we didn't get the CARES Act money until long after the calendar 2020 licenses were due and paid, but that was before the pandemic hit last year.
There will be businesses who don't want to even bother applying for a grant, and so this, doing a fee waiver would be something that everybody gets a benefit, without having to jump through any hoops, but.
Did we get an answer on the CPI?
Yes.
Okay.
So, okay, just so I understand, that's number 3. 3 was a yes. What was the question on the CPI?
On fees.
Oh, yeah, if there was a policy choice, that's what I was asking.
And it's going to the commissioners, isn't that what we said?
Well, you have a fee ordinance, don't you, and it's included in the fee ordinance?
Yeah.
And that's where you guys make the decision, we don't do that. But the
All right.
budget committee is recommending that you do.
Right. Priority number 4. Can you remind us of what this is?
This is maternal services for an additional 500 pregnant women would benefit from a range of maternal and child services. Increase access.
Yeah, the Perinatal Care Coordination, Commissioner, I think that's the one.
That's the
Yeah.
one.
This is an investment in a health educator that would increase our access to 500 additional pregnant women. Currently, with our current capacity, we're able to serve 1,000 pregnant women from conception to post-delivery and connect them to available resources in our communities.
Do you have a waiting list right now, or you turn them away at the door, or what's going on?
We're not able to reach every pregnant woman, Mike, and that's why we
I'm saying, they will come to the health department and they would be told, no, we haven't got room for you.
end up providing abbreviated services in order to fill the gaps as much as we can. We're not providing always direct services. We link them to existing services in the community or within the health department like WIC or Nurse Family Partnership. Currently, as I mentioned, with our current capacity, we can reach 1,000 pregnant women. Our program data show definitely that our clients have better outcomes and better process outcomes than otherwise. There are 1,800 pregnant women out there, and we think an additional investment in a health educator can help us reach 1,500 pregnant women.
Would this person be bilingual?
In terms of recruitment, our aim is always to look at how we have.
Percentage of your folks?
Yeah, we have around 25 to 30% of our clients, especially in our reproductive health clinic, which speak Spanish, and we would always want to have that capacity as much as possible.
I'd support this as if you made it mandatory that the person you hire is bilingual. That's the only way I'd do it.
I'm not sure if from an HR protocol we're allowed to do that, but Tom, maybe you can help me, educate me on that?
Well, you can certainly list that as a
Preference, yeah.
Consider that as one of your main criteria.
Okay, yeah. So if that's the case.
So,
Let's say you advertise for an interpreter, but they can't speak Spanish, but you gotta hire them?
Well, so,
I wanna hire an interpreter who's also a prenatal specialist.
I mean, there's an assumption that we're referring to Spanish here. I always thought you were talking about another language. I mean, so we got to think about what we're saying here, though. You know,
My daughter can speak Arabic, I can get her down here then if you need.
well, that's my point. I mean, what is there an official position? And I don't want to go too far down here, but you know, we're saying bilingual, but we're referring to one specific language, and there's lots of languages out there. So
My brothers out there and sisters, a lot of them do not speak English real well.
well,
And,
but I'm pointing when we say bilingual, we're referring to one language. That's all.
and I'm referring to
Yeah,
Spanish.
yeah.
I won't be, I'll deny that.
I think that's a fair point, Commissioner, and I shouldn't assume. I was basing it on the clientele in our reproductive health clinic, which 25 to 30% speak Spanish, but you're absolutely right. I shouldn't assume
Well,
that.
I mean, seriously though, a generation ago, you know, and there was family members of mine that speaking Italian that I wouldn't have understood. So, I mean, we're referring to a point in time and a place. That's all I'm referring to.
So the question I had is, it says the population of however many thousand or a half people there are that are pregnant, you know, is that the goal, that you want to touch every pregnant person?
No, I don't think that's realistic. So currently, we're able to reach around, I think, 53 to 55%. And with an additional health educator, we'll be able to reach around 83%.
So, yeah, what about the women that are on a health plan and, you know, they've got doctors and, you know, they have adequate health care? Why is the county concerned about reaching those people?
So primary care, dental care are part of this, but there are additional resources. I don't know if you recall, I had a like 10-page document in my hand. It could be parenting classes. So for example, we know that 1 out of 7 women suffer from postpartum depression. Linking, and we know actually a smaller percentage of them actually access care and even utilize it. So being able to connect them to providers, especially within our even department, is part of the access to resources that we would be facilitating for them. Of course, ultimately it's their choice, but there are multiple resources out there beyond just direct care that this population certainly
We're assuming that these people want these services and they're not aware of them. And I don't know if that's the correct assumption. I mean, I'll just use my daughters and my wife and my experience. They had access to those, but not through the county.
Yeah.
It was through their own physician or their moms or whatever. And I think they did pretty good.
Yeah.
And so maybe we were looking to provide a solution to a problem that does not exist.
Woman sitting here, that's kind of what I was thinking too. I mean, I'm like going, what happened to the family? What happened to our family unit? Calling your mom, getting advice. Oh my gosh, I had my mom come and stay with me, and she was going to leave me, and I couldn't even walk one day after I had my first. And I was like, Mom, you cannot leave me at this moment in time. So anyway, what? Call the county? That was King County. I don't think they were going to answer the phone. Anyway, I just go like, what happened to the family here? What happened to when you get pregnant, you need to talk to a doctor. What happened to the family? And I believe in the family and the support from the family.
as I do, by the way. There's a, not just unique to our county, but frankly speaking, what we're doing is helping pregnant women, which is a vulnerable time, navigate a complex system of agencies and resources, and facilitate access to these resources that we know help not only their pregnancy outcomes, but also child development. So for example, when women enroll in nurse family support program, they have 17% fewer preterm births. So we have real data here that show access to these resources and utilization of these services help. Now, are there women out there who don't access all the resources and still have good pregnancy outcomes? Of course. Of course, just like there are people out there who are engaged in high-risk behaviors and don't necessarily suffer from the outcomes. I get that. But overall, what we are seeing, and this actually request is coming from our community members, is high demand for support in this area.
I just had 4 nieces that had 4 babies. One was a preemie, and but I'm sure none of them accessed their public health. I mean, I'm sure they didn't. And I see what they're doing with their kids, and I see how they're raising them. And yeah, I just it just seems like it's okay, you're saying your people need it, but I'm just saying, oh my gosh, it's more government overreach.
Nahad, can I ask you about the process here? So, I mean, you find out someone's pregnant, you do a little outreach, phone, mail, email.
We have 2 staff who are placed at East Cascade Women's Center and at St. Charles. Our referrals come actually from the providers. Once they go through that system, they get referred to us, and we then connect them to the additional services that exist in our county, and we help facilitate it. To fill out, for example, this is just an example, and we're reaching all women, by the way, no matter their socioeconomic status. But to fill out the forms or online for OHP enrollment is not an easy task. We're and the woman has a child next to them, and they need access to care, but they cannot do it because they're not in an insurance program that can help support pay for that. So it means they really don't go to the provider, or they go late, which by then, frankly,
There's 1,800, you're addressing 1,000 right now?
we're addressing 1,000, and we're
You're hitting 56%. You're saying the other 44% of the people they need this help, but they just don't know it?
what we're saying is that certainly the demand for this service is.
So we're going to be here till after 5 and Friday night after many days. We got to be real careful with the time now. I mean, I'm not supportive. I mean, it's a great effort. I'm just giving you more clarity on positions.
If I could I just wanted to clarify, like I asked Nahad about the process and then we got sidetracked. I just wanted to clarify. So you make an initial contact with a pregnant woman. If they don't want referrals, then they don't have to.
They don't have to,
right?
of course.
So it's sort of like, I mean, you make an initial contact with 1,500 women, maybe some slice of that say, hey, I would actually really like to hear more about women, infant, children, or nutritional assistance or something. Then you spend a little bit more time with those people. So it's not like, someone who says, yeah, I got all the resources I need, like, you're not pushing anything on them. You're just, for those people, you're just making an initial contact.
Absolutely.
You guys got 6 out of 7 requests so far, so I'm with Tony.
Commissioner, what's your thought on this?
Oh, I already said, I just felt like it was more government into something. We're providing it, 55% of the people are using it. If you can really, like in a year, say, hey, we've got 75% of the people really need this, then maybe I'd rethink it, but it just doesn't fit for me.
I'm not going to support it. Bill?
I think I would be generally in support of it, primarily because of the statement that there are unmet needs and they are forced to provide diminished care. I don't know that I would be in support of it just in an attempt with an assumption that the county is needed for every, birth, of pregnancy that's going on. But if there is actual need and service that's being provided at a diminished level because they don't have the capacity, I would be in support of it.
Okay, I'm going to count you with the others, and I believe you're in support.
What are you, 3 and 3?
Yeah, well, no. I think there's only 2 in support of it, so I think we're at that point where we're not going to approve this one.
Okay.
Priority number 7, admin services. convert to regular duration.
Where was that one at before? How were they funded?
COVID funds,
No, prior. Says, where are we converting them from?
This position didn't exist until COVID happened. This position is admin assistant for my position. And when COVID happened, commissioners kindly agreed to institute this position. We're asking that it's converted to regular because we believe it's a core organizational capacity. And we also like to have some predictability around this position so we can recruit and maintain and keep good staff.
Was in the budget last year and taken out?
I think,
We
I
added
think
it.
I think the assistant for you is number.
Oh, I'm sorry, which one are we?
We're talking about number 7?
I don't have it in front of me. Is this for admin services or for us?
Admin services, administrative assistant.
Okay. Cheryl would have to probably come in here for that. My apologies, because I am also asking for an admin service.
Saw her.
It's also related to COVID funds, indirect charge to departments.
right.
She's coming.
She's here.
There's a lag.
She had a cup up against the door. In the form of Zoom.
So I don't know how much conversation we're going to need. They're going to be advocates for it, and I don't want to diminish where you're going to come from, but this is building out the health department, which is fine. I'm just laying out from my point of view. Administrative services, admin assistant, and public health admin assistant. COVID's been a hard year, and we really did need to have some capacity here. This is going to generally grow the organization, though. I mean, health is big, and it's getting bigger. Is that the right place to be? You know, I guess I'm just starting the conversation and acknowledging what's going on here. We want to be professional, provide great services, so I can't say I'm against it either.
Yeah, I like the idea that this commission stepped up and did the right thing. I'm not sure that we need to carry it on.
Well, so public health, behavioral health, and administrative services, but then the administrator office, I guess, yeah.
Are these new positions? No, there was, okay, now, you had an assistant, and then it went, person left, and it went vacant?
I'm sorry, I think we're talking about admin assistant within admin services, right?
Correct. We've had that position since 2017. So it's been funded through grants since that time, whether it's CCBHC, PPS, expansion, and now COVID-specific funds.
What about the other position?
Public health?
Public health, there's two, public, admin services administrative assistant and public health administrative assistant.
There,
And,
yeah. So Mike, there was no admin assistant for public health as far as I know until this year.
the freight on both of them is the same.
Correct.
So as our health services has grown over the last decade, in fact, the proportion of admin support has gone from 17% to 13%. So our admin support has gone down in terms of ratio to the growth of health services. And frankly, there's a tipping point in terms of the infrastructure needed for us to carry our duties. Otherwise, people like me end up taking notes in meetings, following up, and doing things that perhaps there could be a better arrangement in terms of staffing.
I'll support one of these positions, but you decide where that person works.
That's exactly what
There are currently people doing both of these jobs. They're just asking to convert them from limited duration.
One of them's vacant.
No.
Both are filled.
Both are filled. Both have excellent people in them, and we don't want to lose them. And these are core organizational pieces for us.
And at the meta level, I mean, to respond to Commissioner DeBone's comment about growing the health, this county is growing at 3% per year in terms of population. In terms of, property tax collections, it's growing at an even faster rate. Health services hasn't gotten a general fund increase in, I believe, 3 years.
Yeah, but they've increased by 70 people, too.
Well, that's because to meet the growing demands of a growing community, they've been out hustling more federal and state money.
They've done a good job at it.
And
But to hustle more federal and state money, you need enough administrative support to do all the proposal, data assembly,
I didn't know they were
reporting, and all
both
that
there.
stuff.
How have we been paying for them? How are we paying for them now?
COVID funds, Mike.
So this is just a continuation, it's not a convert.
The admin assistant in administration is approved through fiscal year '23. In public health, that is approved through fiscal year '24 currently.
So why are we even, if it's all been approved, why are we talking about it?
We're asking that they're converted to regular so that we have some predictability and stability in these positions. And of course, this group can obviously consider what happens if there are no funds
Well, if
available.
COVID funds run out, we're going to pick them up with general fund?
Or look for other funds. Right now, they're covered until 23 and 24. There could be grants and other funds, or, my taxes.
So isn't this argument very similar to the
Yes.
other 30 that we just approved?
Yeah,
going to-
sounds like it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same argument.
Well, there's a difference in funding source between COVID funds and CCBHC. So those are two different funding sources. If health
Well,
services-
COVID funds is an example, just one example of several different revenue sources that
Right.
I think you were just referring to the conversion from limited duration to regular. That's what you're referring to.
I got no problem with it.
I'd still start with, leaving one as not, limited duration for now, and especially if they're a couple years out, that's in a good spot.
Okay, should you choose to go with one, then I propose we keep the one in public health as is and convert the one for admin services, because that group really needs predictability and capacity.
I'd do both of them. I don't know where Phil is.
I would support doing both. I mean, there are so many streams of funds going in and out of the health services department. We've been able to pay for these positions up, before now, and I'm pretty confident there'll be ways to pay for these kind of core support positions going forward. So the idea that we would go from limited duration to regular just so that we can retain good people, I think.
Is there a risk that once they go to regular, that general fund is possible, that it becomes probable? Right? It's like, well, we'll just make that
But
general.
it's not until '24?
One's 23, one's 24.
I mean, this group obviously will have to make difficult choices in 23 and 24. You'll have multiple priorities. At that point, you would be allocating the resources we have available. And if it's to cover this or not, then that's the decision that this group would be making. But for now, at least, we would have predictability and stability in our staffing. Some great people that we were able to recruit here that is not easy to bring, especially given the housing situation. We just want to retain them. But they're looking for jobs. They're getting letters. It's hard to compete and deliver great services for our communities.
Today, Nahad, when you say their position is through 24?
No, I'm saying for some of the positions that have to come to the board for extension, for example, these positions, fortunately, we were able to come to this group, not this group, but the commissioners, I think 2 weeks ago, and we were able to extend them. But there are other limited duration positions that we have to come for every year, like Lindy Pitty, I shouldn't say the name. But anyway, like one of the positions, and they got a letter.
Bill, a whole nother scenario would be you get some core administrative support in there that can be there for long term, and each year they get more functional, and they help you get more grants. As so, to balance out the concern about this will create additional demand on general fund. I mean, if having really solid people in the core of your administration of your organization lets you get find even more federal and state money, then that's the opposite of the scenario that you pointed out.
So we're going to have to draw this discussion to a close, and the recommendation that Nahad suggested, if we have to have a limited duration, is the 2024. So that's the one I'm going to support. Convert the other one to regular duration. Mike, what do you want to do?
You want to do both of them?
Well, they would stay there for now, but the one would maintain the limited duration through 2024.
I'm fine with that.
Oh, what do we gain by doing that?
We gain some control over the number of full-time, regular employees.
And maintain the doubt in that position for that employee, and we gain the risk of losing that employee.
That department has run like that for years.
Yeah. I'm sorry, just to mention that I think you're right. The department has been running like that for years, and we've paid for that. And right now, though, especially given what's happening in our community with housing and cost of living, it is so difficult to identify people and keep them. So
You gotta be careful with that, because the flip side is a small business owner trying to start a small business, they're not gonna get paid $85,000 a year with full benefits, and they're gonna try to live here too. So we're competing with the small businesses that are out there. So there's two sides to that.
Can I just throw in something here? If we're talking about a control point, there will be another control point at some point when there's a funding question, whether the position is limited or regular. Just something to consider.
These are $52,000 a year salary positions.
Yeah, but the 88 is for the roll-ups, right? That's with all the benefits.
It's 50,
Commissioner, what-
88 with all the
I
roles.
would go with what you said.
Yeah.
I feel like, we're talking 3 years through 24, that's.
Yeah, we'll get
3 more
there.
years.
This is, it's a dynamic budget. We're gonna fund it appropriately. We have resources. We'll have resources next year. I do support keeping one of them.
Got four in agreement on that, I think, at this point. Did you get that?
Is 24 yours or mine?
So number 9
I want to make sure they got the right one.
7's a yes?
That's
Admin
correct.
Services regular? Okay.
Priority number 10. Reproductive health admin.
Is that new, or is that converting something else again?
That's a proposed part-time position for reproductive health clinic, where right now, Mike, every time we have any gaps in the front desk or we need someone to translate, we have to pull a medical assistant from doing her work to come and translate or help process clients at the front desk, which means that we slow down our services quite a bit, upwards of $1,000 in losses in terms of revenues for that day. So we're proposing to have a part-time, hopefully bilingual candidate who can help address this major gap. And we believe that actually it will pay for itself. And just one other thing, I know the decision has passed, but that position, the health educator for perinatal care coordination, is a revenue generation position, which we can bill for, and we started already.
I'll make a package deal, or I'll support that one, as long as we don't do the next three.
What's the next one?
The health officer, the doctor.
Oh,
So the head reproductive health admin support technician, I do support. That's going to be good to keep that office rolling.
Yeah, I support that as well.
See, I actually told him that to hire someone half-time in today's economy, especially bilingual, I believe that they're going to have to hire someone full-time, and I don't want this position to sit out there empty for 4 months. So that was actually my feedback. I was just, I can see where we've struggled with bilingual a lot this past year. It's really hard to find, and, we have to pay a little bit more for it. And can we actually hire someone when they can get $300 a week for the next, till September 6th, that will come to work half-time?
And speak Spanish?
Yeah, and speak Spanish.
Well, the only reason I package those, because all of them have an impact on the general fund.
None of them have.
They don't, none of them do.
Bullshit. Indirect charges go back to them,
Oh,
which
yeah.
goes back to the general fund.
So indirect is being used inside the health department, so they're referring to their
Their own
indirect for admin for the two sides of the house in the health department.
So I support this one. I really think it should be a whole person and not a half.
The reproductive admin support tech?
Yeah, just because. Just hate for that position to sit out there.
Health services does have there are other part-time positions inside health services that you find the right person and you can match it up, right? That, I mean, I would support Commissioner Adair's proposal as well to bump it up, but I mean, the decision that we've been presented with right now is whether to go with this half.
Yeah, they've asked for a position, and I'm willing to support that.
Okay.
Mike,
I'm a no.
you're a no on that one?
I'm a no.
On the,
Mr. Bilingual?
on the half,
I just worry about the funding, that's my
This is
concern.
this is the place that.
All right,
that's
you
come up-
shame me into it, I'm a yes, Jesus Christ.
Yakking about bilingual all day, and this is the
I know,
the
you guys
first
are
place where we absolutely know we
You're
need.
picking on my brothers and sisters, I tell you.
Well, and I kept, pushing for one,
Manas
so
and manas.
I tried my best.
did we get some mental health support? It's been a long week.
What happened to
No,
you?
we can't.
We can connect you.
They don't want to hear us.
Yeah, they don't want to hear us.
They can come
Hola,
sit
¿cómo
back.
estás?
Have we got 4?
Yeah, I think we do on that.
All right, let's go.
So, 10, okay, number 11, application system analyst. We got a,
So just for clarity, let's make sure we're talking the same things, because it does use the same word. So subsequent years, indirect to department programs. So that's all internal to the health division, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
According to my notes from the other, it says it's covered through savings in year 22.
Yeah. And I'm supportive of that position.
That's the beginning net working capital, which we drain down, and they come back and ask for more money.
Okay.
No.
I'd support as well.
Commissioner DeBonne, what?
Yeah.
I said yes.
Supporting that. Bill? You're okay? Yeah, so that one is approved. Health officer, priority 12.
So that's our big medical position, that we've had a part-time health officer, and now this is really trying to get to that fully loaded 1 FTE, I think. Isn't it, it's adding the other half, is that the idea right now?
It's the other, yeah, there's the other
Yeah,
half.
so that's adding the other half. It says half FTE, but it's really adding the other half.
Cheryl, what's the other half? Is that like 140,000 or something, and it's going to go with 168?
Yep, you've got it. That's exactly it.
And
Okay,
is
so
this-
I'm like thinking, what doctor's going to work for 300,000? Pay their medical school bills back. I mean, that was like when I was saying, if we could give some kind of benefit to somebody who wouldn't want to take this position to pay their student loans, as a benefit. I don't know. This has been sitting open for quite a while.
It has.
And is this also the position where we know that there are physicians who would be interested in applying if this was a full-time position, but we have not been able to find anyone for the half-time? Is that the situation here?
What we know for sure, Commissioner, is that part-time, the advertisement did not attract qualified candidates, of course, with the exception of Dr. Fawcett, who later decided that didn't fit his schedule. George, please.
Sure. I'm sorry we couldn't hear in the other room. If somebody could state the question.
The question was whether or not we know that there are interested candidates at a full-time position.
It's unknown. Marion County has had a very limited success trying to recruit a full. Marion County has had limited success trying to recruit a full-time one, but that's on the other side of Cascades. I don't know. We'd have to try. We didn't have any way of trying such a recruitment because it wasn't approved. So half-time was not successful.
Doctor, is this the work you've been doing on interfacing with the public? Or?
Yeah. So it's there's really two elements of this. One of them is that the overall complexity of the medical landscape that public health is dealing with continues to increase. And that's exacerbated here by having a disproportionate percentage of elderly population, which continues to increase. And then the other side of it is that particularly during COVID, but even before COVID, I've been collaterally covering a lot of the duties that a health officer would usually do. And I was kind of surprised when I got here that we had a very limited contract for that. So I've been covering a lot of that. So I think there'll be a deficit whenever I retire.
I'm just curious, what percentage of the time of this doctor would be spent on doing, I'll say, instead of PR and education, doctor stuff?
Well, I guess there's sort of a.
I don't know.
Right. Well, I guess.
Medical services?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I guess there's two answers to that. One of them is that the things that I was talking about were doctor stuff. So things like consulting on policy about what to do with different STDs, what to do with COVID, containment efforts, understanding the differences between the vaccines, understanding the different tests. It's highly technical information.
Take COVID out of it. I mean, I'm not a special case.
No, well, actually, but I'd extend, if you look at tuberculosis, it'd be the same thing. You have to understand the diagnostic tests and whatnot. The other side of it is just the workload itself. So, as far as if we get approval for going forward with such a recruitment, I can't assure you that we'll be successful. Certainly, physicians and nurses are in very short supply, and that's been exacerbated by COVID. But I think that this is, given the growth of the department, the complexity of our operations. Oh, there is one other aspect to that, and that is that if we were to get a full-time health officer, some of the work they could do would be revenue producing. So, for example, a couple of years ago, I got my my X waiver, which is to treat people for substance use disorder, and I asked permission to be able to add that as a collateral duty, which would be revenue producing, but would have required my being part-time in a physician billet in order to so that the county would be indemnified, and that didn't wash. So, but that would be an example where you could produce revenue as well.
Well, and this is one I'm supportive. This is a big commitment. And this just seems to be the right thing. Growing county, bigger population, post worldwide pandemic, elderly population. People growing older. So this one I do support.
How many health officers does Marion County have? If they have a vacant, they have 2, 3, 4.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I know that Lane County has multiple ones. I don't know if any of them are full-time. I know Dr. Ludke is at least half-time. The metro area has 4 full-time health officers. There's one for each county, and then there's a senior one, Dr. Jennifer Fines, that oversees their work.
Honestly, what would be ideal is if we could find a psychiatrist that could fill this position too, because I don't think we were paying all that much, and we've never been able to find another psychiatrist, besides Dr. Barry. And what is it, Janice has 231 employees now she's in charge of for behavior. I mean, I don't know if it's possible, if, a psychiatrist would want to do this kind of work too, but, that would definitely make the package maybe a little bit more attractive to some doctor out there who's kind of at the end of their career, still wants to do their psychiatric work, and yet help with our, our information.
Actually,
I'm remembering we converted a psychiatric nurse practitioner to a psychiatrist. That was the thing, that there were like 2 psychiatrists who were ready to go once we made that conversion, right?
Correct.
yeah, actually, I think the likelihood of successfully recruiting a psychiatrist for a health officer position is quite low, but extending what I'd said before, like if you look at public health and preventive medicine boards, we're also co-certified to do substance abuse and use addiction treatment. So, and I actually have the certification for that myself. So some of the workload that falls to our psychiatrists and our psychiatric nurse practitioners could be alleviated by such a position, and it would be revenue producing.
Well, I'm going to support this one as well.
I would support this as well.
Okay, this one is approved.
Thank you.
Priority number 13, Health Public Information Officer. Convert limited to regular duration.
This one kind of falls right into the category of a transition for a county administrator position. What does PIO services look like? I mean, I support the effort of what's going on here, but I'm just thinking, in 4, 5, 6 months from now, this would be a great time to talk about this. And what I struggle with is the concept of, as commissioners, we're the front end of the county, or, our positions as policymakers. And we've been sent emails in the past, or, please provide feedback by noon today, because we have a press release to go out. And we just kind of haven't been able to get on top of the message. And during COVID, it's never been a problem. But I don't want to set the culture up of different paths of public-facing information. And we'll have that discussion maybe 4, 5, 6 months from now. This is what I support.
I would hope that as COVID winds down, a lot less of the public information need will be like emergency crisis time frames. That it would be more. It'd be more like we're planning a a big push on making people aware of these crisis services over the next 6 months or a year, and we're going to share with you some of our ideas about what our campaign is going to look like, and we would have a lot more time to see what's coming out of health services before it hits the street. But
if I may, so a pressing need that we had a great deal of difficulty with, both in 2017 because of not having the staffing, and then last summer because of the convergence, summer and fall, is for wildfire preparedness outreach, particularly public information that we're not really on our game for that.
Can you
So-
lay that on the sheriff or the emergency services coordinator, let them
Right.
pay for it?
Well, probably not the health side of it, things like respiratory protection and good, clear risk communication.
So we have 2 people delivering 2 different messages on wildfire safety.
Well, I'm talking about the smoke hazard, not the danger of being incinerated in a fire or being trapped in a fire. I think that the primary health issue, I mean, clearly there's a human health risk if people get caught in a fire, but the primary lane for public health information is wildfire smoke. And that now wildfire smoke, the wildfire season has become much longer. And of course, we have prescribed burns, and there's a lot of citizen complaints about that. So having good risk communication a priori would be helpful in that too.
So Tony, are you envisioning having a single voice for the county, for both health and the county, so that?
Well, just making sure that,
the one PIO?
well, it may not be one PIO, but the structure of it, kind of the org chart of communication, that is what I'm thinking there. As I say, we're finishing up a pandemic, there's still dollars through, FEMA and COVID dollars flowing right now, so I just see it as an opportunity to have this discussion 5-6 months from now with the new administrator, because, the health department is, it's big, a lot of moving parts there, and I don't have a feel for exactly how this, information would flow, and I'm sure we could all talk about it, but, here today at the end of the budget session, I don't see that this is a need to make permanent position.
If this is not converted to regular, does this position go away? Or do we keep it going for another year, limited duration, or?
It will continue limited duration through fiscal year '22.
Yeah, I'm going to vote to hold off on this one.
So would I.
Me too.
That's what we'll do then. We'll wait on this one.
That's it.
All right, that takes us to community development. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Development.
It just swings loud.
I had a question. There's no priority. It just says general fund request. What was that for?
Yeah.
Under community development here?
Yeah.
The 150K is for the comp plan,
Okay.
and then the 40K was for,
Hearings officers for the county to pay for appeals.
so that we don't need to use hearing officers, right?
No, we'd still use them. It's just the applicant wouldn't have to bear the cost burden if a neighbor filed say, a angry appeal because they just wanted to throw up a roadblock.
But those would only be in the cases where we thought that the applicant was.
Yeah, if it met the code.
Was in compliance. Okay.
Where did that, I think it's a really cool idea, actually, because, lots of times litigation just happens or gets settled because somebody can't afford it or.
Yeah, well, in Oregon land use, it's really set up for the benefit of opposition, frankly. It's you can throw an appeal in there just to muck up the works and slow it down, and even if the applicant filed an appeal that is, perfected in terms of meeting the code and all the provisions, someone can, and in those cases, we would normally approve it administratively and not charge the applicant the deposit for a hearings officer. But because under state law, an appeal of an administrative decision is capped at $250, someone can just, file an appeal and muck up the process. So in the proposal here is that rather than allowing that to continue, that the county would set up a pot for only those perfected applications that meet the code, that just to prevent that sort of arbitrary.
Nuisance appeal.
Exactly, yeah.
In order to get moving, I support the whole package.
I second that motion.
Oh, there you go.
The motion was seconded, no,
Yeah.
it doesn't count.
And just,
Okay.
just as a point of clarification, the stuff that's in the what is it called? The net cost column, that will be covered by fees.
Right.
That's not those aren't general fund.
Yeah, well,
requests.
general
the
fund is the
positions.
stuff you just had.
Right.
For the positions,
Yes.
those would be covered by.
Right, and then the general fund requests are listed separately below.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a mistake in the spreadsheet.
So, move on.
So is that the 7 lines there under CDD?
Yeah, all the way down to 4.
Yep.
What about the general fund requests?
I support that too.
Me too.
We supported it all.
I support the next one too.
Let's go to road department,
That sounds fine.
equipment operator.
Yes.
Yeah, and that was an empty position last year when we didn't know how bad it was going to be, and we did take the FTE off the books in an effort to reduce total number, but man, I'm sure they need it now.
I support the next three. I
Yes.
don't, I'm not sure in the last one.
Administrative services? Well, let's go down through those. So
Sure.
road department, equipment operator, we're good for.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And then the solid waste accounting clerk
Yes.
Yes.
and facilities project coordinator.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got a lot of stuff coming up.
Okay, and then administrative services, performance auditor. Somebody, Tom, what was?
This is the one David Givens requested. This is the one for a second FTE in the internal audit function.
I'm not in favor of that.
I'm kind of where I'm kind of going back to the transition with the new administrator. And I like to have Nick have the opportunity to get to know Dave, look what he's doing, look at his workload. And I'm not doubting Dave's workload.
Right.
And look at the option of maybe contracting some of the financial or we talked about earlier, portion, whether that makes sense or not, but let the administrator make that decision, but reserve the funds to do it. I just.
Well, honestly, though, the internal auditor doesn't.
Doesn't work for
the county administrator.
Yeah,
And
it's
not.
a higher level policy.
That position reports both to the Board of County Commissioners
And
and
the
to
audit
the Audit Committee. So the added capacity in an internal audit has been something that the Audit Committee has pushed for a number of years. 2 or 3 years ago, the Budget Committee was presented that request, and you weren't ready to add a second FTE, but what you did do was add hours for a part-time person, for an on-call auditor. And David has tried to implement that, but he's, as he said this morning, has only had limited success because he can't really get somebody to stick, to come on and work part-time and be able to perform that function. So that the request is kind of back in front of you all to see if you're at this point ready to add to that function permanently. And again, in my mind, it's purely a policy decision as opposed to a county administrator.
So I don't know it as well as you folks do, and you see the benefit of it. I do read his reports, and I've been getting them regularly here recently. I appreciate it, and the quality of work is just superior. Never seen somebody be able to pull that kind of information together and
Oh, he's outstanding. He does a
put a report
wonderful
like
job.
that together. So, man, it's just totally impressive. I love that level of
And,
confidence.
and this is one thing that we do need to think about, is that Dave really does probably want to retire,
Yeah.
and he doesn't want to lose all his 19 years of
Well,
information.
he kind of mentioned succession thing.
Right. So-
I got no problem if it's a succession plan. I'm not ready to pull the trigger on doubling the staff.
Well, so my thinking on it is, it's one of those things that where you're doing that level of work, there's a high demand for it. So everybody wants to get the benefit of that. And so that's kind of job creep, is you just keep doing more and more because you can. The doctor's been assigned more responsibilities because he can, and we all struggle with that. So this job is internal auditing, but he's now, able to do consulting and other parts that he adds to his job. I think we keep that narrow focus, just do what he can do, which he's competent to do, and when he gets ready to retire, then let's try it again and see how it morphs. And, like you say, see what Nick wants to do. And
He did have some help in that, he mentioned that he did have a CPA that was retired that was working in his office
Yeah.
before COVID.
Yeah.
And I got no problem with keeping those monies in.
Right, but
If
is
he
that
can
still
find-
in his
He has a
budget?
hard time finding someone for that.
Right.
Maybe he could
that
find.
institutional knowledge, we're losing Tom, and we're gonna lose a lot of that, and it's just kind of the nature of how organization, same thing with Wayne and
Marty?
Boy, how do you replace a guy like Wayne? It's just incredible.
I mean.
And Tim, don't
For
forget.
for that reason, Bruce, I mean, one of the things that when Dave started talking about succession, you know, and we're all saying, you know, he does such great work. Like, this is, you know, if going out and finding an auditor isn't like the easiest thing to do, this represents an opportunity for him to mentor someone into that role. You know, someone who's like got a lot of the right raw materials and the aptitude. I mean, you know, Dave could teach them the way, you know, like this is how you investigate things. And so, you know, there is, you know, in terms of the kind of long-term succession, this is an opportunity for us to get, you know, if there really is a lot of mentorship involved in this, this is an opportunity for us to get someone very high level without hiring someone who's already at a very high level.
When Dave came in, he didn't have that, I don't think he had that opportunity. He just
Yeah, it was a brand-new position, and we hired him away from Steve Greer.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
But he worked it for a top firm, so, I mean.
Oh, worked great for him, yeah.
Yeah.
CPA. and-
Yeah, but that was a long time ago, too.
Well, it was,
Taken
20
all
years
these
ago.
years. But, you know, when I was listening to him, I'm thinking, yeah, if you could avoid or find some fraud, it could easily pay for itself. If you could avoid some compliance risk because you have more capacity, that could pay for itself forever. The succession piece, and Bruce, I agree with the danger of mission creep, except when the creep is in a good direction, right? I mean,
I don't know that many creeps are.
yeah, well, it's a creep because, you know, this position is in this unique spot to see deeply into every single department, and then it gives this kind of synergy around that is unique. And to intentionally say, no, we recognize you have that would be a great benefit to our organization, but on principle, we do not want you to do that. You got to stay in your lane, you know, and just keep your mouth shut.
Tom,
right? Otherwise, yeah. How do you stop it, right?
It says a management analyst, so I'm assuming it's classified below Dave is. Can you get a CPA at a management analyst salary?
I think so. You know, whether they're young, whether they're retired, you know, probably not someone in their prime who could make a whole lot of money, you know, as hanging out their own shingle. But, yeah, I think it's possible.
So if it is a succession thing, then we would be looking at someone who would go from management analyst to internal auditor.
But I'm looking at this chart and I'm going, the public information officer was going to get 123,000, and this is how we're paying like a CPA type. I'm like, really?
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm thinking like, no, there's no way.
So I'm real close to this. As I say, this is the budget committee discussion this year. I could just about be a strong advocate to go higher. In the big picture, the spreadsheet's kind of giving me heartburn how much money's coming out of the general fund. Though, just let you know, that's where I'm at. So.
Yeah, this one is allocated. So, I don't know.
Internal service?
Yeah, I think.
So it's not general fund?
It is, well, it goes back, everyone pays.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah, either way, yeah, indirectly. But yeah, so I'm just saying, that's why I would struggle with this. Is it the time for this organization to be at that next step in the auditing? Because then we also have the, budget analyst. I think of me as a commissioner, you know, sometimes I kind of want to look, you know, let's get a chart or a graph or, you know, look at it this way or that way. And budget analysts could do that. And, you know, we struggle sometimes with directly tasking our auditor to do some analysis, so.
That's a good idea, Tony. Let's get a budget analyst who's a CPA and split them between these two guys.
That's right, you go 50-50.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Can I make a?
I wasn't going there, but.
Split them.
Can I make a salary clarification? Just, it's the PIO, the management analyst, and the accountant for the county. All those jobs are in the same classification, I believe. So they would all make the same range of 70,000 and 94. They're three different, titles, three different, completely different positions, but they're all in that in
Scale,
416 scale, so. Just so.
This is at the first step, then.
So we're still talking about the auditor here, correct?
Yeah. I'm not going to support the auditor this year.
Yeah.
Mike?
No. And that's fine with me, and I support audit resources, though, if needed. Bring them in for half-time to do an audit or two, whoever we could get to do something.
Do we need to add that?
Well, I think we already do that, right?
To make sure the resources are there again this year, is what I was referring to.
Right.
And that's in the budget. The
Good, okay. Yeah.
dollars are still in the budget. Did you make a decision? That was.
Oh, he was kind of going around just now.
I had
I would support the proposal, but I think that Commissioner DeBone's proposal is a good fallback.
Oh, I didn't say 50-50. He concluded it from my words.
No, Mike's going to.
I'd support that.
Well, I was saying.
You won't.
Bill, what were you thinking?
Like I said, I think it's a good investment for all the reasons that he gave.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, I forgot what you said.
You didn't ask me, and I interrupted you, because I said, is it in the part-time, and it is in the budget, but actually, I do support this, because I do think Dave wants to retire, and I don't think he wants to leave with 19 years.
So I have an idea for you all to consider before you make a final decision. What you could do is authorize a limited duration position to do a couple of things. Number one, it would provide succession planning, since that seems to be one of the concerns of David, and then David could teach and train and expose and kind of show the person the ropes to interact with departments, because that's one of the keys to David's success, has been building trust with departments, so they want him to come in knowing that they're not going to get submarined or attacked, but he is extremely skilled at that in being viewed as a help, as an asset, as opposed to someone to fear or hide something from. So if you bring in someone under, say, for a year, to learn from him, train from them, then at that point, you can make the decision whether, we really benefit from having two, and you convert that limited duration to a regular performance auditor, and the first person would presumably promote into David's position. If you think it really wasn't that beneficial, well, then you just eliminate the limited duration. You keep the successor.
It might hurt you on the recruitment end, but.
It absolutely, that is a consideration. But if you're considering not approving it, then that may be a different fallback.
Full year review, performance review of the new position by David and the audit committee and you guys.
Did I count right that there were three votes for just the proposal on the table?
Well, I wasn't real clear on what your position was.
Well, I supported the proposal, but I was trying to, I support the proposal. I was just trying to prepare myself for a letdown.
Well, I'll jump ship and support staff's recommendation.
Given the limited duration.
Yes, and I think it's so important to have that succession and see how this new man or woman performs, how they get along with the departments, how they perform. I got no problem with that.
Not knowing what Dave's time frame is, could we make it a 2-year limited duration position?
You could convert David's to a limited duration.
Ooh. I know he's listening. It says right there.
Yep.
Hey, Dave.
He's like, finally, a way out.
Okay. Well,
Sounds like we have enough support for that.
With limited duration as the caveat.
1 year limited or 2?
1 year.
one. And hopefully we'll find the right person.
You can always extend a 1 year limited duration position, right?
Administrative services.
We had a pretty good discussion on that earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, this is the one you were talking about.
Yeah.
Well, not to rehash everything, I think I went on record saying I would recommend that it wait until the new administrator come on board and have that opportunity, not just for this position, but just getting up to speed and figuring out where they want to do, how they want to do it, and let them make the decision. That's where I was at.
Is there a way to authorize the funding and leave the decision? to
I got no
vote?
problem with that, Bill.
Capacity and flexibility.
Yeah, but no pressure or assumption on Nick. I mean, maybe leave him transition, or leave him monies how he wants to do stuff. I just don't want to micromanage his decision. I want him to have the opportunity. He might say, this looks wonderful. Why the hell did you do this before, Tom? He might say that, or he might say, well, I think it's working fine here. We'll do something else over here. I don't know what he's going to do. And I'm a Whitney fan. I'm not picking on Whitney. She's
So
super.
that was my concern, is we have a person there that would be able to step up, and I hate to leave people in limbo. Commissioner, what's your thinking?
So I go to the next position, the PIO position, which is a whole full position. And I say yes on that. So then it gets me back to this one we're talking about for administrative services. As I say, when we were talking about it is kind of the org chart vision in my head about are we really going to commit to the deputy director position at this time, just terminology. And I think referring to the person that's in that position, is that already a supervisory position? Yeah, so let's maybe just leave it there and with the option to change it around in the fall. Referring to already supervising someone.
So you're agreeing with Mike?
Yeah, and resources, yes, just commitment to the job description, no.
I'm okay with that. Commissioner?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to know why the public information officer for the health department is $10,000 more than what this one is.
They do less.
I guess so.
It was probably the step they were budgeted at in the special request when the department submitted it. I do have a question, though, just based on like the semantics of this. So you are approving the funds, but you're not approving the position. So that would look like if Nick wanted to take this to the board, the special request then would not have funds in it because it would be built into the proposed.
We're just approving the funds that give him the flexibility. He might not spend the funds.
Or he might spend them differently.
Yes.
Well, I think just for clarification, I think it would be cleaner, and I get what you're saying, but just to have the mechanism to get the funds into the proposed budget, if you use what's proposed here with the commitment that we won't hire the deputy
class or whatever.
until Nick has a chance to review, you'd still have the appropriation in there for him.
Or we don't even have to put the appropriation in it. The decision makers are right here, and if Nick comes back and next winter and says, here's how I want to reorganize. You guys gave me this here. I'm going to need X, Y, and Z. You guys are going to say, yeah, we'll just transfer contingency over $106,000 and you're off and running.
That said, I mean, if we put both of these items in here, in the budget, I don't think there's anything that prevents us from reprogramming when Nick comes online and says, yeah, I don't really want that public, I mean,
Sure.
So we could, I mean, basically, it's kind of like we're voting on we're trying to decide what our placeholder looks like.
Yeah. And I don't think
What label you're going to stick on a
I
placeholder.
don't think you need it. You guys have flexibility to readjust and add during the course of the year, which you guys do every year.
We did.
That would simply just be a budget adjustment at some point.
Yeah, I just didn't let it at that and just go on to,
And you can add an FTE by resolution also.
I do like the idea of committing to the capacity, the additional capacity now. Like as,
I do too. I'm not opposed to that. I mean, we've got flexibility, but so that means I'd support the Administrative Services 625 proposal with the discussion we've had, because that puts direction to it.
And put it in Nick's lap.
Yeah.
It's okay.
There you go.
Yeah, let's go for that then.
Yep.
So, can you put some clarification on?
Yeah, we're gonna approve the position, or the funding, right, with that. So it would be an adoption of the special request, right?
Yes. It's a clear adoption in the special request.
Are we adding,
Backup
are
is
we,
just what we've talked about.
are we approving the FTE also, or just putting the
that's-
funding aside?
Well, the FTE is already in there, it's just a different salary level.
No, the PIO FTE, adding the PIO.
That's the next
FTE.
one. That's
Yes.
Can we agree to that one? PI?
I showed support for it. I don't know if we didn't talk about
I
it.
thought we were agreeing to the whole bundle, but, or at least that much capacity.
Why don't we put $200,000 capacity in, because it's not gonna happen July 1st, and this assumes July 1st.
Well, let's support the line items as they are for the structure of the spreadsheets and the sanity of our financial people.
With notes that say, this is it's like Lego. You can take it apart and put it back together
So
somehow.
I'll throw out a suggestion, and I'm gonna leave whether or not the FTE is included or not, but if you're talking about just the 113 plus the 38, that could be simply in addition to a contingency line in the 625 budget.
That's,
Could be in the contingency
I'm not
line. And-
Struggling with either one of them.
Okay.
I'm past, I'm just like, for me, I'm past it now. PIO, yes, and the admin capacity, yes, with the discussion provided.
put in contingency, let's go.
So yes, as they sit, or
Yes, as they said. Okay.
okay.
All right, finance, convert budget analyst to regular duration.
Yes.
Any opposition to that? That's approved. Finance services, budget manager reclassification.
Yes. You know,
I think that.
most of these people are gonna resign anyway, so it's,
I think the salary movement still should go through HR.
Mhm.
As part of the
Oh, yeah.
comp
Yeah.
review to determine the, yeah.
It's not on a dashboard, right?
It's on his
You gotta-
dashboard,
If you want to keep that dashboard where it is.
So we're approving finance services, budget manager reclassification.
yes. If we wanna get good information next year, we better do that.
Sometimes you will, sometimes you won't.
We don't want this invisible link over here, you know?
Finance services, county budget software.
Yes.
So just observation, software is getting expensive. You know, we heard Joe Sidoni talk about $20 per head per month for the rest of time. And this thing is, what, $60,000 plus $30,000 maintenance or something?
Yeah, it's $63,000, so it's basically $30,000 a year subscription, and then there's $30,000 one-time implementation
yeah.
fee this year.
So yeah, just everything's expensive in that, and the upgrade path, just like we heard from the radio group. You know, the digital radios and police and fire are all upgraded and ongoing costs. So one of the themes we saw.
Planned obsolescence.
Yeah.
That's what the
Personnel administrative
Yes.
assistant.
And my main thing on that one, my support, is a lot of the stuff that is gonna be dropped in her lap from the DA's office. And I'm assuming that's gonna be a big, the major, but it's gonna be a lot of
It'll be a
work
different, workload, yep.
to work with them, at least for the first year.
So he doesn't get one, but she does.
Who?
That's what it amounts to. Because John said he didn't
record.
want one, but we're gonna have to bring one in anyway.
More resource.
Who's she?
Huh? Kathleen Hannon, the head of
HR
personnel.
director, she's.
Well, I'm
she's
saying, no, I'm not saying it goes to Kathleen, this one.
It goes to Kathleen, right, but John was supposed to have one, and he said he could get by without it, he would use Kathleen.
That's right, but
So
he's
now Kathleen has to
loading-
get
and
another.
The question was asked her, this person, my understanding was, would be picking up a lot of that training load and a lot of the reclass and the stuff. But if she's not gonna help out and provide relief for the district attorney's office, then I'll say no.
Oh, she's promised she would.
Oh, she will.
So this position is actually a more of an admin support position who would take a lot of work off the HR analysts to allow them to be more responsive and more supportive to the operating departments. And I will say that, I connect with operating departments all the time, and what I hear over and over is that the quality of work of HR is top shelf. I mean, they do awesome work, but it could be faster. And I think this will help tremendously in allowing them to do that high-quality work quicker. So I think this would be a good move for the county as a whole, including the DA's office, in being able to improve their turnaround times, which Kathleen acknowledged in her presentation earlier.
And don't forget how much money she's saving us because she's doing that pay equity thing.
Pay equity deal.
So, yes. So this is,
Look at that. Okay, that one's approved. Let's move to Sheriff's Office, Digital Forensics Detective.
Yes.
Big number, but I think we're gonna have to.
we're going to have to.
It's a lot of body cam footage.
That's true.
I don't have a problem with any of these.
And we need the deputies.
Yep.
I'd say yes.
There's a lot of litter out
Maybe we're
there.
getting ahead of Greg here.
Greg, honey?
I need a quick 5 minutes.
Why are there two lines?
So we just approved
Yeah, I think
administrative assistant.
Why wouldn't they
Okay.
just have four in one line?
Yeah, I don't know.
Digital forensics.
Two were,
Okay.
Community
two
action,
were, yeah.
target team.
Are we on
But there's
deputy-
not-
are we on the
And
deputy?
then two
Fine
were
here.
regular patrol deputies.
Oh, okay.
Was there a question for me?
No, we just didn't want to miss any.
Okay.
And we have two sheriff's deputies, or four, I guess.
Or,
Yes, yes.
Just to clarify, so in the right-hand column on the spreadsheet it says rural law enforcement district number 2. The sheriff was proposing to do this with TRT. I mean, are we, like, I would prefer to see this come out of rural, the district number 2, but.
that's the policy discussion that goes along
I
with
think
it.
rural is me, though. Isn't it? I'm in the rural.
Probably.
Do I want it to come out of rural or TRT?
They're all transit room tax?
That was
Well, our
his propo-
tourists are
that was-
25% of our
I
profits.
recommend it comes out of transit room tax.
Yeah, that was that discussion about.
Yeah, and that's on your discussion item list, and it's a little bit broader than just these special requests. It's really I think their capacity is growing generally, their need, and, I mean, this is a big cost, but it's sort of part and parcel with it. It's almost a policy decision rather than one's, because we wouldn't tie TRT to these specific positions. It would be a commitment to increase that $3.1 million
$3.1
that's
million.
currently going to the sheriff's office out of unallocated TRT, and committing that longer term, although that is an annual decision that you make each year, above the $2.6 million firm commitment that the board made years ago. So and the benefit to that, other than as expressed by the sheriff, as in addition to paying for these positions, would be foregoing an increase in the rural tax rate. It sounded like he still wanted to reduce the countywide tax rate by 3 cents, but that if you paid for these out of TRT and did that longer-term commitment, then he would forego either half or all of the proposed increase in the rural tax rate.
So as I recall, when we made the decision to fix the amount that went in, if I remember right, we were concerned about the reserves that were being accumulated. I think this was under Blanton, that were being accumulated under the sheriff's budget, and we said thing is starting to ramp up, and what we're doing is putting it into reserve. And so we fixed that number. Mike, I don't know if you recall that discussion, but I'm not sure that's appropriate at this point.
I think Joe might have an explanation for us.
Sure, I can't.
There he is.
Joe, you see us?
Yes. Sorry, what's the specific question?
So we're discussing the amount of TRT that was fixed. It was like there was a 30,000.
3.1 million.
3.1 million,
Yep.
yeah.
3-1.
And I'm trying to remember the history of that. I don't know if you were aware of that history or not, of why that was fixed at that
I can,
amount.
I'm recalling now, before it was coming out of the general fund tax, and it was 2.5 million. And I recall it got up a little high, and that 2.5 million was probably set 25 years ago. And it was set based upon the minimum amount it would take to keep the jail open. And that was before we went out to the new jail, which has since been expanded. And that was about 2.5 million, because that was the only statutory requirement the county had, is to have a jail and a sheriff. We didn't have to have any patrols. And so that's what the board and the budget committee at that time committed to. And then it was that 2.5 million went on, but it never got increased. And then I think we replaced it. I can't remember.
It actually was 2.5 was the commitment when we adopted the first room tax.
That's right.
And it was 2.5, and you're right on where that number was pegged. But until within the last 10 years, we never had enough TRT to meet it. So it was a blending of TRT. General fund made up the difference. Yeah, a couple years after I became administrator, we crossed that threshold. And Sheriff Blanton at the time requested that number increase, and the board did that a couple times. The last one was that 3.1 number. And the board, the budget committee and the board asked me to write a letter to Sheriff Blanton at that time that says, okay, it's at 3.1. This isn't the new guarantee. This is something that we elected to do, and we're going to fund this, but this isn't the new normal. The new normal is still that 2.5, and then that became the decision each
That's
year
where the
after that.
2.5 came, and then the other part. But with the impact of tourism,
Yeah.
boy, I sure as hell think it's appropriate that not be frozen, that go up. I don't know if it's as the room tax collections go up,
Yeah.
or and come at a percentage, or as they go down. And he gets X percentage,
Yeah.
and it would.
That's what I would suggest, is that we go back to percentage, because it relates to the number of people that come to Central Oregon.
Right, but that introduces a lot of potential volatility in a budget. It's like, well, so the TRT went down this year, so now you gotta cut patrol, or what, year to year as you're going?
I would guess, Bill, that his budget is, or we would want the budget to be in sufficient condition that he could withstand a downward blip. And I think he has sufficient revenues to handle that. We haven't seen a major, but it's not to say we wouldn't.
But even remember when we did have the crash, it never affected really our revenue from room tax. It just was a
was
very,
flat.
it was very subtle, very, very subtle, so, yeah.
Yeah, I would think if we had a catastrophic event or we had an economic downturn, and we'd have to face that issue, like we did with CDC.
Yeah.
And decide how to help if we needed to, but they do have a sufficient, they've got.
Well, in CDD, I mean, they were prepared, Tom was right there. They were prepared as best I think they could have been prepared for that major disaster. And we exhausted it, and then, we kept things going. But
I don't know what that percentage is now. What does that amount that he's getting represent in the total pie right now?
30%.
30%?
28%, something less than 30, yeah.
I think we ought to give them 40.
Well, we're gonna get some pushback from COVA?
No,
It's
that.
unallocated.
Yeah, it is truly I mean, the editorial in the paper was incorrect in that that money does not have tourism restrictions on it. That's part of the original pot of money that isn't subject to the 70-30. So that is truly discretionary on the part of the board. So you could put it towards sheriff's office or capital or anything you really wanted to.
And to clarify from earlier, we're not tying this to the additional special requests. The special requests need to be done. We're requesting that we will pay for that out of District 2. We wanted to bring the transient room tax up for discussion because we had operated for the last few years thinking that District 2 had been overfunded. And when in fact, looking at the growth that is necessary, it's underfunded. Do we want to revisit the transient room tax floor or that frozen level before we go to the taxpayers and say, hey, we need to adjust this back up? And so that had nothing to do with the 5 special requests, the 5 positions.
Yeah, so that's I feel better about making that adjustment than going back with an adjusted tax rate.
Well, me too.
Joe, you were talking about a potential adjusted tax rate in the future, not this year. The tax rate adjustment was for District 1, the down.
The tax rate, we want to adjust down District 1 this year to to reduce the tax payments to all the citizens and to help offset if we're raising District 2's rate 6 cents. But the sheriff said he wants to keep the 3 cents regardless of whether we end up doing the 6 or not.
Okay, but the discussion about District 2 is you were prepping us for the future. Oh, it's in this?
We want to raise it this year to get ahead of this if we need to.
One or the other? Okay.
I mean, and like recent history, the other thing I'm reading here in the binder is that in 2019, we increased District 1 by 6 cents and decreased District 2 by 6 cents. So
yes,
I mean, it seems like if we're making we're fine tuning from 2019. You said, okay, well, charging 6 cents more to District 1 was too much. I mean, I think what we're saying is reducing 6 cents by 6 cents, District 2 was too much as well.
Yes, District 2 did not need to should not probably have been reduced at all, looking back, if we understood, what needed to happen going forward. I think District 1, at the time, that was done, but we've then experienced the enormous property tax growth that has helped overfund that district. And so that was where that decision. It really wasn't we're undoing 19, but we're fixing 2. And as we've seen, we could we could adjust 1 back down as we're doing it. And to help people this year because, hey, it's only 3 cents, but it's something.
My version is like option 3, which is the decrease 1 by 3 cents. I live in the rural area, and I really think that we should pay our rate, right, and not play games and try to soft, sell or whatever. We benefited from a 6 cent decrease before. Maybe it's a 3 cent increase, instead of like last time we did 6 up and 6 down, we can do 3 up and 3 down. And then some of this adjustment with the TRT with the idea going forward that it's a percentage piece. Because I like the idea, I think there's a pretty direct correlation between what the sheriff's responsibilities are and what's going on with our transient level as well.
Yeah, when you look at the Sun River and the burdens of where those population areas are within the rural county, I think that's appropriate.
Yeah.
But it is true that, I mean, the the people who own the homes that are being rented out as vacation rentals, they're also property taxpayers in District 2. So and this goes back, I was, about my line of questioning when the sheriff was here,
Not all of them are property taxpayers, District 2.
Isn't it by definition that's outside of the city limits?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Sun River has their own law enforcement, and they're not paying District 2 property taxes.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
And neither is Black Butte.
So I guess it would be important to know what.
Which are the biggest.
And they don't need the sheriff.
Percentage, if we go back to the percentage.
Because they have their own police department.
Right, but their tourists don't just stay in.
Well, I think, Joe, you had on the presentation that you shared with the Budget Committee the other day, a table that showed what, if there was, what replacing a tax increase with TRT, what those numbers were. We've got copies of your PowerPoint, but I can't read it on the version that we have.
Yeah, and we had kind of just rounded it down. The adjustment for a 6-cent tax rate was $558, I think $528 in the current year. So we were saying $500,000. But then combining with the $334,000 for the marijuana grant positions, that was $750. If we were to look at that as a source of funding, we had come up with. But 500 was what we had said, and 250 for the 6 and 3 cent District 2 adjustments.
So yeah, that would pretty much shoot your wad on your unallocated TRT for next year if you did all that or elected to do all that. So you could, and Joe raised the other discussion point that we hadn't yet mentioned, and that's the 2 detectives for illegal marijuana enforcement, which were funded out of marijuana tax, which we no longer have. So if you want those to continue, there would either, we'd have to make up for that unless the sheriff's office is willing to, split that cost with us somehow. I think those are also important to the sheriff, either from general fund or from TRT, as well as the issue of avoiding a rural tax increase by supplanting that with TRT, or, and I think you had it in your table, Joe, if we met halfway on that with a 3 cent increase in the rural tax rate, and making that up with TRT was something, I don't know if that was 250 or something in between.
Yeah, 250.
Yeah, so that's another possibility. Or, the other thing you could do, and I know we're real short on time today, is you could direct us to go back and look at, what a appropriate percentage commitment might be to the sheriff's office out of our existing allocation, which is out of the first 6% rate, which was originally pegged at 250, and you've elected on a discretionary basis each year to do more. If you want us to go back and look at, what a new appropriate percentage of that first 6% of TRT ought to be as a to-do, we could also do that.
That's the direction I was going, is to find that percentage going forward, because there is some longevity to this plan that we need to have in place.
And that's something we could do and come back for the adopted.
Well, but they're also being asked to approve a tax rate today as part of for the rural district, so I'm not, the board could change that.
And not to give you more options, but also, we're hoping to do something for this budget to be prepared, but also knowing that our forecast was that, rates don't come back, all our revenue doesn't come back, and everything doesn't come back to what it was like. Usually we end up having a delay in hiring, and we end up with more reserve than we need to. And so delaying a year in a rate hike might show us that the transient room tax level is sufficient at whatever. It doesn't need to be, hey, this needs to be ongoing forever. But we feel we're at a point where we're looking at, District 2, and we need to think about raising this rate now or considering something, because putting it off might be a little reckless.
Well, could we prevent the rate increase this year by using I'll call it the reserves from TRT? And then between now and next year, staff and sheriff, and the board look at what is an appropriate percentage of the first 6 cents or 6% for the long haul?
That's pretty close to what the sheriff was proposing, I think.
Okay.
And we could do that. Again, that would use up a pretty big chunk of your unallocated TRT, but that is absolutely a possibility.
How much would it approximately?
Better than half.
Of the 9 million?
Well, no.
It's already at 3.
Yeah, I got my,
You
threw
get
another
the wrong
zero
over
in
there.
there.
Subpots
Sorry.
of TRT.
500,000, not 5 million, so yeah, that's
So it's
that's
not
doable.
gobble up.
Sorry.
Okay.
Joe, with a rate adjustment in District 2, and given what you said about the delay in hiring and how that happens sometimes, is the increase in TRT still needed for this next fiscal year, or is that something that can be considered, we can figure the numbers out next year and then come back the year after?
We were hoping to do that this year, to get that in place, especially as we're, looking at the marijuana grant funding and planning for as that goes away. That's our request, is to do it this year to alleviate some of that decrease.
But you can do that with the unallocated and not in the percentage.
But if they know they need to do it, why?
I don't know how much.
So it seems like the 3% rate increase for the rural, plus coming back with some kind of appropriate percentage for TRT moving forward. I mean that's.
So you could set that rate now, and then work backwards to whatever the TRT is needed.
Yeah, it sounds like that would be about 250 if you were to set the rate with a 3% increase and supplant what would a 6 cent would get you with 250,000 in unallocated TRT. It sounds like where you wanted to go. That would be one decision, and the other one would be funding the marijuana detectives out of either TRT or general fund, unless Joe wants to offer up 100,000 to split the cost of the detectives.
Split the cost of the detectives, and what are we doing with it's hard to hear sometimes, the TRT?
Well, thanks for saying yes, Joe. We appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Well, I'm a little bit lost, but I think we can get there pretty easy. Is there so it's an off, I could go down what I think I know. I don't know if you want me to lead or.
Well, I find it fascinating that, in 19, we were told that I had been overcharged, and now I'm told that I'm not paying my fair share. So, government transparency. How do we make that kind of error?
Well, but there's another function in there, and I was talking about it yesterday, I think. The city of La Pine is in the rural district because they incorporated after that rate was in place, and they're building a couple hundred homes this year. So there's going to be growth there, new tax on the, tax base on the rolls. And also Caldera Springs is outside of Sun River, and that's going to be another, that's in the future. So there's some built-in growth in District 2 now that hasn't been there in the past.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, so I don't see it as a critical need to subsidize 2 right now. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the next couple of years. And we can allocate TRT in some fashion this year just to give them the cushion they want.
So does that mean you wouldn't support a 3 cent rate increase right now?
That's correct, I would not. We don't need to.
I don't see raising the property taxes when we got the money.
That's the way I feel.
Amen.
Again, in my mind,
Joe's talking. We can't hear you.
I was just say, I understand, Commissioner, the idea of, yeah, if we need to raise rates, we should just do it now. But is now the best time if we can wait a year, see how this goes, and maybe have a better understanding of growth? Because a lot of things are changing.
And a better understanding of what we're gonna set the percentage of the first 6% at, which we,
Right.
that's a whole, and I really don't feel comfortable in making a decision on that.
If I can just say, so we're generating this TRT revenue, and in my mind, you know, there's the TRT money that's set aside, that's meant for tourist promotion, you know, that's that. But TRT, the generation of TRT has impacts. And I think we want to use the TRT revenue to address the impacts of tourism. And I'm not hearing a really clear connection between the tourism levels and the need for more patrols.
3.1 million.
I think we, you know, I think that there's, you know, we absolutely can see that there's a need for more patrols, but I'm not seeing a clear linkage between the level of tourism and the level of TRT that has
Well, I
been.
think the sheriff addressed that. I think he had a number of 23%. I forget. what-
That comes from the DA.
Yeah.
But
I
is,
think, yes.
but is that, how, has that
Well,
grown?
no, they're for not.
Has that grown, or is the 3.1 million that we've been allocating already, you know, I mean, are the impacts of tourism over time static or increasing? If they're static, then why would you allocate more than 3.1 million?
I think what we've got is 4 people that are in favor of using TRT this year, finding a way to get that percentage fixed. We don't have to increase the tax rate.
Then there's a big policy decision down the road. Even if we can't connect it to tourism, doesn't mean we can't spend it.
Oh, it's for general purpose of.
Yeah.
Well,
know, and that's what-
here's the
yeah.
other thing, okay? One of the big impacts of TRT generation that we don't talk about is that we are taking up a massive number of housing units in our community with short-term rentals. If those were not short-term rentals, we would have more housing available.
Well, pass an ordinance for no short-term rentals.
Yeah. And make the TRT go away?
There you go.
I would like to see us use TRT, you know, use TRT in the future to address the housing shortage in our community. And that is a big, big ticket.
Well, we're not gonna solve that in the next 40 years.
We have additional.
Yeah, but if we send all the TRT away for something that is not related to tourism impacts, then we are reducing our future
Well, we're
opportunity.
just trying to get past this 1 year, aren't we?
Yeah, and one opportunity
I see your big
get
picture.
one opportunity to get past this 1 year is to go with the recommendation and actually dial up by 3 cents. What does that mean? Like $10 per household or something like that? The levy. I mean, that seems like the more fiscally responsible way to go to me.
And Commissioner, you're right about, you know, we don't know how much of that room tax, you know, is attributable to that. But remember, this is just room tax from rural, I believe, hotels. If they're within a city, the city gets it. But all the tourists, when they go up to the mountains, we're the ones that have to go out. And so it's a lot. And I know is it increasing greatly? Well, the transient room tax has increased 13% a year for 8 years. This is not, we're asking to grow 16% once over 8 years. And so I don't think that's trying to say, oh, we're not trying to claim, oh, yeah, when tourism increases, it doubles our workforce. But there should be some offset there. And that's all we're asking for.
Yeah, no, and I'm with you. I mean, but when the scenario we were just talking about with a small District 2 rate increase and TRT,
is not saying that there shouldn't be any TRT in this. It's saying, help me understand what the tourism impact is on law enforcement, and let's set an appropriate rate.
Didn't Sheriff Nelson say it was 25 to 30% yesterday? I do remember writing that down, that, 4.5 million people are here. We have a population of, 195,000, so.
Yes, but has that changed? Has that changed?
Pull this one to an
And if
end.
it hasn't changed, then
Yes.
why should the 3.1?
One other thing to look at,
Fine, I understand I'm outvoted, but I'm just trying to make a
Just over the last 8 years, that would be an indication.
Hold on a second, Joe. Take District 1, we're funding that with taxpayer money, right? Everybody. How come we are subsidizing the cost for search and rescue when we know that's a tourism-related issue? And there's no TRT money going towards that. And that should be looked at too, to put money into District 1. And instead of me having to support the clown that gets lost up in Three Sisters from Portland.
And forgets their water bottle.
Yeah. And I have no idea what the expense is on that, but these guys are covering it out of District 1.
So do you want them to?
I want them to look at it.
Do you want to add even more TRT money and reduce the District 1 rate another 3%?
I would support that.
Okay, we've actually got 4 people in agreement on this one.
I don't even.
Move on.
Can you restate what that agreement is?
SAR shouldn't be
Commissioner,
supported.
can you restate?
They should get some.
clarity?
And they also
How
get-
much?
So I think you propose no tax increase, no tax rate increase.
That's correct.
So that would require 500,000 in either TRT or general fund to allow that to happen.
Oh, and for clarity, when we say TRT, and this is unallocated TRT, which is very much like general fund. I mean, I don't see it as, there's no strings attached to these dollars. It's just we've separated it from the general fund. So as I say, when I'm saying when I'm supporting this policy choice, it's not thinking of the, tourist activity and mitigating. It's just truly, $500,000. So $500,000.
And that's not a,
District 2.
not a permanent
Rural
increase.
patrol.
That's an
That's for 1
increase
year.
for FY '22.
Yes, for one time, yeah.
Okay, so that's the first decision. So the tax rate would be the same in the rural. Still the 3-cent reduction in countywide, District 1.
Well, so, yeah, I mean, let's acknowledge that. That is a kind of a big deal. Just a few years ago, we didn't think that there'd be that much. I mean, 3 cents seems like a lot after adjusting them by 6 cents just a few years ago, thinking that there's that much sway in it. So it's almost a shame it's that much, I guess, is all I'm saying. But if that's, I don't know, have you done analysis on that, Greg?
No.
Joe could probably tell you.
Well, yeah, just.
That was the second. The first question was no increase in the rural tax rate, increased the TRT transfer by $500,000.
Or whatever the sheriff proposed. It was specific, right?
But the other part was the percentage.
For this portion, it was $500,000 even.
Okay, 500,000 even. So also the direction we heard, which isn't a motion that you'd pass, but the direction that we heard is to go back, look at the first 6% of room tax collected by the county. There is 20% of that goes to COVA, and there's a small amount of admin fees out of that. But out of what's remaining, we recalculate what we think the appropriate percentage of that remaining amount is each year that ought to go to the sheriff's office. We bring that back to the Board of Commissioners for approval.
And what do we recalculate that based on?
Well, that's for us to determine.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll figure all
So,
that out.
so just to analyze that 3.1 million and a basis for reallocating it with on percentage moving forward. Okay.
And I would support that, do some analysis and present for possible decision or, whatever. So, get it to a point to talk about.
Okay, so that was the first decision point, first 1A and 1A. The second decision was whether to support the sheriff's proposed 3-cent reduction in District 1, the countywide rate.
I have no problem with that.
I'm in agreement.
Well, I mean, I'm excited about it, but I just feel like it's a little bit of up and down in the because it doesn't seem like so long ago that we changed it. But, I mean, and that's exciting to be able to do that.
Well, and also, along with that, over the course of the next year, and I know it's not your problem, to look at the issues Phil brought up on where should these TRT more appropriate in the sheriff's fund, in search and rescue, or
And
however.
that could be part of 1A that I just.
1A, okay, yeah, you're way ahead of me. on
That's
that.
an analysis, and that's full-on policy, commission,
Yes.
public input, whatever, what's a good use of these dollars?
So.
Oh, gosh,
sounds
we're
like
gonna hear lots
support
of-
for the 3-cent
Yeah,
reduction.
we already got
And then-
bulletin talking about it.
The last issue then was the 200,000 that we've historically transferred to the sheriff's office from marijuana tax to fund the 2 marijuana detectives. Marijuana tax well has dried up, so do you want to replace that with general fund, TRT, or put Joe on the spot and see if the sheriff will split some of that with us?
Joe, would he split it with us? Please?
I can't speak for him, but I think that might be doable.
Okay, let's go with it.
Given the, given everything else, I think I can make that happen. I don't want to speak for him without checking with him, but I think we could split that.
We got your back, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So out of TRT, the
TRT.
100,000 then?
General fund.
General fund.
TRT.
General fund is good.
Okay,
General fund?
I think that was it for sheriff.
What about, so which one of these are the marijuana people?
Those aren't.
Oh, no, they're current positions that we want to keep investing in.
Well, we have 2 things we have to decide additional about deputy sheriffs. There's 2 people assigned to each one of these, or FTEs.
Those are separate. Those are separate new special requests.
Okay, so let's talk about those.
I thought you already approved them all.
Yeah, we already did. I supported them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
There was
But we-
4 deputies.
But did we need to determine how we were gonna pay for them, or did that 500,000
it's in the
TRT
District 2.
just cover it?
Already covered.
Well, yeah, Joe said they're totally different, but, so they will pay for them now that they have the FTE approval, and all the money gets sort of funged together, but they would come out of the District 2.
Great.
Okay, we have just a couple more items. If you look back to your agenda under discussion items, these were just items that have come up over the week that we just want to circle back on and make some decisions. So we've got number 1 done, number 2 is done, we just finished that, thank you very much. Number 3 is, the question is, do we continue to subsidize Fair and Expo with general fund? And right now, there's a $200,000 transfer from the general fund in subsidizing the operation of the Fair and Expo, and that number has been slowly declining over the years. The question is, do we continue to do that, or do we use it as a balancing figure to make sure that they stay in the
They
pocket?
still need help this year, and, no, they're gonna knock it out of the.
But it could, but the year after they could. I mean, it could change, but they don't this year.
How about we shared 100 and 100, TRT and general.
Sheriff picks up the other 100?
Well, no, I'd support zeroing that out this year and bringing it back next year, just because of what we've been through, COVID and the court and the vaccine clinic and everything. So if they don't need it this year, let's drop it. That'll be a great opportunity to just revisit it next year.
You think we can drop it this year, though?
So they're getting, that whole new 1% was sold to the voters as primarily for Fair and Expo. So 70% of that whole 1% you're obligated to send to Fair and Expo. The 30% that isn't tied to tourism, you have elected to also send to Fair and Expo, but to be put into their reserve. So because TRT is through the roof, all of that 1% is a pretty big check that's going to Fair and Expo. So that's why this question is here. Do you still want to keep the 200,000 in general fund going to Fair and Expo when you've got all this?
Yeah, no, it's getting bigger
TRT
fast.
Sounds like we don't need to, do we?
Nope.
Not this year.
So let's pass on it.
I was even gonna say,
we're short on time, but I was going to say, if we did need to stabilize Fair and Expo this year, then, you know, one of the eligible uses of American Rescue Plan is to replace revenue that you lost. And, I mean, that's basically the only county operation I know of that really got hammered by COVID this year, so.
That might be a tough argument, given that they really didn't lose. They lost some kinds of revenue, but other revenue, event revenue with the mass vaccination center and the court made up for it, yeah.
It made up a lot of it. I don't know if it made up all of it. So we could bring that, you know, whatever the difference is, back as a idea for ARPA once we get there.
You know, they managed to get some other revenue streams, but I mean, the event revenue that they lost, that they did not get in the last year, I mean, that seems pretty substantial to me.
So I'll just paraphrase and correct me if I'm wrong here. Eliminate the general fund transfer to the Fair and Expo in FY22, but leave it open for future consideration if it's needed.
Yeah, and also, just to add to that, I know we're short on time, but that none of this that we've, in my mind, that we've been talking about has to do with our operations. It's really their reserve fund, and it's been the objective of the Budget Committee to want to build their capital reserve to be able to maintain. They actually used part of their reserve in the current year to make up for that lost revenue. That was a discussion we had 1 year ago. We subsidized some, they put some of their capital reserve back into operations to cover for the lost revenue. Turns out they didn't need to use it all because they did get some replenishment from the other events. If we put some more ARPA in there to make them fully whole, that's more that they could back out and send back to reserve. But this question and is of the general fund is whether you want to help them build up that capital reserve faster by augmenting this at far larger amount of TRT that they're getting with that general fund, or just let them ride the TRT horse for a while to see how that does with building their capital reserves.
Well, so, and then my thought there is that we're looking at capital needs around the county right now, so that's why let them ride that horse, get back in the saddle or stay in the saddle, and then commit to some other big projects right now.
Okay. Next item is how to fund Fair and Expo long-term capital reserve.
That was the same question.
Yeah.
Okay, so we leave it as is. Okay. Increase, so EDCO's request was from 264 to 270.
Yes.
Okay. And how to fund long-term capital, we discussed that yesterday. I don't know if there's I was hoping to have some numbers pulled together so we could talk about that, but we got too many. We had too many balls.
But
I'd give you a number, and I couldn't guarantee it was anywhere close.
Chair, I'd like to make a comment. I don't, it's not on the discussion items, but it's regarding the capital. Would this be, it'll just take me a second to read a little statement. Okay? You know, I urge the Budget Committee to not spend valuable tax dollars on solutions looking for problems. Funds should only be expended on problems looking for solutions. The board's goals have identified a number of real problems which need real solutions. Let's expend our limited funds addressing these goals, such as affordable housing and affordable child care. The downtown capital parking, or county parking issue can be solved very easy and very cheap with off-site parking for government fleet vehicles. I want to give a quote from Joni Mitchell. I don't know if you know who Joni Mitchell is, but she's a very famous singer. And her quote is, "You don't know what you've got until it's gone. When you pave paradise and put up a parking lot." And it's a great song if you really want to listen to it.
She used to live in Malibu. I'd see her all the time.
Okay. If the $2.6 million are authorized for this project, in my opinion, it'll be the worst misdirection of taxpayer money I have witnessed in 42 years working on the Deschutes County Budget Committee, or with the Budget Committee. So I just wanted to get that out. I think you guys know my position. I think we have a solution for a problem, and I don't want to go out looking for other problems, so. And now I'll shut up. Okay.
So you're calling the rock pile paradise?
Well, I'm calling it better looking than a parking lot. And, do I have any support from you guys on that position?
Bend Alterations, I walked over there today and they said, oh my God, Patty, tell me that we're not going to be able to, you know, it's not going to turn out to be a flat place. So anyway, people in the community.
I guess I just want to know, is it that everyone just hates the rock pile, or do they really think there's a parking issue?
So Mike, it's pretty late in the afternoon, but I will say, I think that there's a really cool park under that rock pile, along with some additional parking spots. But you know, I'm certainly open to hearing other ideas. Right now, what we're doing is we're getting a design. That's it. I mean, that is not a decision to proceed with construction. And you know, when we get a chance to look at that design, I'm hopeful that we'll have some visualizations of a really cool park that's actually very usable for people, that people will be excited about.
So we're not really in the park business, so you're putting a priority over park over, let's say, childcare. I mean, we're in the goals.
You can't put a child care in
You
the.
can take $2.6 million and build one, or you can buy one.
We got $38 million of ARPA money that we could be putting towards childcare too, which I hope we will.
So we're going to spend money to solve a problem that does not exist. And I don't know why people are against off-site parking. It's a solution. But maybe I'm the only one that sees it.
Now that it's warm, I'm trying to ride my bike to the office some days, so that's one less. I'll give up my parking spot. But
I'll shut up then.
Okay, two more items, real quick. Okay. Number 7 is, there was a question about whether to use TRT to fund the gap in the Justice Court budget. It's a $205,000 question for FY22. And that, again, was tied back to, they had to tie back to tourism activity.
So how much do we have left of TRT after we've allocated 500,000?
Like 8.5 million.
Well, then we could do that, couldn't we?
We could.
I'd say yes.
And unlike the sheriff's office, the Justice Court is getting 0 TRT currently. So.
And so, is that a thumbs up on that one?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it was unanimous.
Okay.
And let's
And then-
make sure it's an annual decision too.
Yes, so just a one
Justice
time.
Court percentage of locals as opposed to transients?
I think we heard 20.
It's 25%,
23 to
basically.
25%, yeah.
Yeah, they have to come back. 25% of the court cases are, the tourists.
And then the last question is number 11. There's a $66,000 subsidy that goes from the general fund to IT. It's Tom probably will know this better than I do, but I talked to Joe about it. We talked about it last year, and it's the legacy transfer that paid for, I believe, initially web site development that we didn't want to run through our ISFs and charge to all departments because they weren't benefiting from it. But nowadays, everybody benefits from the website. It's more common, and he agreed that that number could come out. So that would reduce the subsidy there, and it would end up that $66,000 in expenses that the general fund was covering would be picked up through ISF.
Eliminate it.
I think that makes sense. They'll still have web services they provide to departments, but that could just come out of their ISF rates.
That's all I got. Yes, we did that. That was a split with the sheriff.
Yes, 100 each.
100 each.
$100.
$100.
Okay.
See if Joe's not listening.
List of decisions there, things that we talked about, probably good ideas during the
The 1, 2, 3 at the bottom of the page, Greg.
And I did hear back that they didn't have any room in the inn in Redmond. There.
Yeah, so the 1, 2, 3 were just decisions that you'd made earlier. We can talk about them if you'd like to, or if there's any questions.
So, I mean, the other policy decision is leading up to your decision on the general fund tax levy is whether to restore any of that or leave it as is in order to help fund capital projects. We had a lot of discussion on that yesterday, but I don't know if you reached any final decision.
Well, and I think that spreadsheet and the dynamics of it was going to get us to that point. I was kind of looking forward to doing that, but I don't know that we want to dive into that now.
So the 7.9 million in property tax underneath the current levy, you remember the next box below that was less approved special requests, and we don't have a final number now, but it's somewhere between $2 and $2.5 million.
But not all that was general fund, though.
General fund.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
General fund are indirect.
So do you have the number now, you're saying?
Well, I was just giving you a ballpark number of, we were looking at a residual on that spreadsheet of 7.6 million. So just the special requests reduced it by 2 million?
Yeah, I mean, the district attorneys was 709,000 in the general fund there. Health services was 683,000. There's 241 for that crisis. And then youth success partnership was 161. The environmental health was 174 there. And then there was 190,000.
How did it get to be 683 for the health services? Because we took off an $89,000 one.
Yeah, the original.
It was 700,000 according to this schedule. If it was wrong.
Yeah, the schedule must be wrong because that's the sum of two, no, there's 100. So what I did is, the application, position said that it's going to be contingency indirect charge for the department. So as an indirect, I included that as well. It was left off the sheet, but if we're talking potentially indirect, that could be general fund. I included that, so that's, if you weren't to include that, there'd be 104,000 off. But when I looked at that, the explanation of their funding source seemed like that could potentially be in there. There was 190,000. Tom said that the CDD positions were funded by fees, so that would be 190,000 general fund request. 510,000 through PW equipment operator, project coordinator and pump service charge, performance auditor for limited duration. We really kind of approved all the approved funds, at least for the reclassification. And then actually there was, that does include the ARP budget analyst position. That should probably be taken out because that'll be ARP funds really. But yeah, you'll be, and I was unsure, I was not sure for sheriffs, actually the final 5 sheriff's department, and if those are just coming from rural law enforcement, it still be any general fund from there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the sum of that cost is 2.187 million minus the budget analyst, so approximately 2.1 million in general fund. And I'm not sure about the sheriff's office position. General fund and indirect.
The sheriff's office is District 2. Yeah, they're all from District 2.
I just got a text from Shane, by the way. He absolutely supports the split of the cost of the marijuana detectors.
Thank you, thank you.
So I can give you an order of magnitude number here. If we have 2 million in special decision packages that have been approved that are ongoing for the next 5 years, this doesn't include inflation, this is just a ballpark number, that would be a reduction. And the additional levy, so that's a $2 million deduction. The additional levy is about 1.7 million. this next year. So there's a $300,000 deficit there between those two numbers. So in years 2 and year 3, with no other changes, we're in a deficit financing for our capital by $6 million.
And then how many years does it take before we're in the black again?
We could have that paid off in 4 years if we wanted to, if that was our commitment. Then we'd have no reserves moving forward after that.
We have the opportunity to borrow the money internally and pay ourselves interest.
We have the ability to borrow internally. We have the ability to borrow externally. There could be some ARPA opportunity here as well.
We have for some of those pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Wish Commissioner DeBoni was here because he was the one who, coming into this budget season, was. There he is. So Greg was just running us through, what our multi-year projection was, given the amount of general fund drawdown that we just.
Yeah.
And Greg, could you just give him the punchline again?
Yeah, and I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to try to do this big enough so you can see it. Okay. All right, well, I guess you have to stand up and get close to it. So the only changes from what we talked about yesterday is this less approved special request. So Dan gave us a number of 2 million or 2.1 million approximate. We'll have better numbers on that, but I just had thrown in 2 million as just a number to run out, assuming this is ongoing. There's no COLA built into this. It's just $2 million per year. The increase of 6 cents on the levy will add 1.68 million approximate in property tax. So these are the only two changes. As you can see, the property tax are assumed to grow here. The expenses aren't. And then just if you look at the bottom line, it leaves us we need about $6 million in fiscal 23 to zero out that for the cap.
Did you already show what those numbers look like without the tax levy increase?
See if I can get there. There's without the tax levy.
What do the bottom line numbers look like now?
Is that 8 million?
$8 million, $9 million.
9 million, or 8, yeah, 9 million, 8.8 million, 3.97.
So again, here we could, just going to throw in 9 million. Another source of funding.
Yeah, so there's no need to raise the tax rate this year, which is pretty exciting. I was in a spot in December thinking we're going to need to lean into this. We've got state legislature with a lot of dollars. We're talking about a court project for $20 million, but there could be partnership there with the state. And we sure have resources to be able to, borrow from ourselves or on the open market, low interest rates. So, yeah, I mean, that's the conclusion I come to. It's pretty obvious at this time.
How do you feel about A, using some of our ARP dollars, and B, using some of that big fat transient room tax and unallocated
for
some of these capital needs?
Yeah, is TRT in this, or it's not in there at all? Yeah, see, I mean, we can take that number, we can make that number smaller tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, they're easy.
I mean, because when Greg was showing the scenario with no levy
restoration and no $9 million coming from who knows where, that was a lot of, that was a lot. You know. It was 9 million, 9 million, 4 million. I mean, that.
Oh,
So, I mean, you know, to not go to the restoring the levy rate, I'd like us to make, you know, to have some kind of expectation around, you know, spending, you know, either some of our ARP dollar or some of that transient room tax or something else.
no, easy.
I mean, okay.
So ARP, yeah, we got lots of options.
We have so many options, and the
Yeah.
fact that people have put up with COVID for the last 15, 16 months,
Yeah.
I just really, and the fact that they see that we have $9 million sitting out here, I don't think.
Yeah, oh, yeah, big, easy.
I think we should just say, hey, folks, we don't need to bill back that 6 cents. It doesn't amount to much, but they're gonna get that library fee on their bill this year, and that's gonna be 40 cents on the 1,000. So there's gonna be a lot of things in affordable housing, you know?
That huge housing growth, and
Yeah.
it's really hard to tell that story, to say, yeah, we need to raise your tax rate.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna go like, you need to do what?
I think you ought to lower it.
Oh,
What?
there you go.
Take care of your citizens.
That's what I said, yeah.
Yeah.
Lower
Okay.
it more?
So,
You got money flush, you don't know
Yeah.
where you're gonna spend it all, it's coming out your ears.
okay, so
Give them a break.
each 3 cents, it's like $10 or $15. So I don't think we need to lower this.
I've made that argument, and boy, I got torpedoed. You remember?
So I mean, okay, so it sounds like we're not raising it, we're not lowering it. That's fine.
So what are the motions?
We'll get through it easy. That's the exciting part. And we'll make a choice again next year.
So I have some draft motions here that I'll just confirm.
Are they draft horses or just?
Hopefully next year. we
They're in
won't-
motion.
Hopefully next
Draft
year we
beer,
won't.
not.
And I'll,
Next year we won't be back to choosing, like, are we gonna do both the rural District 2 for the sheriff and raise 3 cents?
Okay,
on,
so we have the budget amounts in the motions for the 3 taxing districts, the county, and then rural one, law enforcement 1, law enforcement 2. So no change in the levy rate for the county, a 3-cent reduction from 108 to 105 for District 1, and no change in District 2.
District 1, it is at 105.
District 1 is at 108, so we would reduce that to 105.
My motion has.
And then the other one is at,
Oh, I already have it, yeah, I have it on there.
Oh.
the other one was at 134, so are we adding
So if you-
something back to that one, the second one?
No.
No.
Okay.
So the only number I forgot you all had this, but in the blank up there in the county, it'd be, underneath the blank would be 1.2183. And that's the same rate we have right now.
Perfect, that's the same rate for the last couple of years.
Yep.
Great.
So they're your motions.
Let's, Commissioner DeBonne, can you start?
Sure, I'll move to approve the Deschutes County budget of $634,746,104 adjusted for approved changes and set the tax rate at $1.2183 per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
One opposed. Commissioner Chan, can you take the next one?
Yes. I'll move, okay, so we're gonna reconvene the budget meeting of the countywide law enforcement county service district. And then I will move to approve countywide law enforcement county service district budget of $42,918,547 adjusted for approved changes and set the tax rate at $1.05 per $1,000 of assessed valuation.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. Commissioner Adair.
Reconvening the budget meeting of the Rural Law Enforcement County Service District. The motion to approve Rural Law Enforcement County Service District budget of $16,729,754 adjusted for approved changes and set the tax rate at $1.34 per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
Second.
Was that 721,000?
Aye.
Aye.
There was a
721,000.
question?
Sorry, I misheard.
Are we okay?
I think so.
Okay. Motion is approved. We will close the county budget meeting. We'll close the countywide law enforcement district budget meeting and close the rural law enforcement district budget meeting.
Did you guys do we did 911 already, right?
Yes, we did
Okay.
it when they were here.
So let me say this in support of Mike's plea. If you want to look at an opportunity to develop a level structure, plus a wraparound commercial and residential component, I have a developer who can do that deal and work with the municipalities to put together that project.
You mean in our parking lot over there?
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, with some housing in it?
Yes.
Yes.
You have to cut down your Christmas tree.
You know what? We could move it, couldn't we? We could move it over to the top of Worrell Park.
We're gonna need a tree.
Yeah. Yeah, we can move trees.
asked
It'll only
Tom
cost a
to
couple hundred
try and
thousand.
Find some kind of a, comparable building, construction cost somewhere, just for a first look. So if your people have that kind of information at their fingertips, something.
They've done those projects, so they could probably bring some evidence of it.
I think it's worth
Follow up
looking
with
at.
you, Bruce.
I think you just spent
I'll follow up with you. Yeah.
Nice little project.
And I'd be interested in hearing about that for sure.
But I can't.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And then it'll be super hard to see the county building from anywhere, from that way or that way.
Yeah. So, we're done. Is that what happened here? Oh! Good, yep.
Hopefully, your anniversary dinner survives.
I thought